I apologize, I was black there for a second. How it do, gamers? How's it fucking just there we go. What's cracking? I mean, does that help at all? A little bit. Makes the lighting on my face a little more even. Oof. Some videos you watched a few days ago got privated or deleted. Oh boy. They know that I'm after them. They know. So how's it going, everybody? I can't say I have a whole lot of plans for what we're doing today. Like, again, it's probably just gonna be mostly the same thing where, hey, a couple people suggest things in chat, and then I just go with them. Um, I do have this. The Tier Zoo Dinosaur tier list. Because I was talking with some people in the Sludge recommendations chat, and they were saying, like, hey, it'd be cool if you could cover that. And it's just like, maybe I will. Maybe I will. Because, like, I've been sort of against, you know, reacting to people who are just, like, giving it their best, like, actual people. I don't feel great about doing that. But this video is real bad. I'm pretty sure even he's disowned it at this point. Or at the very least, like, doesn't agree with it as much anymore. Like, it's a bad video. Oh my god. Because we've already got 3 other suggestions besides this. 10 more animals you're glad don't exist anymore by 10B. So let's just... 10 more animals you're glad don't exist anymore. Okay, so there's that. And then we've also got... give me a second. 10 times people thought they caught dinosaurs on tape. Oh boy. Yep, by Fact File. And then one more. 19 terrifying animals you're glad are extinct. 19's a weird one. That's a weird number. Facts verse. We've seen this picture of an Andrewsarchus a lot, but I don't think we've ever, like, I don't think we've seen this video at least. I hope not. Fucking... What the fuck is this? Isn't it so great that Sora is dead now? Or at least it's dying soon? So that way we just don't have to deal with nearly as much of this garbage. Thank God. Yeah, it's just Big Bird. Big Bird. What is this? What are
These
you?
are the top 5 scariest extinct animals ever caught on camera. You are a true legend if you know the last one. Comment which one you think
I'll
is
be a
the
true
scariest.
legend.
But first, you will have incredible luck if you like and subscribe to my channel until this video ends.
Alright, I forgot to get the bingo board. Give me uno momento. There we go. Okay. Anyway, let's see this horrible garbage.
First is Velociraptor.
Oh, Lord almighty. It's so nice that the wonderful work at fucking Stan Winston Studios just got ran through a sludge machine and pooped out like this. Fuck it, like and subscribe or else. AI generated image. Wow, amazing.
Bro, I didn't think velociraptors were this small. Next is dodo bird. This dodo bird might seem friendly, but in reality it's not because it's so aggressive, unlike other birds.
Can we check off meaningless statement again? Also, it's overhyping an animal as being more badass than it is. Scary, dangerous creature is harmless. Lord Almighty. We're doing so good already. I also like how there's just a green iguana in the background when dodos are from an island off the coast of Africa.
Next is pterodactylus.
That's not even a pterodactylus. Unrelated animal uses B-roll. Also, it's this fucking footage again, where it like leans forward. It just looks like such garbage.
This might be a real pterodactylus because its wings have no feathers and it has a pointy beak.
It has a pointy beak. Yeah, fuck it. We'll call it incorrect taxonomy because it's just, and yeah, it makes up two different animals. That's a bingo. That's a big. We got a bingo on a fucking short.
Walking like a human and covered in brown fur. This might be a real Bigfoot. Comment down below.
This might be real Bigfoot.
Next is dragon. This footage is
what do you mean, dragon? Why? Dragons aren't extinct.
I don't know if it's real, but you decide it is real or fake.
I don't know if this is real, but you decide if it is real or fake. Also, it's like fucking, oh man, you're a real legend if you know the last one, and it's dragons. Do you guys know dragons? Have you ever heard of dragons before? Oh my god. Just... What else is there?
How animals look without...
No, there has to be more.
These are the top...
Oh my god, what is this? No, that's mysterious creatures. Extinct animals. I'm sorry, we have to go on like a shorts tangent. Top 5 extinct animals that scientists want to bring back. Extinct animals came back. Extinct animals brought back to life. Can we just go like scariest? Scary extinct animals? That's an actual guy. What the fuck is that?
These are the most terrifying sounds that extinct animals use to emit. If the last one doesn't scares you...
What the fuck is that shit? If the last one doesn't scares you, you've got good English grade. What are we looking at?
You're immune to fear. But first, you'll have incredible luck tomorrow if you like, and subscribe to my channel within 3 seconds. The first one is Velociraptor.
Velociraptor. Literally just Jurassic Park sound effects. Literally. Just the Jurassic Park sound effects is like, hey, that's what we've recreated with these extinct animal sounds. Like, dude, and this one isn't even Velociraptor. This was Pyroraptor. Fuck it. Two different animals. Unrelated animals uses B-roll. Jurassic World footage. Like and subscribe or else. Come on.
Dryptosaurus.
Ceratosaurus. Is that a monkey?
Trinosaurus?
Trinosaurus. Try no making videos anymore, Saurus. Just a Joker. Why is it a zombie? Why is it a zombie T-Rex? Just... why? Why?
Utahraptor.
Okay, I've totally heard that bird before. Whatever bird it is that they're just like pitching down slightly in order to make a dinosaur noise. I mean, the non-avian dinosaur noise. Like, I've heard that before.
These are the most terrifying.
Was that 4? There was Velociraptor, Dryptosaurus, T-Rex, and Utahraptor. That's... Dude! Also, I'm gonna say, focus on one clade too much. Dude! These are awful. Holy shit. Shorts are the worst. Shorts are the worst thing that's ever happened to YouTube. Dude, whatever this blob thing is. It's just awful. Ooh, terrifying extinct animals you've never seen before. Hell yeah, let's see what we got here.
If these extinct animals don't scare you, I owe you a pizza. But first, like and subscribe if you won't get scared.
Like and subscribe if you won't get scared. Well, I'm not going to get scared, so obviously I have to like and subscribe now. Obviously. Oh yeah, I guess I should have crossed off butcher pronunciation too. Aw, he's not even trying to pronounce it. Okay, well, that's gonna get me demonetized if I keep listening to that. It's just a list of fucking goobers. With some AI-generated goop thrown in there amongst this actual paleo art. Yeah, cool, epic.
My RAM replacement price is quadrupled for this.
At least they're starting to go down. Especially now that, like, all the AI shit is just like, alright, we ran out of government funding. We have to cut back on some stuff. Like, that's pretty much the whole reason that Sora's going down. Thank God. Okay, one more shitty short. This one looks like it could be bad. God damn it, it's just more fucking demonetization. Alright, let's go to the long form stuff. Disheartening. Okay, so I think we got like the 3 that were discussed earlier. Okay. And then they just throw that at me, like a megalodon eating a fucking mosasaur. Maybe that's like a Cratoxyrhina eating like a small mosasaur. Whatever. Let's just do this. Actually, let's just
like and subscribe now, or you're gonna have bad luck this week.
easy. It's so there. It's already crossed off. It's already crossed off. Like, come on. Ow.
Earth has been around for quite a few
What the
billion
fuck
years,
is
and
that?
although we often look back at dinosaurs as some of the most terrifying creatures that ever existed,
Have you considered the werewolf as a terrifying extinct animal that you're glad is extinct? We could do Tier Zoo in a little bit. I gotta get warmed up first.
there are others who have been more disgusting or terrifying, bloodthirsty and
Disgusting, like a big crocodile. Which, okay.
ruthless. These creatures have been long gone, but are still nightmare-inducing. From
Or are
ocean
they? Because
creatures bigger
Megalodon.
than the
Megalodon. Megalodon.
Titanic to rhino-sized pigs.
Also, did you say bigger than the Titanic?
Inducing. From ocean creatures bigger than the Titanic
Alright, that is a size speed overestimate no matter how you look at it. Like, whatever you're talking about, that is a size or speed overestimate. Whatever you could possibly be talking about. Good lord, man.
to rhino-sized pigs. Let's take a look at 10 animals we're glad don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Number 10, the Leadcythus.
The filter feeder. The Jurassic equivalent of a basking shark. And we're glad this is extinct. Genuinely, why leads ichthyes? Also, that is 100% a butcher pronunciation, obviously. Not even just a fish, a filter feeder. Just a big fucking filter feeder. Like, why? Why would you be scared of this? You should not be scared of this any more than you're scared of a basking shark or a humpback whale.
Alright, it seems like we are going off by...
Also, yeah, this is a misleading video title as well. I'm not glad this is extinct.
I swear to God, if the fucking rat is on this list too.
You know it's gonna be. You know the big fucking rat is gonna be on the list. We're gonna be like, oh, Joseph Artegacia, it's a big fucking capybara. Good Goodness gracious, we're already, we are not even a minute in.
Going straight for the bullseye. You might not
What?
have heard about this. We are going off by going straight for the bullseye.
Meaningless. Going off by going straight for the bullseye. What did you mean by this? What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything.
You might not have heard about this creature,
Yeah, I
but
have.
it's one of the most historically terrifying creatures the world has ever seen.
Unrelated animal uses B-roll, that's Zafactinus. Also known as Leadsixies is not horrifying. Like, Zafactinus, maybe I could give you. It's like a big-ass fish about the size of a great white shark with a fucked-up bulldog face that always bites off more than it can chew. But, yeah, Leadsixies, no, it's a filter feeder.
Leadsichthys was a giant fish that would have dwarfed every other animal in the sea. But, like the whale shark, which is currently the biggest fish in the sea, it was a gentle giant and lived on tiny shrimp, jellyfish, and small fish that make up plankton. They probably traveled large distances.
Get a load of this fucking Photoshop job here. My goodness. That's remarkable. And yeah, it's like, oh, it's a gentle giant that's only feeds on small, like, plankton and stuff. Cool, why is it on the list? You could have had Zafactinus.
To find parts of the world where seasonal conditions caused plankton to form itself into a dense, concentrated organic soup once a year, and probably after plankton.
Your fucking word salad is a soup. You have word soup or word salad.
Plankton feasts. Leadsichthys would have shed the giant filter plates from the back of its mouth, meaning it was unable to feed itself for several weeks, whilst the new ones grew back.
I have no idea if any of that's true. I have no idea about any of that. That sounds kind of like nonsense.
Time, it would have been weakened through hunger and vulnerable to attack. We should be glad this creature doesn't exist in our seas. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any ships sailing out there. Number 9, Paris.
Okay, you know there's shit that's way, way bigger than Leadsichthys in the ocean right now, including filter feeders. Just... It's like, oh man, these would be so overwhelming that we couldn't even have ships in the ocean anymore. Also, yeah, we got Paraceratherium now, so we're 100% gonna get, even though it's huge, less dangerous as an herbivore.
Ceratherium. We think some of you would be surprised when the elephant wasn't included in the world's biggest animals.
What? Huh? Huh? What?
Is it just me or does this narrator sound bored?
He sounds like he's high. Maybe he's high. I wouldn't put it past him.
Well, today we're giving you something bigger than the elephant, and it's not the mammoth.
Which mammoth? I mean, there's lots of different kinds of mammoths. Some of them are bigger than elephants, some of them are smaller. I don't understand what he's saying even remotely. Like, did he have a previous list where it's like the top 10 biggest animals and then the elephant wasn't on there? Probably because it was just like, assuming it's modern day animals, it's just going to be like the top 10 biggest whales, I would assume. Like, I want to say most living baleen whales are bigger than elephants outside of like maybe minke whale. Actually, you know, I think minke whales probably at least give elephants a run for their money. Pygmy right whales, though, probably not. Fucking bizarre.
Talking about the Paraceratherium, which holds the title of being the largest land mammal that has ever lived.
Biggest ever, obviously.
They were about 7 meters tall, which makes them taller than modern-day giraffes, and they weighed between 33 and 44,000 pounds. This makes them almost 3 times heavier than the heaviest elephants that we have today. Just like elephants, they were not an immediate threat to other animals or humans because they were herbivores.
Yep.
But with a size that big, we're sure they were intimidating and kept predators at a distance.
Well,
It
yeah, they
seems
probably
like
would have had
they
no
went
natural
extinct
predators.
when the landscapes in Central Asia started to transform, making it hard for the Paraceratherium to find the means to survive. We
Find the
wonder what it would
means.
have been like to see one of these in the wild. We're sure we would have been able to spot them from very, very far away. Number 8,
Sure.
Super Crocs. The name Super
I'm counting that. That's an entire clade. That's just any big crocodilian, or crocodilomorph rather. I'm counting that. You're saying multiple different kinds. Damn, we are blazing through this. And again, it's just like, this is the first entry on the list that I can like be like, you know what? Sure. If you want to say you're glad that that's extinct, sure. Why not? Like, regular crocodiles are already scary enough. They already kill enough people. Really, really big ones. Sure, why the fuck not?
Croc, Killer Croc, or Mega Croc, as you may deem fit, was
Number 15. Burger King hallucigenia. Hope this
Burger.
covers a pop for you. Keep up the good fight against the sludge fish.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that.
given to any of the crocodilian species that rule the ecosystem.
That counts. Incorrect taxonomy. Because they're not crocodilians, they're crocodilomorphs. Some sludge channels have actually gotten this right, so I can't even say like, everyone gets that wrong. Some of them have gotten it right.
About 100 million years ago. And that includes the Saracosuchus from Africa.
The Saracosuchus. I knew a girl named Saracosuchus back in high school. Oh my fucking god. That's real bad. Sarcosuchus. I can see why you went with Super Crocs. If you think it's pronounced Saracosuchus. Lord almighty.
Africa and South America, estimated at 37 feet, 17,000 pounds. The Dinosuchus from North America.
Dinosuchus. I knew a girl back in high school named Dinosuchus. It was a very unfortunate name. She was actually a sweet girl.
At 18,000 pounds. And the Perusaurus from Amazon.
What? The Perusaurus from Amazon? That's where I buy all of my Perusaurus. Just from Amazon. You just buy them straight off of there. You know what? Fuck it. I'm counting that. That's funny as fuck. That's a thumbnail. That's funny.
That could extend up to 39 feet at a whopping 22,000 pounds. Super Crocs prey on mighty dinosaurs, like the large duck-billed Hadrosaurus and Spinosaurus. They also fed on pteropods, which belong to a dino family that includes even the mighty Tyrannosaurus Rex.
The T-Rex comparison, I'm counting it. That's a bingo! Also, you already mentioned Spinosaurus, which is already a theropod. I mean, I'm sure... Actually, no. Sarcosuchus wasn't contemporary with Spinosaurus, so that's just wrong. Yeah, it's just straight up wrong. He also said Hadrosaurus. Hadrosaurus is like an Appalachian dinosaur. And I'm pretty sure pretty much all of the big crocodilians that we know, even from North America, like the Dinosuchus, that's exclusively from Laramidia, so they probably wouldn't have interacted. So yeah, that's just straight up wrong. We'll see if the list order doesn't matter. We'll have to see about that. I do think we can cross off overhyping just because of the whole Leeds-Ichthyes thing. It's just like, oh man, we wouldn't be able to have boats in the ocean today. Like, fuck off. Oh, we do have Dinosuchus from Appalachia. Well, that's cool. I didn't know that, actually. Okay, continue.
But while Megalodons could only drive you out of the water, Super Crocs could keep up on both water and in land.
I sincerely doubt these would have been pursuit predators on land, but what the fuck ever at this point. Like, they could come out onto land, but I imagine they would have been much like modern-day crocodilians. We already crossed Megalodon off, don't worry. They would have been much like modern-day crocodilians, in that they would have waited by the water's edge for things to come to the water so they can eat them. Yeah.
Because they were well adapted for hunting in dark places. When experts tried to
The fuck was
simulate
that?
how deadly they were, these massive predators could break the bones of a fully grown cow and a metallic chain in the single bite.
What tests are you running, scientists? What? It's like, all right, let's take the Sarcosuchus skull and put it to the cow and chain test. Passed with flying colors in the single bite. Like, I'm baffled.
It's not like we're so happy that these animals went extinct, but the mere thought of a predator
You didn't say that about the fucking Leedzichthyes or the Paraceratherium, but when it comes to the giant crocodile that can bite through a cow and chain, apparently, it's just like, it's not like we're so glad that these guys are extinct. Like, what? What?
predator strong enough to feast on dinosaurs, which are among the most successful animals of all time, might keep us, and even you, from reconsidering. Number
What?
7. Megalodon.
There he is again.
Aside from being the biggest and deadliest sharks, megalodons are also one of the largest fish ever to exist in history, with an
I'm pretty sure they are the largest fish that we know of, at least.
insatiable craving for flesh. They have jaws.
Unless, of course, you want to be pedantic about taxonomy and say that, like, because the blue whale is a tetrapod, therefore it is a fish, therefore it is the largest fish that's ever lived.
Lined with 276 teeth, wide enough to swallow 2 adult men standing side by side like it's nothing, and each tooth is capable of delivering a bite force that is 138 times stronger than a man's. To put it this way,
Personally, I would just say, like, oh, hey, Megalodon had the strongest bite force ever, and he was even stronger than T-Rex, so...
the great white sharks, which are the largest meat-eating sharks that exist today, attack over 100 humans per year.
No, the fuck they don't! What the Where did that come from? That is wildly overblown estimate. What the what? 100 people a year? No. Maybe, like, I don't even think that's all sharks put together. I'm looking this up. Not even. Hold up. Let's look it up and see, like, this is from 2025. Worldwide total shark attacks, 65, 9 fatal. That is all sharks, by the way. Not even great whites.
Dr. Ben donated $1. This is shark slander.
It really is. Like, goodness gracious, that is awful.
How much more would it be for another, known to be more ferocious, with a size 3 times larger than the largest great white?
Well, I assume that Megalodon probably wouldn't bother attacking people because, well, great white sharks already barely attack us. So Megalodon would probably barely even see us as worthy of being a food source. So I really don't think it would be that big of a deal.
The Megalodon were still around. Just forget snorkeling, outdoor swimming, and your next surfing picnics, because the ocean would definitely...
Once again, we do the AI thing where it's just like, oh man, if this thing was still alive today, you couldn't do literally anything except stay inside and watch more of our sludge videos.
Be off limits. But don't be glad just yet, because these big bad boys, which we believe died out 2.6 million years ago, have been reportedly sighted in several parts of the world.
God, and of course, the Megalodon still lives today. Obviously. Fucking not even 12-minute long video, and we have to shove in a section where we have some Megalodon truth or garbage. Like, goodness gracious. Yeah, just awful.
Even on Google Maps. If you want to find
God, the
out
Google
whether
Maps one.
these claims
Don't fucking
are real
remind
or
me.
fake, check out our video titled Top 10 Megalodons Caught on Camera.
Fuck off.
Number 6. Saber-toothed tiger. The modern human...
Saber-toothed tiger is not a proper or valid term. They're saber-toothed cats. If you want to be technical, then you would refer to them by their genus name, which most of the time they're just talking about Smilodon because that's the most famous one.
Humans first wandered into Europe some 50,000 years ago. This snaggle-toothed cat was probably there to greet them. Until about 10,000 years ago, the saber-toothed tiger was a fearsome predator in what is now the American West. More than
Well, it was a fearsome predator in the Americas in general. It was in North and South America.
Top 10 Weirdest Dinosaurs by Matthew Santoro.
Alright, I'll put that on the list. It's the top 10 weirdest dinosaurs. Matthew Santoro. Oh my god. His eyes frighten me. We'll see how that goes.
1,000 fossilized cats have been pulled from the acrid ooze of the La Brea
Acrid of the La Brea?
tar pits in California.
Acrid La Brea. Lord almighty.
The species is actually much older than thought before.
What?
Fossil evidence dates to around 1.8 million years ago. The saber-toothed tiger is remembered...
Well, then how would that be older than previously thought if the fossil evidence says that it goes back that... Huh? You didn't even say it's like, oh, a new discovery just proves that they were living this far back. It's just like, no. They just lived this far back. Huh?
with wonder as a relic of the last ice age. Despite its size, weighing in at around 5 feet long and 440 pounds, and its two 7-inch canine teeth, and
5 feet long. Maybe? I guess so. It depends on the Smilodon, I suppose. A body length of 69 inches. Nice. Nice, am I right, Redditors? In feet. Yeah, closer to 6 feet, but whatever.
environmental change, lack of food, and human hunting saw this fascinating beast.
It was likely went extinct due to a variety of factors, such as climate change, outcompetition for other predators, and hunting by humans.
Die off from the face of the earth. There are various theories on how this creature went extinct, but some researchers believe that it still exists in the colder parts of the world.
What researchers? Fucking, they always blindside me, right? Like, I hear the Megalodon truther shit and just roll my eyes, and then they just sucker punch me with Smilodon truthers. Like, and they always just say, like, oh, researchers think this, scientists think this. They never actually, like, name anyone, because of course they fucking don't. They just, like, make these vague-ass, general, like, extremely broad statements about, like, some researchers or some scientists, just to give their whack-ass statements a bit more credibility. Yeah, fucking Bigfoot researchers probably still think that there's Smilodons out there. Fuck off!
There's been no proof, but the North and South Poles are still barely discovered, so...
Bro, do you know how fucking I am so used to the shit where it's just like, oh man, the oceans are barely discovered. But now we have, like, the North and South Pole? Fucking Smilodon just hanging out at the South Pole with Hitler and the fucking Triceratops in the jungles down there. And we have all this footage, right? All this footage playing of these Smilodons in what are pretty dry savannas. And it's just like, oh yeah, they could still be running the North and South Pole because they're Ice Age animals. You know, when I watched the Ice Age movies, you know, I saw that Diego, the saber-toothed tiger, he was in the ice and there was lots of ice everywhere. So maybe they're still around in the North Pole. Yay, Diego. I like Ice Age movies. You're right, I forgot. We haven't explored outside of the ice wall.
So we can never rule out their existence. If they do exist, we need to be scared, as they might take revenge
What?
on humans. Are you strong?
They might take revenge on us. All of the fucking saber-toothed cats living in the North and South Pole will just converge on all of humanity to take revenge on us. This is what you get for portraying us like this in Ice Age 3, the Dawn of the Dinosaurs. How dare you?
Strong enough to fight this huge beast? Number 5, Shastasaurus. Everybody knows that chewing your food carefully is
Also, I think at this point we can safely say that the list order doesn't matter. Megalodon and Sarcosuchus are more threatening than a saber-toothed cat. Also, Shastasaurus is a weird one. I always like seeing the sea blimps, even if they're on a shitty list like this, but like that's a weird one to have like on a animals you're glad are extinct list. I don't know.
part of a good table manner.
What?
No one told that to the Shastasaurus.
What the
Food
fuck did you
carefully
say?
Beast? Number 5, Shastasaurus. Everybody knows that chewing your food carefully is part of a good table manner.
Part of a good table manner. The one table manner that you have.
No one told that to the Shastasaurus. The size of this marine reptile was between 8 to 15 meters, and it was probably a suction feeder that slurped up little cephalopods and squids in the late Triassic seas.
You want to give that one another try? So some evidence I think does suggest that the sea blimps may have been more macro-predatorial instead of just like eating a bunch of little shit. I don't know where that stands. I'm not an expert on this, but that's just what I have heard. Yeah, little cephalopods. Little cephalopods. You invite Shastasaurus over to your dinner party. He's just like nom 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 nom. Just like, do you mind? Could you chew your food? It's just like, no, I literally haven't evolved that capability. It's just like, this is what we get when we invite an ichthyosaur over to our dinner party.
Some 200 million years ago, Shastasaurus was not a dinosaur. Instead, this creature was an ichthyosaur.
No, this creature is a pliosaur. That's also very different. Damn it.
A member of a group of fish-shaped marine reptiles that became beautifully adapted to a life.
He fucking flubbed it there. You know, I'm gonna count that as him repeating himself. It became.
Spent entirely at sea. The Shastasaurus differed from the rest of its family in
Stop showing pliosaurs.
a strange way. Whereas most other ichthyosaurs had long snouts filled with small conical teeth suited to snatching fish and
Stop showing the same fucking pliosaur.
cephalopods, Shastasaurus had a shortened toothless jaw. Scientists believe that the evolution of the Shastasaurus might be attributed to a boom in squid, which itself was caused by a decrease in ocean oxygen levels. One of the most fascinating facts about Shastasaurus
I have no idea about any of that.
is the fact that it lived primarily off of small fish, cephalopods, and squids.
Okay, that's definitely him repeating himself. 100%. We can cross that off. No need to worry. We're good there.
This makes it very similar to a modern-day sperm whale because they both have very similar diets. However, despite their similarity in size and diet, Shastasaurus and sperm whales are in no way related to one another.
Well, yeah, that's just
Number
called
4,
convergent evolution.
Argentinosaurus.
Okay, I thought there was like a...
Dr. Ben donated $1. Is the AI trying to be Seth Rogen? It's just as funny as he is, which is not at all.
He seems about as high as Seth Rogen. Yeah, I just don't understand. This is such garbage. Yeah, sperm whales eat giant cephalopods. But I think he was saying that they're very similar in that aspect, so... I guess?
Today, the African elephant is considered the largest terrestrial animal alive.
Animal?
But during the late Cretaceous period,
The
a different beast
Cretaceous
ruled
period.
the land. It was the Argentinian-saurus.
Argentinian? Argentinian? Come on, man. Just try.
Region that is now Argentina. Yes, you guessed it right. He got his name from there too. Most of its remains are
What do you mean two? Did you also get your name from there? Like, nothing else on this list has been named Argentina. What is wrong with you?
aren't complete, which has made it difficult to determine the exact size. But nevertheless, it's considered to be among the largest land animals ever. It is believed to have been 98 to 130 feet in length and 50 to 100 tons in weight.
He doesn't even care anymore.
No, of course not. Like, why would he? We're 8 minutes into this video. He's already won. He doesn't have to try anymore.
How huge is that? That giant can
Whoa.
move at a speed of 5 miles per hour. Imagine the destruction it would cause during its morning run. Number 3, Titanomarma.
Oh my god, is this the big fucking ant that ate the little Gastornis baby? Just, oh man, imagine the terror it would cause. Walking slowly. 100 tons. That could be about right. Let me check. Let's see. Okay, 65 to 80 tons. That's still a decently big range. But, yeah, that's not quite at 100 tons. Big boys. Yeah, that's the known material from Argentinosaurus. So yeah, getting the exact measure of it is pretty difficult. That's why you do have this pretty big potential range here. Even then, he was still overestimating. He was saying like it could be up to 130 feet, 115 feet, but like maybe it's just outdated. That's whatever. But I think these are the big ants that ate the Gastornis baby.
We're just sure you didn't expect to see an ant on this list. However, this is not a normal ant. Titanomarma was a genus of giant ant that lived during the Eocene, about 60 million years ago.
Yep.
This ant was the size of a hummingbird, and it roamed what is now Wyoming. These giant bugs may have crossed an...
Hold up. How is this spelled again? Fuck. Titanomarma. I don't think they were that big. Like hummingbird size. I sincerely doubt that. Largest giant ant ever found. Larger than the biggest extant ants. Males grow up to 1.2 inches, and the queens grow up to 2.8 inches, with a wingspan of about 6 inches. Okay, how big is a bee hummingbird? Because that is the smallest of the hummingbird. I think that's right. So about 2 inches long. Yeah, about 2 inches long. Okay, that's... If you're, like, saying the smallest of the small hummingbirds, then yes, that is technically correct. Like, the queens are as big as the smallest tiny little hummingbird.
Arctic land bridge between Europe and North America during a particularly warm period in Earth's history, about 2 inches 5 centimeters long. The specimen is a monstrously big ant, though
Big.
fossils of loose giant ant wings have been found before in the United States. This is the first known full-body specimen. Number 2. Titanoboa.
Obviously.
After the last dinosaurs died 65 million years ago, our planet witnessed the rise of the great Titanoboas, which
That
were
is the big
giant
ant.
reptiles known to be the largest snake.
Like, once again, you can clearly see that the list order does not fucking matter, because we had a big-ass ant over, like, again, harmless sauropod, who wouldn't do anything. Big-ass ichthyosaur, who probably could eat you, honestly. Fucking... The saber-toothed cat, and megalodon, and all that kind of shit. Big ant over all of those.
Ever to roam the land. They clearly must have been the apex predator, because Titanoboas were stealth hunters that didn't mind feeding on anything from a 7-foot-long lungfish to turtles or massive crocodiles, multiple times larger than what we have today.
Jesus Christ. Like, saying it must have been an apex predator because it was like a stealth ambush hunter, those are completely irrelevant statements. Those have nothing to do with each other.
We can bet we humans didn't even stand a chance. It's estimated up to 48 feet long, 2,500 pounds. When you bring to perspective, that makes the largest green anaconda on Earth, measured at 882 pounds, appear like spaghetti. It might be good news for the other animals, especially for the crocodiles in this era, big enough to escape an encounter with one, that these massive...
At least he's not saying that, like, Titanoboa would have made the basilisk and fucking Jorgabunger, look like fucking earthworms in comparison.
Beasts were not venomous, just like the modern-day anacondas, but with hefty muscles that can squeeze.
That's a Burmese
like
python.
3 Eiffel Towers.
Actually, that might be a rock python. The pattern doesn't look right for Burmese. I think that's a rock python.
On top of you. They were the perfect crushing machine you didn't want roaming anywhere in your dreams. Number 1. Daeodon. One of the most vicious animals after the extinction of the dinosaurs, Daeodon, also known as the Dreadful Tooth, is an extinct genus of hell pigs that inhabited North America between 29 and 19 million years ago.
Well, at least he didn't call them Terminator pigs.
Daeodon's skull alone measured almost a meter in length. It was 1.8 meters tall and once roamed North America, eating just about anything it could find. This could be why it was known as the Terminator pig.
God damn it! I spoke too fucking soon. Fucking AI Dino Sludge Nostradamus, and it's just like, it bites me in the ass. Oh, me making a funny internet joke. Here comes Apollo with the gift of prophecy.
Travelers would have typically found Daeodon traveling in packs, devouring
What travelers?
anything and everything that gets within sight. Once combat is initiated, one or sometimes all of the pack will produce a pheromone effect to buff the health regeneration of friendly creatures.
Oh
Daeodon was a large
God.
mammal with hunched shoulders and cloven hooves.
Of course he had to mention what they do in Ark. Of fucking course. Right at the end there, right as one last just punch in the fucking jaw. God damn it, dude. Also, I'm counting that as pack hunting. He mentioned that they were in a big pack. Fucking Ark again, man. Every damn time. Every goddamn time. I mean, like, we have flat out incorrect facts for shit that, like, that covers Ark stuff, but dude, at a certain point, we're gonna need it. That's just unfucking real. It's always Ark. It's always fucking Ark. Jesus Christ. The Sarco view, I saw a Brontosaurus. I'm happy none of them exist. Oh, hey, look, I know who that is. What a familiar face. What a familiar face that I see in my chat. These animals are scary. I could lump in Ark with Jurassic Park and World. And this was like 4 fucking years ago, so I don't blame you for forgetting that. Yeah, this was awful. This was genuinely terrible. I'm gonna get a drink because I need one. Not that I'm getting alcohol because I'm not my mother. Oh.
Hey fish, consider this. Sludge Bingo Bracket Tournament. 8 channels, 3 rounds. Most bingos win.
Oh god, it would take us hours to get through that. It would take us days to get through that. Like, look how long it took us to get through this fucking 11-minute video. Well, don't you remember, Rosie? You was there too! Oh, hi, Zuko. Are you out and about? What's going on, little man? What you doing? You basking? Look how fat you are. Big fat lizard boy. He had 2 roaches yesterday. Mm. Okay. Yeah, that was a real swell. That was that was a humdinger. I need to adjust the camera so I can lounge more because God, this is already tiring. Yeah, biblical levels of greed. Meanwhile, Dimitri, I want to say he had like 5 today. He eats so much. He is such a big boy. Dimitri, are you a big boy? Are you a big boy? Is it scoop time? Oh, oh. Is it scoop time? There we go. You just want to hang out on my shoulder? Look how big he's gotten. He's such a big boy now. I feel like he looks super pixelated on the camera just because of like his patterning. I know he's gotten so big. He's gotten to be such a big lizard boy. Hi. What you doing? Does he not look pixelated? I feel like he looks pixelated. Yeah, his bitrate is horrible. Here. There he is. There's the boy. Oh my goodness. You better not poop on me. Oh. You better not poop on me. I wouldn't appreciate it. This shirt's clean. Anti-bitrate camouflage. He's just a shoulder guy. He's big on the shoulders. Until he decides he wants to jump onto the desk, which... Is he gearing up for it? Are you a leaping lizard? Oh. Right across the neck. That's fine. That's okay, Dimitri. He's doing good. He's doing good. I still gotta get a new light for him, but like, it being tax season, I gotta save up a bit of money just to get all that sorted away. I'm still gonna be late on it. I'm still gonna be late on my taxes. But, you know, it is what it is. Where are you going? You good? Zuko's also good. I just saw him. He's, like, just kind of hanging out. Where is he? Hmm. Yeah. Lizard time. We gotta bring out someone. And, Zuko's bad for handling. I saw the snake a little bit yesterday after I had him out. Haven't seen him since then. Like, I gave him lots of hiding spaces, so he's all good on that. Hey. Are you gonna climb up my face? He gave me so many little tongue flick kissies. Alright. You wanna go back? Oh, careful, careful.
A nice break from the sludge.
Careful. It is a nice break from the sludge. We need it. We need our lizard time. You're okay. Alright. Oh, I got you. Don't go falling. All right, I'll take him back. Come on, you little weenus. There you go. There you go. Sometimes he gets a little antsy. He has a spiny tail monitor. My little Aki boy, my little baby. All right. What we got next? Hello.
Dr. Ben donated $1. If you need a cleanser, I recommend watching the newest trailer for Avatar Legends fighting game. It looks really good.
I'll probably check that out in my own time. We'll see. I'm not much of a fighting game kind of guy. So, we'll see how much I can get into that. Yeah, back to our originally scheduled suffering. Okay. 10 million views. So, this is once again an instance where we're really punching up.
Like and subscribe right now, or you're going to have terrible luck for the next week.
Fucking ow. Okay, also, like and subscribe or else Jurassic World footage. We're gonna go, like, all the way up this, like this. We're gonna end off on incorrect taxonomy. That's how it's gonna go.
The existence of dinosaurs has long intrigued the world of science, as they were once the most successful species on the planet.
That's, I mean, they're not a species. I'm counting that. Never mind. We're not ending off an incorrect taxonomy. I'm fucking counting that. That's just stupid. Dinosaurs are not a single species. They're a whole clade of animals. Okay.
Dinosaurs lived their time and were wiped from the surface of the Earth by asteroid bombs worth billions of years.
Asteroid bombs? Asteroid bombs? What do you mean? What did you mean by this, my bro? Like, hello? We're here. I'm awake now. It was just an asteroid crashing into the Earth. You've just made it very difficult to watch this video in an airport. That's all you've done, man.
Hiroshima. Scientists believe
Wait, what?
the surface of the Earth by asteroid bombs worth billions of Hiroshima.
Worth billions of Hiroshima. Not a Hiroshima bombs. Just the town. Just the city of Hiroshima. Bombs? You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rubies. Please continue. We're 18 seconds in.
Scientists believe that not one dinosaur could have survived the apocalypse millions of years ago.
Oh, they did. They're called birds.
And we have their fossil to tell us their story. However, recent evidence has
Ich bin having ein Stock.
Ja! Ich bin having ein Stock.
up to foil that notion, and a lot of questions have ensued from it. What if the surviving dinosaurs only got better at hiding when humans came around?
That's stupid. That's just the same thing as like, oh man, the Megalodon is aware of the concept that it's being filmed, and it needs to like hide away from all the humans. It's just like, it's the same shit that like Bigfoot truthers will talk about. It's just like, oh man, Bigfoot, like he knows that he's a cryptid, and so he's like trying to hide away from the humans. Except for all the really obvious evidence that we have of Bigfoot, like obviously. Because Bigfoot's good, but he's not that good.
Well, you are about to find out as we present 10 of the dinosaurs caught on camera in real life.
The dinosaurs.
Number 10.
Bird.
Velociraptor caught in the woods. You can't start a list of dinosaurs and skip cool ones like T-Rexes and Velociraptors. Not with the significant roles they played in Jurassic Park, that is. But it seems that these vicious monsters managed to survive a mass extinction, and the films may not be the only place you get to see them.
Wow.
Though the source of this video is unknown,
Oh,
it
this
does
one
claim
again?
to show a Velociraptor escaping into the woods. It's quite blurry at first.
Dude, this one again. We saw this one for
If the
Feathered
Detroit
Friend.
Triceratops is here, I'm donating $100. I'm not joking.
I hope it is. God, I hope it is. Come on, Detroit Triceratops. They're hiding on the island. God, everyone was there. Bill Gates was there. Fucking Stephen Hawking was there. The dinosaurs were there. Crazy, man. Velociraptor. Why did the raptor cross the road? To die. To kill me, specifically, hopefully.
First, but when you zoom in, you'll surely see the magic. It's so unbelievable
Wow.
because we can't rationalize how a raptor survived for so long in that sparse bush. This plus many other
What, in that one bush? That's the only place it lived?
questions have stirred lots of reactions among critics online. While some say that the creature came from the forest nearby, where it fed on small unfortunate animals, others are more skeptical, claiming that video could have been the work of a smart editor, one who
A smart editor. I love how they gas up the people that are like putting these garbage fake videos together. Maybe this was just someone who did this for fun and not just for the sake of making a hoax. But fuck it, right?
may probably be playing on our intelligence or perhaps trying to garner more views. Well, if that's
Did he say rapper? I'll go back and
the
check.
other questions have stirred
How much are you willing to bet Dino tracker footage is in this thing?
5 years ago? Oh yeah, Dominion was in like 2020, was it? Oh my god, it was that long ago? Jesus Christ. Yeah, it'll probably be in here. Let's see.
lots of reactions among critics online. While some say that the creature came from the forest nearby, where it fed on small unfortunate animals, others are more skeptical, claiming the video could have been the work of a smart editor, one who
Hold on, did I fucking...
and the films may not be the only place you get to see them. Though the source of this video is unknown, it does claim to show a velociraptor escaping into the woods. It's quite blurry at first, but when you zoom in, you'll surely see the magic. It's so unbelievable because we can't rationalize how a raptor survived for so long.
Okay, there.
It's so unbelievable because we can't rationalize how a raptor survived for so long.
I heard the T in there. I heard it in there. It's like super subtle, but like it's fine.
The work of a smart editor, one who may probably
Oh yeah, we're also 100% getting the reversed footage with like a bunch of little quadamundis just like running around with their tails up so that they look like tiny little brachiosauruses.
be playing on our intelligence or perhaps trying to garner more views. Well, if that's the case, we say
Also playing on our intelligence. Maybe your fucking intelligence, buddy.
hats off to the mastermind behind this video. Indeed, he has won the hearts of a million believers and doubters alike.
Dude, did you make this? I'm starting to feel like you made this video. Will, this story's about you, isn't it?
The clip looks pretty real and convincing.
Oh my god.
Number 9. The Ohio Pterosaur.
This one again, of course. Yeah, the guy who made this video was really humble, and his penis must have been really fucking enormous.
When you look at the video, you'd see a bird flying around, soaring in all its majesty to entice any ordinary onlooker.
But it's not a bird, actually. It's a freaking pterosaur.
We guess that's one of the first attractions which compelled the maker of this clip to document the scenery in the first place.
Probably, I would say it's the fact that it looks nothing like an actual fucking bird.
Unfortunately, that bird is no ordinary one. We believe you know that already. At the very least, the bigness and the claws on the wings would have given it away. So, you should be thinking about a massive bat, shouldn't you? However, it can't be a bat, not without that pentadactyl. Even if it
Not without that pentadactyl? Firefox extension. Okay, is he saying that the... Because bats have 5 fingers, right? Like, the construction of bat wings is very different from the construction of pterosaur wings, even though they are both, like, long stretches of, like, membrane protruding out from a finger. So, like, bats have, like, all of their fingers super elongated, and then they have, like, the big... stretches of membrane in between those. Well, pterosaurs, it's more like all their fingers are kind of bunched up together, except for their like their last finger, which is mega stretched out, and then like the membrane stretches from the tip of that finger all the way down to like their hips, right? And then with birds, it's like, well, you can see that on the like the bee hummingbird here. Like this little bit here, that's like all the bone, and then the rest of this is just feather. So very different constructions of their wings across different animals. So I think what he's trying to say with pentadactyl, which is a term that I have never heard used, is that if this were a bat, this would have 5 fingers with the membrane as opposed to whatever the pterosaur's got going on. But, oh, I've already got meaningless AI statement. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Did? How do you explain the crest on its head? Only the pterosaurs are known with such characteristics. But they went extinct 66 million years ago. Or that's what we believe. What if they never left? Well, we'll leave that one to you.
What if it's shitty CGI?
BrickSquad_EMS donated $10. Another installment of Hot Sludge Sunday with the sludged up click. Hooray.
Hooray! I'm so happy that we get to be still doing this.
Number 8.
Yeah, it's a tumor.
The Mokele Mbembe. At some point, you must have wondered the possibility of a myth becoming true someday. Just take brief research into Ogopogo and the legend of the Leviathan. You'll see that they all have a basis on something in reality.
This is some crunchy ass footage.
Look at the Kraken, for example. The existence of a giant...
Also, you really should have let off with the Kraken or like the sea serpent or something, because, you know, we have giant squids and we have oarfish, which at least superficially resemble sea serpents. But you go like, I don't know, Ogopogo and shit like that. Like, there's no basis for that. It's literally just like, oh, we want a lake monster too. There it is. Yeah, Ogopogo is one of the many Nessie clones that exists. There's like Ogopogo and Champ. There's so many fucking lake monsters all across the United States. They're just trying to have their own Nessie. That's all it is.
And squid inspired it. The Mokele Mbembe is no different. But the good news, we have its basis caught on camera. Initially hard to find.
Wow, logs. Logs or some shit floating through the water. That's crazy. Yeah, Mokele Mbembe is the supposedly late surviving dinosaur in the middle of the Congo. That's, you know, supposedly. I honestly don't know the history of this cryptid all that well. I feel like I've heard a lot of conflicting things about it, where it's like, you know, some people have gone and asked like, oh, hey, what did it look like to all the locals in the area?
This is my original lake monster. Don't steal.
Don't steal my lake monster. It's very original. Do not ignore the fact that it is just a green colored Sonic the Hedgehog. But basically, like, I've heard of some people like going and asking the locals in the area, like, hey, what is this thing? What did it look like? And they'll like point to a picture of a sauropod, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, it looks like that. And then the people are just like, okay, so these tribal savages are clearly fucking stupid, and they're just mistaking this for like a swimming elephant or something, even though they're just like, no, it looks like that, like the sauropod. So I don't know why we're going with a bunch of plesiosaur footage here. I mean, I guess I know why. They superficially resemble one another because they got long necks and tiny heads. But I've also heard that like it was basically an astroturfed cryptid. Again, I've heard super conflicting things about like all of this regarding Mokele Mbembe. I'm not an expert on this. I'm not a cryptozoologist, unfortunately.
This picture, which looks out of focus, is one of the very few you can trace to the profile of the Mokele Mbembe.
Really?
That monster with a long whipping neck endowed with a weight at least twice that of a hippopotamus. If the details are accurate, the Mokele Mbembe must surely be a dinosaur. Perhaps a kind of sauropod in the family of dinosaurs with 4 legs.
Okay, I'm counting that as unrelated animal uses B-roll because that's a plesiosaur. That's not a dinosaur. We've also already got incorrect taxonomy.
Believed to inhabit the Congo Basin, the Mokele is a swimmer that lives in caves and a killer that eats leaves.
A killer that eats leaves? I mean, I guess it could be like a a hippo in that regard. All you're doing is convincing me that this thing could just be a hippo.
We know, a few blurry portrayals and videos of Testament is not enough to convince the science world. If this turns out to be real, then what next?
What could possibly be next?
Number 7. The Zoyumaru carcass.
Oh god, it's a fucking globster. Yeah, this is like a super famous one. It superficially resembles a plesiosaur, but it's like super rotted, so it's hard to tell. I'm pretty sure this one's just a shark carcass, like a basking shark.
The Zoyumaru was a Japanese fishing vessel in the 90s whose crew took an interest in the waters of New Zealand, and everything was normal for them until April 15th, 1997. That day when the fishermen aboard caught something which aroused the attention of the science community.
Aroused the intention? I think you meant attention. I'm counting that. That is a butcher pronunciation.
If copyright won't sue your ass, can we review some mainstream sludge?
How mainstream are we talking here? Because, like, I was able to get through the copyright issues I had with Brightside by just, like, saying, hey, this is a fair use sort of thing. But that still took a few days, which is really annoying. So, I'd have to ask how mainstream we're talking here. Anyway.
The crew was reportedly on business 3 miles off the coast when their nets trapped the rotten carcass of a weird-looking sea animal. As described, the large dead body measured about 33 feet from its nose to the tail. That plus many other physical similarities brought the idea that it might be a severely decayed plesiosaur. Since they couldn't say exactly which type of fish it was, they took a picture and a few portions of it to the lab. After much controversy, some biochemical facts revealed that the creature was likely some kind of a frilled shark.
No, that would be a basking
Like
shark.
Valley of T-Rex level.
Oh. I don't even know if that's on YouTube. But I mean, like, I guess I could go on one of the pirate sites that I use and see if it's there. And yeah, that's a misleading video title because that's supposedly a plesiosaur. And, yeah, you're mixing up two different animals because that's not a frilled shark. Frilled sharks are like, I want to say like 10 feet long, maybe 6 feet long actually. At the biggest, they're not super huge, right? This would be a basking shark. So, yeah.
Maybe it was their imagination that fooled us, or probably the scientists were mistaken. After all,
The scientists were simply wrong with their biochemical analysis of the samples they got from this fucking corpse. They were just wrong. They didn't have any plesiosaurs to compare it to, so how could they possibly know whether or not it's a plesiosaur? Bitch.
we don't have a tissue from the ancient plesiosaurs to compare. So,
Why am I Nostradamus? Can I fucking stop this? Can I stop? I was joking! That was a bit! I snapped at the end like a sassy woman!
Wait, it is on YouTube.
Oh man, that's a whole ass documentary though. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Like, here. Oh my god, it is just there. Just the whole 50-minute documentary. Oh, Lord almighty.
we can't rule out the possibility of a historical animal. Number 6.
You mean a prehistoric animal? If it was historical, I mean, like, it would be historical anyway because it's late surviving, but whatever.
Baby Brachiosaurus on the street.
You called it, the coatis. The fucking coatis that looked like baby Brachiosaurus.
Sometime last year, this video of baby dinosaurs crossing the street became viral on social media. Everyone who saw it was astonished by the surprising discovery.
Reversed.
Bet you'd have fallen in love with those cute little dinosaurs too. If we are right, they surely resemble miniaturized Brachiosaurus, or more
You
specifically,
can see their
look like
faces!
Stegosaurus, a species of plant-eating long-necked dinosaurs.
Also,
sources-
what?
If we are right, they surely resemble miniaturized brachiosaurs, or more specifically look like Savannosaurus, a species
Savannosaurus? You didn't even... You said they look like Brachiosaurus, but more specifically Savannosaurus. But that's not more specific. That's just a different genus, if it even is one. I've never heard of it. From the Cinnamanian... Australian sauropod. Yeah, that's not more specific. That's just a completely different genus. Yeah, these are just coatis. That's all they are. They're just coatis played in reverse. And they look like fucking little dinosaurs with their heads sticking up. Except you can very clearly see their ears and faces and eyeballs. Like, when it's a super blurry video of them, like, hopping across the street and they're decently far away, and, like, they're kind of backlit by the sun, so all you can really see is their sort of silhouette, then yeah, the effect is a lot more convincing. Less so when it's just like, oh, those are just coatis.
of plant-eating long-necked dinosaurs whose fossils were native to Australia. However, don't get excited just
I love how you can see the person, this person in the background here, just walking backwards, and it's like, hey, maybe, just maybe, this footage is reversed.
yet. There are too many things wrong with the video, and you don't have to be a skeptic to find fault in this one. Other than the fact that we don't know how this recording came into circulation, the
How is that the fucking concern?
animals depicted here cannot in any way be dinosaurs. Even though the video made sure of that, you just need to get your hands on the original copy and watch for a bit longer, or you can try playing the clip backward. Then you'll see that the animals in the video were actually some kind of
Thoughts on the Michael Bay Transformers films?
I've never seen them. I apologize. I just haven't. I've never been a Transformers guy.
ferret.
Some kind of ferret? They're fucking coatis. God, that is definitely mixing up two different animals. Fuck me, dude. They're coatis. They're a close relative of like raccoons and stuff.
Video was only manipulated to suit our fantasy, one that clearly worked thanks to the vivid picture we all have from Jurassic Park.
What? Fuck off.
Number 5. The lone dinosaur under the bridge.
He wants you to answer his riddles 3.
This picture was taken along the road somewhere.
Come on! That is like the stock fucking Jurassic Park image of a T-Rex. Like, come on. I will go on Google right fucking now. T-Rex PNG. Oh, fuck off. It's like that one. Is it not? No, hold on. It's the other one. Is it that one? No, it's got the curled tail. I've seen this image before. I know I've fucking seen this one. This one. There it is. That's the one. Found it. That's the one.
Holy freaking frick, it's Nanotyrannus.
Yeah, look how small this thing must be. This thing must be only be like 6 feet tall. But it's like, oh man, it's off in the distance, right? No, it's still like wouldn't be all that tall. Yeah, generally, this is such an awful Photoshop job. Like, this looks like absolute fucking garbage.
Unknown, and it caught our attention among those presented as actual proof of dinosaurs spotted on camera.
Wow.
In the picture, you can see a T-Rex.
Oh, I couldn't see it until you circled it for me. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Almost smiling at the camera, like a premeditated event of the sort. It looks too real.
Fucking Alex Crayley is just like beating a guy's head in with a rock under this like big tunnel here. And there's just a T-Rex in the background. It's just, the T-Rex is Slender Man. He's smiling. He's just like, yes, yes. Like, dude, genuinely, please be serious with me for a moment.
Real, and that's the problem. Possibly, it's just another one of those animated images created to.
It's not animated because it's a still image. You could say edited, you could say photoshopped, you could say so many other words besides animated. Fuck's sake, dude.
Spice attention. Number 4. T-Rex on London Street.
Oh, this one that was
Just
explicitly for a
imagine going off
documentary?
to work one morning and you saw a giant dinosaur.
See, that's animated, jackass. Because it's moving. How come this isn't being presented as like a real dinosaur just being filmed? Huh? How come this isn't presented as... How come this one's fake and the other ones are real? Why is this one fake? It looks pretty real to me. The Velociraptor at the beginning looked about as real as this one.
Or on the road. Your next reaction would be to run for dear life, wouldn't it? It's even going to be much worse if you're a fan of Jurassic movies. Like, that was the spirit on the streets of London in June 2015, when the road users saw this bizarre sight of a wounded Tyrannosaurus Rex. Though, the tension might reduce when you realize that it was bleeding and all tied down. Nonetheless,
Oh, thank God, it's just a dead Tyrannosaurus. Now I can go about my day on this London street. That's probably what happened to the T-Rex. It is in London. It just got stabbed. It just got stabbed and someone threw acid in its face, and it's just like, yep, that's London, all right.
it's still a dinosaur. This 45-foot-long monster that got many people looking and taking pictures was artificially made. It was the world's first
I can tell
replica
that by looking at it.
A T-Rex with its full anatomy intact. Even the blood was fake. The pioneer
Even the blood was fake, as if they like got a bunch of real ass blood and were just like, all right, let's dump it all inside of this fucking T-Rex corpse just for a bit of added realism.
paleontologist, Dr. Tony Harridge, who helped in the design, remarked that the life-size copy was built to inspire appreciation of the historic killer in beginners. Despite being made of
The historic killer in beginners? Do you mean beginner killers? I mean, it is London, so I guess. Except, like, you got a bunch of fucking London cops being like, "Oi, mate, you got a license for that teeth?"
plastic, it was so lifelike that many thought they'd seen the real thing. Number 3.
Please, Detroit Triceratops.
The Champ in Lake Champlain.
See, like I said, Americans just have their own fucking Nessie ripoffs, their own Nessie clones, their own Nessie Echo Fighters coming to the Cryptid Smash game. That'd be sick, actually. Make that game.
For over a century now, Lake Champlain has been the home to mysterious sightings of a sea monster. The body of fresh water that stretches 125 miles between New York and Vermont was said to harbor a plesiosaur-like creature whose fans have affectionately dubbed the Champ. If we didn't lose count, reports said there were nearly over 300 different encounters, many of which confirm that
300 different photoshops and sightings of logs.
an estimated 20-foot-long beast dwells within the lake. But there's been no concrete proof until 2005, when a fisherman named Duck Affelter and his stepson, Pete Bodditt, caught the elusive animal on a digital recording.
Whoa, no way.
Due to the quality of the video, we can't say with certainty what lurked beneath the water, but a closer analysis of the creature revealed its long neck and a turtle-like body with flaps.
Log.
His description matched the previous ones that witnesses have given about the Champ. Just to add a little to the
Oh, a 20-foot-long log in the lake? Yeah, that was me, my bad.
authenticity of the video, 2 retired FBI forensic analysts confirmed that the video was not manipulated in any way.
Yeah, it's because it's a video of a fucking log.
Champ was indeed caught on camera. Whether it's a dinosaur or a whale, we don't know. It could as well be a native answer to the Loch Ness Monster. Now
Log.
it's time for today's best pick.
Oh boy. Yippee, I
This
can't
one
wait.
might just be
Yes! Yes! Can't have shit in Detroit! Fuck yes! Pay up. Pay up. Hand it over. I take your money. Can't have shit in Detroit. Can't have shit in Detroit.
I regret nothing.
Fan-fucking-tastic. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Man, I hate living in Detroit. I'm pretty pleased with it.
Evidence that the kings of monsters are back. We can only anticipate otherwise. If not, we might be looking at another Jurassic Park here.
What?
Number 2. Alti, the Georgian plesiosaur.
Oh, God. I feel like I haven't heard about this thing in years. Wasn't this one just a Photoshop? I feel like
Take
it
a
was.
glimpse at this video of a strange animal that got washed ashore. The creature was supposedly found on the coast of a wildlife refuge in southeastern Georgia.
Or some kind of
First,
hoax or
the
something.
discoverers
Okay, well that's a completely different animal. That looks like a... Looks like a lamprey. Kinda.
thought that the sea animal was a dead seal, but a closer look proved to them that it was no seal at all. It looked
Well, the first clip that you showed of this was uncensored. Now this one is censored.
nothing like a fish, neither did it resemble a turtle. Their best guess, it was a plesiosaurus.
Well, that's a terrible guess because, like, I see what looks like, those look like caudal fins. It's like a secondary dorsal fin up here, and like, that's the tail. Fuck, what are those called? Whatever. And then you got the pectoral fins here. There's no back pectoral fins, which would be very important. So, yeah. I don't know what this is. My guess is just like this is a prop. This is not real. But my other guess would be like deformed shark, maybe?
Well, as expected, non-believers among the experts claimed that it was a decaying basking shark or perhaps a snake eel. A conclusion they
I don't think this is a basking shark. The head's way too small.
assumed owing to the surprising
Made by
forms
an
that
artist.
fish take
I
during a
believe it.
decomposition process. Others remarked that it was a well-doctored hoax of the popular Georgian monster called Alti. Before we move on, I've got a little
It's just like, oh, some people are just like, yeah, no, this is completely confirmed to be a hoax. It's just like, but some people think otherwise. So let me know what you think in the comments.
challenge for you that'll take 5 seconds to complete.
Is it
So
the
here's
like
the
and
deal. You
subscribe?
just leave a like on this video, smash that subscribe button, and hit the notification bell.
Yeah, that's
and you'll
great.
get 25 years of amazing luck. Try it. It really works.
Try it. It really works. Yeah, I believe it.
Number 1. Tyrannosaur on night vision.
Whoa.
Uploaded initially on David Haynes'
Wow.
Real Paranormal Videos, this clip does claim to show a
That looks so real. That doesn't look at all like someone's maybe third or fourth attempt at making a Tyrannosaur walk cycle in Blender. Also, why do you have night vision when it's very clearly daytime? Look how blown the fuck out the background is here.
dinosaur walking in the rain at night. You don't have to take
What do you mean in the rain at night? Dude, look how bright this is.
much time to realize that it's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the video does look real enough, it's tough to tell if this video was genuine. It could be a typical
No, it's fake, obviously.
raining background in an unknown forest where an experienced video geek could have easily superimposed the animation of a T-Rex. But then again,
Wow, look how easy you make it look, because it really is just that easy.
it could be the real thing. We believe that dinosaurs have long gone, though
my
we are
God.
open to any proof of their aliveness.
Any proof of their aliveness. Mother of mercy. Don't think I could make a video this bad if I tried. Truly impressive. Oh my god. All the comments are tearing this guy to shreds. Love to T-Rex one. I guess they didn't realize how big they actually are. I assume he means like the one under the bridge. Because, like, again, that one was so small. Like, all the comments are just tearing this guy to shreds. Roses are red, violets are blue. I just got scammed and gave him a view. Hopefully I'll prevent you guys from getting scammed. I am scared. Now, thank you for giving me freaking nightmares. Reminds me of the time I saw a T-Rex doing the Renegade at Arby's. Cool guy. He helped me with a TikTok too. Didn't know dinosaurs could do the Renegade. Real dinosaurs? There's no possible way these could be edited or misconceptions. Like, dude, everyone is just trashing this guy. And he deserves it, because this was fucking awful. Like, obviously. Like, it's gotten to the point where, with these dinosaurs caught on camera videos, that we get to see the same very obviously fake ones just over and over and over again. To the point where we could just so easily predict it. Like, I'm sorry, Jopnop, but, like, betting $100 on seeing the Detroit Triceratops, you may as well have just given me $100 at the start of the video. You know what I mean? You may as well have. For all the fucking difference it makes. It's all the same. Okay, what do we got? Okay, how about these next two? And then we do Tier Zoo. How's that sound? Not very much on the bingo board.
Would love to see a dinosaurs on camera list that's just full of birds.
It's just a bunch of birds. Like, that would be accurate. They never even try with that. Like, oh man, we saw some dinosaurs on camera. So like, we got some birds for you. Tricked you. Man. Alright, let's get into it.
Factverse presents
Whoa! Factverse!
terrifying animals you are so glad are extinct.
Let's get the subtitles out of here.
Number 1. Pelagornis sandersi.
Okay, well, we're just jumping right into it. No intro or anything like that. I'm not especially glad that this is extinct, though, so misleading video title. I wouldn't call it harmless. It could probably bite the hell out of you, but so can most seabirds. So fuck it, right?
This is what scientists believe to be the largest flying bird that ever existed.
That's just a regular albatross. I'm counting that.
It has a wingspan of up to 24 feet. These birds
Is that too big? Because that's like fucking pteranodon size. I want to say bigger, actually. 24 feet. No, that's right. Okay. Big ass fucking bird.
birds were most commonly found over the ocean. They got around by jumping off cliffs and allowing the wind currents to take them and keep them in flight.
So like the whole
Number
thermal...
2.
Oh my god.
Euphoberia. This creature is very similar to the modern centipede that we see today.
Centipede!
The only difference is that this creature is over 3 feet long.
The only difference is that this one is really fucking big.
The centipedes of today prey on birds, bats, and snakes.
They also prey on fucking pixels, apparently. Dear God, man. Also, they mostly eat bugs. Like, they can eat vertebrates. The only thing stopping them is if the vertebrate is too big for them to eat. Oh, Euphoberia is a millipede? Cool. In that case, great. We'll cross off 3 there in that case. Fuck you.
While it is not known what the Euphoberia ate, however,
That's a Eurypterid. What is wrong with you?
considering its size, there are many things that these creatures would have been capable of feasting on.
If it's a millipede, then that would be like detritus and rotting wood and shit.
Number 3. Gigantopithecus.
Big monkey.
This creature lived around 9 million years ago around Asia. This creature is what
Well, I mean, it lived in Asia. It lived in, like, China and stuff.
scientists believe to be the largest ape on Earth.
The
They could
biggest
grow
ape
up to 10
ever.
feet tall, and they could weigh up to 1,200 pounds.
Whoa!
They are believed to have walked on all fours the way that modern gorillas or chimpanzees do.
That's fucking
Some
crazy.
scientists believe that they walked with a bipedal or human-like locomotion.
You just said the complete opposite. Also, yeah, we got biggest ever. You just said that they walked fucking quadrupedally, like gorillas and chimpanzees do, which, hey, fair enough. But then you just said that they're fucking bipedal. Well, make up your fucking mind. Meaningless. Meaningless. Fuck you. Well, you know what? I'm gonna also say that one of those is straight up wrong, because categorically it has to be.
There's not actual proof of who is correct. The way the animal's teeth and jaws are constructed, they were able to chew very tough and fibrous foods by crushing, cutting, or grinding it down.
Yeah, that's what a lot of herbivores do.
These creatures were likely not a creature that you would want to happen upon in the jungle.
These creatures were likely not a creature.
Number 4. Andrewsarchus. Scientists believe that these animals...
Got my hands on a Spinosaurus tooth. What's the best way to present it?
Well, the Spinosaurus tooth that I got kind of just like came in its own little thing. Here, let me show you what. Let me show you. Here, let me get full screen. There you go. Can you like focus, please? Focus, please. It's on like a little pedestal inside a case here. Boop. And then you propose to a woman like this. You're just like, will you stand by a river and eat fish with me for the rest of our lives? And then she'll be like, because she's a dinosaur. But yeah. You could probably do something pretty similar to this. Just like get some, what is this? Like styrofoam. And then like a little bit of like museum putty. Just stick it there. Put it in a little box. Good to go. Easy peasy. Let me put it back. I'm gonna put it back. How's it go? The ultimate autist proposal. Back to it.
Existed between 36 and 45 million years ago. They were a giant carnivorous mammal. Based on a skull and several of the animal's bones that were found, scientists believe that this animal weighed up to 4,000 pounds. They also believe that this animal was the largest land-dwelling mammal ever.
Man, the Halo announcer went downhill after he got fired.
Yeah, no fucking kidding. Also, the largest land-dwelling mammal ever. Not carnivorous. The largest land-dwelling mammal ever. This thing was bigger than Paraceratherium. Like, why does Andrewsarchus always just become the target of such sludgery? Why Andrewsarchus? Why Andrew's orcas? Why? Why do you hate him?
Scientists don't really understand the behavioral patterns of the animal. However, they believe that they might have been omnivores or scavengers.
Fucking knew it. Fucking knew it.
Number 5. Pulmonoscorpius.
Pulmonoscorpius.
This is one of the most frightening creatures that ever existed.
It was a scorpion, but it was really big.
Its name means breathing scorpion. It is believed that this creature lived between 330 and 345 million years ago.
Whoa!
Fossils from this animal were found in Scotland, and scientists believe that it could grow up to 30 inches long.
Whoa!
Fortunately,
that's way bigger than regular scorpions. That's fucking crazy.
Creature wasn't very dangerous to humans. Scientists believe that it fed mainly on tetrapods and arthropods.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? You know we're tetrapods, right? And you know it's arthropods. So, like, you said nothing there. It ate things that were alive.
Number 6. Megalania. Megalania.
This is a Komodo dragon, but it's really fucking big.
Is a giant lizard that lived around 30,000 years ago.
Dang.
Scientists believe that it is native to southern Australia. This means that the first settlers in Australia...
Yeah, I agree. List order doesn't matter. Just... We got 20-foot long bird to centipede, which is actually a millipede. to big ape, to Andrew's orcas, big scorpion, big lizard.
May have had a few run-ins with this lizard. If someone did, it could have been extremely terrifying.
Whoa!
As they likely grew to be as long as 25 feet. If this is correct, the Megalania would be the largest terrestrial lizard to have ever existed.
Okay, so you specify terrestrial lizard, but like, for Andrewsarchus, it's the biggest fucking land mammal that's ever lived. Whatever.
Number 7, Helicoprion. This
I'll say this, he's good with the pronunciations. He's rock solid on that so far.
prehistorical creature lived between
I say that. I fucking say that. And it's prehistorical. It's just prehistoric. Okay? Prehistorical is not a word that I have ever heard used once in my entire life.
250 and 310 million years ago. This creature resembles the shark, but it has a
Resembles
terrifying
the
mouth.
shark.
Its teeth were arranged in spiral clusters called tooth whorls. They can grow up to 13 feet long, making them a creature that you would never have wanted to run into while
Okay, I think he's saying that Helicoprion could grow 13 feet long. That is a size underestimate. They were way bigger. I want to say they were like twice that big. At least as far as a lot of estimates go. So, yeah, that's just straight up wrong.
scuba diving. The very appearance of the shark alone is enough to make you drop from a heart attack.
Also, it's not a shark. It's more closely related to ratfish. But whatever.
Number 8, Entelodon.
Big pig.
This prehistoric creature was very strange looking. It was a pig-like mammal and had a very major appetite for meat. Even though it was standing
Meat and other stuff, probably.
on all fours, it was still as tall as a man. It was one of the
Even though it was standing on all fours, it was still as tall as a man? Yeah. You know giraffes stand on all four legs, right? You know elephants stand on all four legs. You know fucking sauropods stood on all four legs, right? Like, being quadrupedal does not prevent it from being tall. If anything, the tallest things that ever did were quadrupedal. Okay? Fucking hell.
most monstrous looking creatures to have ever existed.
Okay.
Scientists believe that this animal was also cannibalistic. If they could
Oh,
not
we already got cannibalism. Oh, right. No, cannibalism isn't on this one yet. Shit. I keep forgetting that.
find prey, they would prey on each other. This makes them very unique and even scarier.
No, it doesn't make them unique at all. That is a thing that most fucking carnivores do. For crying out loud. Hell, even some, like, herbivores will do that. Okay? When, like, mice and rats get their nests disturbed, they'll eat their babies and pack the fuck up and go. Because they want to get the nutrients back out of them. Mice aren't carnivores. Rats aren't carnivores. They'll still eat their babies. If they decide that they need to, like, pack up and leave. Okay? Chill.
Number 9, Animalocaris.
Big shrimp.
This sea creature was native to the Cambrian seas.
Cambrian.
Its name means abnormal shrimp, and it was closely related to ancestral arthropods. According to
Sure.
scientists, it was a predator that fed mostly on hard-bodied sea creatures.
No. More recent studies of Anomalocaris show that it was likely feeding on soft-bodied sea creatures rather than hard-bodied. But what the fuck ever at this point. That's peanuts compared to everything else we've seen.
They were easily able to spot their prey because they had 30,000 lenses in each eye.
Woo yeah, baby.
We do love the big shrimp on this channel. We do love big shrimp. We already have outdated, so that doesn't matter. Also, plenty of bugs today have compound eyes. It's not that special.
They had the most advanced eyesight of any species or creature to ever exist.
To ever exist? Maybe up until that
This
point.
is a certified hood classic. Ask narrator.
He sounds like the Ewu guy. Like a little bit, right?
Rat Home Alone would have been much darker.
Who just eating him? It's fucked up.
Guess that scene's missing in Ratatouille opening.
Big shrimp. Big shrimp. Just God. Like I'm so fucking befuddled. Like the best eyesight of anything that's ever lived ever. You know we have arthropods today that see better than mantis shrimps do, right? Or that than Anomalocaris does, because we have like mantis shrimps. Hell, even the praying mantis. Those have like pretty good eyesight for arthropods. And yeah, Anomalocaris has the best eyesight of anything that's ever lived ever. Fuck off.
Number 10, Meganura.
Wow, it's a dragonfly, but it's really fucking big. Oh, it's not actually a dragonfly, but it's really big. Really, really big.
Believed that this creature lived during the Carboniferous period.
It did.
It resembles the dragonflies that we see today. However, it was quite a bit larger. It had a wingspan of up to 26 inches. It is considered one of the largest species of flying insects to ever live on Earth. If you were to see this creature today, you wouldn't need to worry. It has a diet that consists of small amphibians and other insects.
Then why am I glad it's extinct, you fucking weenus?
Number 11, Attercopus.
Is that a
This
big
was
spider?
a relatively frightening looking creature. It resembled a spider.
Big spider! Big spider, baby! The stuff that already exists today, but it's bigger. That's like most of the list. Seabird, but bigger. Centipede, actually a millipede, but bigger. Ape, but bigger. Okay, Andrewsarchus is kind of its own thing. Scorpion, but bigger. Lizard, but bigger. The helicopter I'll give you. Pig, bigger. The pigger. The pigger from the Minecraft vote. You got to vote for its name. Anomalocaris I'll also give you. Dragonfly, but bigger. Spider, but bigger.
And had a tail that resembled scorpions. For many years, scientists believed that this was the prehistoric ancestor of the modern spider. When scientists discovered the fossil, they started to rethink their original ideas.
What the fuck?
They believe now that while this creature didn't spin webs, it may have used silk to wrap its eggs until they hatched. They also believe that this creature lived underground and burrowed walls to build their homes.
Yeah, it sounds like a spider.
Number 12, Dinosuchus. This is a terrifying creature that was related to the modern crocodile and alligator. They are believed
Well, at least
to
it's
have lived
related.
between 73 and 80 million years ago.
Sure.
While the creature looked just like today's species, they were much larger. They could
The
grow
crocodile,
up to
but bigger.
40 feet long and over 1,000 pounds. What made the creatures even more terrifying is that it had very large, sharp teeth. And
Whoa,
it was capable
more than the fact that the Dinosuchus was a big-ass crocodile, it was also a big-ass crocodile that had big-ass teeth. That's so crazy. I can't believe that this wasn't like a Stomatosuchus, where even though it was like this big-ass crocodile, it had like really comparatively tiny teeth. It's so crazy that when you exaggerate the features of like an already large predator, those are also get exaggerated. That's so fucking crazy.
of killing and eating sea turtles and even large dinosaurs.
Crazy.
Number 13, Dunkleosteus.
Dunkleosteus.
This creature lived during the late Devonian period,
Devonian,
between 360 and 380 million years ago. It was a hypercarnivorous fish. What made this creature so terrifying is its amazing size. It could grow to be 33 feet and could weigh
That's
close
still
to
too
4
big.
tons. It was a heavily armored fish, and it was a very strong swimmer. At the time, it was a very fierce predator. Just the size of its
predator.
mouth alone made it able to suck its predators in whole.
Wait, it sucked its predators in whole? You just fucked up there. You fucked up. You fucked up. It sucks. It's preying hole, not its predators, you stinky idiot.
Number 14, Spinosaurus.
Not even a Spinosaurus. That looks like a Giganotosaurus or Carcharodontosaurus.
This creature was bigger than the T-Rex. The
T-Rex comparison. That's a bingo, baby. That's a baby bingo. That's a bingo. That's a bingo. Woohoo!
well-known and feared dinosaur. It was a carnivorous dinosaur, and it could grow to be 59 feet tall and weigh...
That's a mixed up measurement! Oh, we love to see it. Not 59 feet tall, that's the fucking Monsters Resurrected Spinosaurus, probably. I don't even think it was 59 feet long. I think that's still too much. Probably like 50 feet flat, more like. I think this predates... Yeah, this was 9 years ago. This predates generative AI, unfortunately. And yet it's still so bad. Footage with no narration doesn't seem to be this video style. I don't think we're going to get that. Hell, I don't even think we're going to get like and subscribe or else.
Up to 10 tons. This creature ate fish, turtles, and other dinosaurs. If this creature were still alive today, chances are the human population would become extinct.
If Spinosaurus was still alive today, it would wipe out all of humanity. Sure. Why not? Why not?
Number 15. Smilodon.
Smilodon.
This creature lived in North and South America around 2.5 million years ago. It lived during the Pleistocene epoch period. It is the best known example of the saber-toothed cat. It had extremely large and sharp upper canines, which made it very easy to catch and eat its prey. It had very well-developed forelimbs and could weigh as much as 900 pounds. It is the last thing you would want to happen upon if you were walking through a field. Number 16. Quetzalcoatlus.
Quetzalcoatlus.
This creature was one of the largest creatures ever to fly, with a wingspan of up to 40 feet. The size and mass of the birds were extremely huge.
Birds? They're not birds, they're pterosaurs. That's a completely different thing. You fuck ass. God damn it. It's completely different. It's not a bird.
There was no creature that shared a similar size or body plan back then.
What about all the other Asdarkid pterosaurs?
And there is still no other creature that shares it today.
At this point, we need, if this lives today, on the bingo board.
I'm honestly considering it because, like, they do this shit all the fucking time. Like, if this thing was still alive today, you could forget about picnics because they'll just fucking slaughter you and eat you. Because, you know how we have lions and bears and shit today, but we still go on picnics and we don't get eaten all the time? Well, shut up, idiot. Stinky.
Of all its unusual characteristics, its long, very stiff neck made it the most unique.
Again, this is just like all other Asdarkid pterosaurs were like this.
Number 17.
Come on! Come on! You're fucking with me.
Someday, someone will make a top X animals you wished didn't go extinct.
I could make that list. And you know who would be number one on that list? Fucking Hallucigenia. Please. Do continue. Like, this was 9 years ago. There's no way he's gonna mention Attack on Titan, unfortunately.
Hallucigenia. Scientists decided on the name Hallucigenia because the creatures are so strange and they look like something from a dream, almost like a hallucination.
Sure.
It was a worm-like creature which was around 2 inches long. Its head did not have any sensory organs like nose or eyes.
Like nose
it has
or
testicles on each.
Wait.
Any sensory organs like nose or eyes. It has testicles on each side of its body and 3 sets of tentacles behind the testicles.
Testicles. What? Testicles. What? Testicles. Is he supposed to be talking about the testicles? Yeah, we got a new thumbnail bait. The testicles of the hallucigenia. Is that... There's no way that's real. We're gonna be talking about the testicles! Do you think that's funny, butthead? Do you find it amusing that we'll be talking about the testicles? I gotta look it up. Nope. Nothing about any tests.
Number 18. Short-faced bear.
Bear but big.
This bear could be found in North America during the Pleistocene period around 11,000 years ago. He is the most recent creature on our list. His
Bear but
size
big.
showed that he truly was prehistoric. When standing on his hind legs, he
Bear but big.
could be 12 feet tall. His arms could reach out to 14 vertical feet. The weight...
His arms could reach out to Wait. Okay, so when he's... What you're saying is, when he's standing up and then he reaches his arms up into the air, that's 14 feet, right? I'm pretty sure that's what you're saying here. Why vertical feet? You say that like it's a unique unit of measurement. You should say that it's like 14 feet tall. Or does he have 14-foot long extendo arms to grab you with?
estimation of this bear is over 3,000
The Zoo Tycoon 2 short-faced bear! Man, that's a blast from the past. We should play Zoo Tycoon 2 instead of watching this crap.
pounds. Number 19, Titanoboa.
Wow.
This horrifying creature lived between
Snake but
58
bigger.
and 60 million years ago. It is the longest, largest, and heaviest snake to ever be discovered.
Big snake.
Scientists believe that this snake could grow up to 42 feet and weigh over 2,500 pounds.
Big snake.
It had the ability to crush and devour giant crocodiles
Yes.
and turtles.
That's it.
Searching for a snake that's a little big.
I got a snake that's little. I got a little snake. He's not very big. Oh my god, that was just tedious to get through more than anything. Glad the next time on Dragon Ball Z guy found work. Take a shot every time he says scientists believe. 97% of the video, creature believe ever existed. Alright, well that was fucking agonizing. So let's try this fellow, Mr. Matthew Santoro. I understand that you're just a regular guy. It got recommended. Nothing against you personally, although you creep me out a little bit. I'm just gonna say it. Oh.
That was a raptor. So if you ask someone...
Hold on. That was not a raptor because you have two fingers there. That was a Tyrannosaur. You're getting your animals mixed up. That counts.
That was a raptor. So
Wasn't
if
a
you
raptor.
ask someone to name one dinosaur, they'd probably either say a T-Rex, a raptor, or a Stegosaurus. And
What about Triceratops? That's up there.
because those are the ones that we learn about in school and see in movies like Jurassic Park. But the reason that they use those dinosaurs and not the lesser known dinosaurs isn't because they're more fun, it's because some of the lesser known dinosaurs are just so weird that some people might not believe they actually existed. So
No, I think that's just because of like... Well, most people just get their dinosaur information from Jurassic Park. Like, I want to say most people don't go to like museums, and even then... Museums are going to want to show the popular stuff. You don't go to a museum, it's just like, oh man, I really hope they've got like an Incisivosaurus here. You know what I'm saying?
Well, this week I gathered the most bizarre ones to share with you guys. So here they are, the 10 weirdest dinosaurs you never knew existed. Number 1 is the Pegomastax. Well, doesn't he look friendly? The Pegomastax was a tiny herbivore that
I'm pretty sure that's like a heterodontosaur dinosaur. But hey, at least that's a weird one. So that's fine.
Measured only 2 feet long that existed during the Jurassic period. It had a beak, razor-sharp teeth that sharpened themselves against each other, in a body covered in quills. Apparently the quills were there to intimidate predators, as if it wasn't enough that it looks like the demonic offspring of a parrot and a porcupine.
Well, the fact that it was 2 feet long probably meant that it needed some other form of defense. Assuming that is the case, with quill structures like this, you can never really be too sure. The same goes for like the quill structures that are found on like small ceratopsians like Psittacosaurus, right? We're not super sure what the purpose is. Maybe they're for display. Maybe they could be a form of defense or intimidation or something like that. So yeah.
What's interesting is that it was discovered 50 years ago, but it was only identified 2 years ago, which means one of two things. Either it legitimately took them 48 years to identify its remains, or it really only took them 2 months, and just no one wanted to go around this thing for the rest of that time.
Okay, so paleontology, right? Yes, it could absolutely have taken them like 48 years to bother describing this thing, because a lot of times these fossils would just sit around inside of shelves, inside a museum, and like people have, there's only so many paleontologists around, and there's so many fossil specimens that could be diagnostic, or could be completely new species or new genre or anything like that, and it just takes a fucking while to get to these. Where exactly was Pegomastax discovered? South Africa, I thought so. So yeah, the fact that this is an African species especially, just like, fuck, man. Not a lot of resources, I think, going into, like, African paleontology as far as I'm super aware. Like, that's changed in recent years, but even then, that's mostly, like, North African stuff. Like, everything around the Kem beds with, like, Spinosaurus and all that shit. There's not a lot of resources going into this sort of thing. Like, there's rather famous fossils that have gone still basically undescribed for decades. Just decades, right? Like the one Oviraptorosaur skull that like pretty much all reconstructions of Oviraptor are based on, completely undescribed. Like, we don't know what dinosaur to attribute that skull to, even though it is so famous and like so like well understood that like all reconstructions of Oviraptor are based on this one fucking skull, even though it's not attributed to Oviraptor itself. That's just one example, right? There's so many fucking fossils that just that they just haven't gotten around to yet. Mostly because, like, you know, a lot of paleontologists will have their own area of interest. They'll have their own, like, area of expertise. So it's not like, oh, a South African heterodontosaur? Dude, I fucking got you there, man. Like, a lot of people are working on, like, tyrannosaurs and dromaeosaurs and shit like that. Or not even working on dinosaurs at all. Maybe they're working on mosasaurs. Maybe they're working on, like, mammals and shit like that. Who knows? Like, everyone has their own area of expertise, and there's only so many paleontologists to go around. There's only so much funding to go around in order to, like, actually fund shit like this. So, yeah, it's completely reasonable to assume that this was, like, sitting around for 48 years before it got a proper description. And yeah, there's potentially really important fossils that have, like, yet to be described or, like, given a proper once-over. There's the Kenyan giant Abelisaur. There's that fuck-off big amphibian we talked about last time. Like, there's really interesting and important fossils that have just yet to be given a proper description yet, even though a lot of people really want to see it.
I mean, really, could you blame them? Damn. Number 2 is the Linonicus. The Linonicus was a small dinosaur that existed during the late...
Oh my god, I remember one of the Sludge videos we watched, like, way back in the day talked about this guy, didn't he? Oh, man. Like this tiny little Alvarosaurid that could like fight off T-Rex or something like that.
Cretaceous period and was only a few feet in length. It's not of the bird family despite its look and is best known for a weird feature, which is having freakishly short arms that have these weird little claws at the end of them.
Yeah, that's pretty typical for Alvarosauros.
Not only do they appear to serve no purpose at all, but they're just ridiculous looking. I mean, the T-Rex had short arms, but at least he had hands. This thing's just got weird little nubs. It doesn't even appear to have a...
I'm sure that the forearms of Alvarosauros had some function. I know that in Prehistoric Planet, the forearms of Mononychus were depicted as being able to like kind of dig into like rotting wood and termite mounds and stuff like that so that the Mononychus could like get at the insects inside. I think they technically have hands. It's just like all of their fingers except for one are reduced. They do kind of look like they have spiky nipples. You're right about that.
A defense mechanism, which is weird because look at it, you know it got picked on. I wonder how it defended itself. Oh, you want to take me on? Come on, I'll get you. Number 3 is the...
Okay, that aside, also not a dinosaur, so that's misleading video title and correct taxonomy. They probably just ran away and like hid in small spaces because they were small and fast. Like, if we're gonna be talking about Tier Zoo, then this is something that we gotta talk about, is like the fact that some dinosaurs don't have like an obvious defense mechanism like for fighting doesn't mean that they were like completely helpless. You know what I mean? They would have just like ran away. And there's nothing wrong with that. Some animals are really, really good at running the fuck away from stuff. And they, like, get by just on that, pretty much. Like, pronghorns, as far as I'm aware, here in North America, are ridiculously fast animals. So, they don't gotta worry about anything. They just run the fuck away from stuff.
It's always giving the bird.
It could be, yeah, like horses. Horses are always flipping you off. Because, like, the one finger that they have left, that's derived from the middle finger.
Dr. Ben donated $1. I unironically gain way more info from you dissecting these videos bit for bit. Like, goddamn, fish is an actual paleontology head.
I try to be. Oh yeah, I guess that is a T-Rex comparison, huh? I try to be. There's some stuff that I'm still not much of an expert on, but, like, there's also some stuff that paleontologists aren't experts on just because that's not their area of expertise, so it is what it is. It's a whole situation. But yeah, let's hear what he says about longest guama. Wait, longest guandma. Wait, what were the other one? The Linitis, the Pegelmaster. Are these, did he do this on purpose? Because this is funnier than any of his, like, little physical comedy bits that he's done. The longest grandma and the Pegelmaster. That's funny. Stick with that.
Longest guama. The longest guama is a small lizard-like reptile from the Triassic period. The Triassic period was the scariest time to be a small dinosaur because of the sheer number of dangerously huge carnivores that existed during that.
What? Okay, first of all, you just said this is a lizard-like reptile, which also isn't correct. It's some other third thing.
3,904 long guanma.
The mile-long guanma. But yeah, it's some other third shit, and we don't even know what the side effects are yet. And also, I wouldn't even say that the Triassic is the scariest time to be a small dinosaur. Just because, like, dude, there were way bigger, scarier dinosaurs later on that you could, like, during the Jurassic, right? When you had Allosaurus and Torvosaurus and Ceratosaurus and shit running around, there were still small dinosaurs. You could still be like a little Ornitholestes or a Solorus or some shit like that. And you still gotta deal with big-ass motherfuckers. Like, you don't gotta deal with a Saurasuchus.
Are you saying Pegomastics would be able to peg me?
Stop. What is wrong with you? Don't, that's weird. That's weird. Thank you for the $2. That's weird. But like something like Saurasuchus or Fasolasuchus would be the worst thing that you have to worry about in the Triassic, right? even the longest Kwama was predating the dinosaurs, but he's saying the small dinosaurs.
Time. The advantage to being small is that you could hide, which really isn't an option when you've got 7 to 8 colorful appendages sticking out of your back that just scream, "Hey, come and eat me!" What's cool is that these appendages are believed—
Well, I mean, they probably would have been climbing trees and stuff out of reach of, you know, the Pseudosuchians and probably like early dinosauromorphs that were walking around during like the mid-early Triassic. I want to say like mid-Triassic is when longest Kwama was around. So yeah, they probably would have just been up in trees and stuff. That would be my guess.
To be primitive feathers, suggesting that the longest Kwama could actually be a close relative of birds. But of course, we'll never know.
That's still that is somewhat true. As far as I'm aware, Drepanosaurs, which longest Kwama falls under, are now considered to be like kind of Archosaur offshoots or like closely related to Archosaurs. So close relatives of birds is a fine statement. That's totally fine. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, these structures aren't feathers. They're like they're a secret third thing, and we don't know what the side effects are yet. Did Drepanosaurs get? I'm looking it up. I'm pretty sure. Neodiapsidia. Okay, well there are diapsids at least, so that's something. I thought that they were like. Nah, they're still disputed. Some are considering them archosaurs. Some are considering them just like not related to anything. Okay. So we'll figure it out one of these days, maybe, hopefully.
Seeing as how very few intact fossils there are of these things. I mean, they did get eaten a lot. They basically look like a walking fruit salad. Number 4.
What? Huh? You're saying that we didn't get a lot of fossils of these things because they got eaten a lot. No, that's supposedly because Triassic deposits aren't super common at all. So, yeah.
4 is the Gigantoraptor. The Gigantoraptor existed during the Cretaceous period and was one of, if not the biggest bird of all time.
It's not a bird. It's a dinosaur. All birds are dinosaurs, but not all dinosaurs are birds, and this one was not a bird. This was an Oviraptorosaur. They're very bird-like. They're very closely related to birds, but they're not birds.
16 feet tall, 26 feet in length, weighed 2 tons, and was most likely covered in colorful feathers. Scientists are baffled by what its diet could have been because it had no teeth, a small head, and a long neck, which is common of herbivores, but it also had 2 enormous sharp claws, which are common of carnivores.
Wait, 2 claws? Did you like... Why does it only have 2... Why does it only have 1 finger here? That's not typical of Oviraptorosaurs at all. Like, Oviraptorosaurs have 3 fingers. You make it look like this thing is a giant Alvarosaurid. It's very strange.
Personally, I have no idea. All I know is this thing looks like the world's biggest and angriest chicken. It's gonna peck at my nightmares. Number 5 is the Mamincosaurus. The Mamincosaurus was a species of dinosaur that...
I'm gonna count that as a weird pronunciation. That was just, like, Mamincosaurus? Or... How'd you pronounce it?
My nightmares. Number 5 is the Mamincosaurus.
Mamincosaurus. Yeah, that's just weird. Like Mamenchisaurus. It's not hard.
The Mamincosaurus was a species...
Yeah, and Mamicosaurus? Like, that's just all wrong.
Dinosaur that existed during the Mesozoic era that was most famous for their long necks.
Okay, all non-avian dinosaurs existed in the Mesozoic era. That is a meaningless statement. This was living in like the middle Triassic of China. I want to say middle to late Triassic, but that's also because Mamenchisaurus is kind of a wastebasket taxon, because like there's a bunch of fucking Chinese sauropods that have been ascribed to Mamenchisaurus that exist kind of all throughout the middle to late Jurassic. Did I not say Jurassic? Did I say Cretaceous? Again, I swear to God, that's not the first time that I've made that mistake with Mamenchisaurus in particular. I meant Jurassic, if I did say something else. But yeah, I said Triassic? I'll listen back to it when I do the edit. I swear to God I said Jurassic, but whatever. Like, oh my God, fish stick on a stick misspoke something. Imagine the horrors. But yeah, this is like a middle to late Jurassic, not Triassic. Maybe it's because we were just talking about the Triassic with Longus Quama. But yeah, this is a bit of a wastebasket taxon. Senior who studied the time of Mentisaur, the phylogeny is a nightmare. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all. These guys are kind of all over the place.
The really, really long necks. Making up more than half of their total body length, their necks evolved to 35 to 40 feet long. As you could imagine, this was a problem for them because
oh my god, it's the Lost World concept art Mamenchisaurus. Damn, that's crazy.
They had trouble keeping their own damn heads up. It couldn't even hold its head in the treetops because it would pass out as its heart would have trouble pumping blood 40 feet in the air.
Isn't that like an old myth about sauropods? When was this video? 11 years ago. Oh my goodness. Fuck, dude. You want me to fact check if something's outdated from 2014? Shit, man. I mean, like, I know that the consensus has gone back and forth.
Compared to Detroit Tops and the Halo announcer, this is a work of art.
I may have to agree. But the consensus has gone back and forth on like just sauropod and neck articulation, because like back in the 90s and Walking with Dinosaurs, you kind of had the Diplodocus with their necks very horizontally laid out, and the idea is that they would be like kind of browsing for low vegetation. But now the idea has kind of flipped back to sauropods were holding their necks up high, which is probably the more likely scenario, especially just because like they evolved these long ass necks for a reason, right? And that's probably just like to, you know, graze on high plant matter, and especially as the trees kept getting taller and taller, like they were sort of in a biological warfare, the sauropods and the, like, you know, the tall plants, whether or not they were trees. Some of them were trees, some of them weren't. Some of them were like giant ass horsetails, I want to say. And it's like they just kept getting taller and taller, and the sauropods are just like, fuck, dude, our necks got to get longer and longer. Yeah, a neck arms race. That's the best way to put it.
This thing's like a badass giraffe on steroids.
Soma Minkosaurus.
Number 6 is the J-Holopterus.
Also not a dinosaur, that is a pterosaur in Anuargnathid.
Biological neck race.
Yes. Not an arms race, a neck race. That's when you just gotta like stretch your neck out as long as humanly possible.
J-Holopterus existed during the Mesozoic era and has a face that might remind you of a cute little kitty until you find out what it does. Actually, do we have a more representative picture? Oh yeah, there you go.
Well, that's just a less accurate picture. That looks a lot more like the Walking with Dinosaurs Anuargnathus, when Anuargnathids were way weirder than that. They almost looked like little fuzzy frogs, if I had to like compare them to anything, with these like super wide mouths and like big ass eyes. They were like if frogs were bats. That's what Anuargnathids were like. Like having the super like tiny head, that's not what they looked like at all. And like, you got J-Holopterus here, man. This is like one of the best preserved pterosaurs of all fucking time. And that's the representation that you choose to go for it. Hold on, it's J-Holopterus, not J-Hel. I always misspell it. Like, yeah, you can look at the fossil right here, and you can see that the head shape is like, the head is about as wide as like almost the shoulders. Like again, these would have looked like tiny little bat frogs, not like whatever this is. That's just not accurate at all.
There you go. This dinosaur was the Jurassic equivalent
Not a dinosaur, it's a pterosaur.
of a vampire bat which flew around biting larger dinosaurs and drinking their blood.
Okay, you got the bat thing right, but these would have been like the vast majority of other bats, where they're flying around at night using their big ass eyes in order to see in low light conditions in order to hunt small insects. That's from David Peters. Of fucking course it is. Fucking course it is. David Peters with his weird ass ideas on pterosaurs. Fucking figures.
They had sharp double-fanged jaws and were just over half a foot long, meaning
No, their mouths were full of like pretty, I want to say like uniformly sharp teeth, not like with two fangs like vampire bats have, which even then, vampire bat teeth are weird. Could we like, yeah, they kind of got a whole weird little setup going on here. Like they got the two up at the front there, and I think that's for the scraping portion of the scrape and lick method.
David Peters, of course, my nemesis.
Yeah, if you don't know, David Peters is kind of like the, he's kind of like the Gregory S. Paul of pterosaurs. Which is to say, like, he's got some weird ideas. Yeah, Dracula don't suck. Dracula scrape and then lick out the poison. Scrape and lick. Blah. Scrape and lick. Blah. That's how vampire bats do. They cut open a little hole, and then they just kind of lick out all the blood that comes out.
They were light enough to attach undetected to most dinosaurs as they sucked the life out of them. Now I know dinosaurs don't have a concept of evil, but the J-Holopterus is as close as you're going to get. I mean...
This tiny, adorable little frog bat creature, and it's just like, this is evil. Evil. It's like Dracula, blah, scrape and lick, blah.
Look at that eyeball. He's staring into your soul.
You're staring into my soul.
Number 7 is the Suzusaurus. The Suzusaurus is from the early Cretaceous period.
Okay, so it's a therizinosaur.
And is actually a relative of the T-Rex despite being an herbivore and looking like a giant rat. It had a body...
Like a giant rat? What rats do you know with long necks and tiny heads and giant fucking claws? There's evil afoot. Evil! Evil! Does that count as no commentary, only sound effects? Oh, fuck it, right? Yeah, it's just a therizinosaur. We already got T-Rex comparison. It seems pretty standard for therizinosaurs. Normally they go with like Suzusaurus, Jolodontidae. Good.
Body length of 20 feet, a height of 10 feet, and a weight of 1.3 tons. It has a bizarre furry body that's been compared to the Megatherium, which was a giant ground sloth. This is...
Sure, they did have conversion evolution there.
Thank you for reigniting my love of dinosaurs, fish.
I am happy to have done that, because, like, that's... I had that done for me in my adult life, when it's just like, wait a minute, I'm not in high school anymore. People can't make fun of me for this anymore. Go fuck yourselves. And now here I am, making a living off of it. But yeah, like, giant ground sloths and therizinosaurs, they had very similar ecologies. They would have been doing basically the same thing. So that's a fine comparison, even if they're not related.
Yet again, one of those evolutionary mysteries. I mean, how do the genes of the mighty T-Rex turn into a plant-eating sloth-bodied dinosaur?
They don't. Oh god, people really don't fucking get how evolution works. It's so frustrating to have to explain this, because you gotta go to the basics of evolution. Like, do I open up fucking MS Paint and draw like a tree for you? Is that what I gotta do here? Do I have to become fucking pirate software and just like start drawing shit in MS Paint and talk about how I used to work at Blizzard? You know what? We're gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking do it. Let's see. There's a window capture, yeah. What? Hello.
Hey everybody, this nerd likes dinosaurs.
No!
Ha ha ha.
No! It's not true! What? Properties. There we go. Hold up. I don't know why that happened. Can I, like... It's not even letting me capture a paint window. That sucks. What the hell? Is there like an in-browser paint I can do? Paint browser. JS Paint. Oh, perfect. Okay. That works out fantastically, actually. God, this is old ass paint. I remember using this in like fucking elementary school and shit. Whatever. Okay. So, I can't like center the text properly. So, you got Celerisauria here, right? Let me bold and big this. I'm gonna bigonate this shit. This is like the basic branch that like a lot of the a lot of more derived theropods ended up branching off from. And then
Quick fish. To the pterosaur histories and bingo.
I don't know. I think we're good on bingo. Thank you for the $2 dues. So it's not like all of these are just at the same time, right? Like you got the therizinosaurs over here. You got like let's say dromaeosaurs and right? And also there, birds.
I meant heresies fuck.
You gotta donate $2 just to correct your mistake. My teeth look like they're going through a divorce. So anyway, it's not like all of these are exactly the same at like the same time, right? And like T-Rex is going over to like evolve into therizinosaurs. That's not what's happening here.
Do a video specifically about extinct bugs, inverts, arthropods.
Maybe. We'll see about that. What's happening is that the Coelurosaurs here, like, all share a common ancestor. And then that branches off into all of these different clades over time. Yeah, I'm getting a shitload of donations today. It's crazy. That's what's going on here. And then all of these branch off into their own different, like, genre. So you got, like, the Therizinosaurus, you got Erlikosaurus. We can, like... No, not big. Shrink. Small. We want small. But yeah, you got, like, Therizinosaurus and Erlikosaurus and Bapiosaurus. It's like that. It's not like T-Rex is over here just going like, oh, I guess I'm going to become a Therizinosaur now. That's not how it works. Yeah, this is super basic cladistics, and people hear that like, you know, T-Rex's closest living relative is a fucking chicken, right? And they think like, oh, I'm T-Rex, I go to become chicken now. No. They just like share common ancestry. That's it. Hold on, I'll red circle it because this is a YouTube video. They share common ancestry back here. That's what it is. And yes, that is how you can also explain that phylogenetically we're all fish. Because you have... Let's see, fucking... Once again, in Biggin. That is Tetrapoda. That is our common ancestry. That leads to... We got ray-finned fish. And lobe-finned fish. And these are just kind of like, you know, a lot of the basic fish that you see today. And lobe-finned fish branch off into a few things.
Every time someone messes their taxonomy, an angle explodes in a nuclear explosion.
An angle explodes, like this one. And it's just like... We gotta have, like, the mushroom cloud. But yeah, I guess vertebrates should be at the base. Or whatever. But then these, like, split off into a bunch of different shit. Like, got your amphibians, you got your tiktaalik, and then that branches off into humans. And look at that. Look at what it was all along. Man. And this line down here is his giant Weenor. There you go. Oh, you're right. I got this completely backwards. I'm fucking stupid. Yeah, I got it completely fucking backwards. Okay, so... Fuck. So you got vertebrates. And then those split off into ray-finned fish and lobe-finned fish. And also cartilaginous fish as well. Those are in there. It's sharks and rays. Welcome to the membership. Greatly appreciated. So yeah, that's all cartilaginous fish. That's sharks and rays, and also, like, you know, ratfish and helicopteron and stuff like that. Ray-finned fish, that's like, you know, your goldfish and your tuna fish and stuff like that. Lobe-finned fish, the only living examples of these today that I think we have are like coelacanths, if I'm not mistaken. But like these ended up like branching off into like some lobe-finned fish that ended up being like basically an evolutionary dead end, and then also like stuff like coelacanths. Welcome also to the membership. Lungfish are lobe-finned fish too? Huh. Did not know that. So like dead ends, lungfish and coelacanths. I don't know if I'm spelling that correctly, but whatever. And then you got tetrapods. And that's where all of us come from. Because that branches off into, like, amphibians and shit. And those branch off into reptiles. And then reptiles branch off into mammals. Fuck, I can spell. I mean, like, technically reptiles branch off into, like, therapsids, and then those branch off into mammals, but we could be here all day if we're just going down the list of whatever it is that evolves into people. The point is, it all leads back here. So technically, if you want to go all the way back, because you can't evolve out of a clade is the thing. So because we go all the way back here to lobe-finned fish, everything that falls under the tetrapod line, which includes amphibians, reptiles, and eventually mammals, all of that is fish. That is how that works. That is how that gets explained. Anyway, let's continue.
Unless Mama T-Rex was sleeping around, she obviously had a thing for them giant ground sloths, you know what I'm saying? But then again, who doesn't? Number 8 is the
Anyway, let's continue.
Incisivsaurus. Well, here's an evolutionary reject. The Incisivsaurus was a small omnivorous dinosaur with a body length of less than 3 feet that existed during the early Cretaceous period. It had the face of a raptor, the buck teeth of
No, it had the face of an oviraptorosaur because that's what it was.
a rodent, the body of an ostrich, and the hands and feet of a chicken.
No, it had It had the body of an Oviraptorosaur, it just had weird teeth.
So yeah, it isn't winning any beauty contests anytime soon. It got its name due to its prominent front teeth, but let's be honest, based on the look on its face, I think the Derposaurus would have been a more appropriate title. I'm a dinosaur! Number 9 is the Charovipteryx. The Charovipteryx exists.
That's... Guys, I got a great idea. I'm gonna put... Guys, listen. Listen, this is a great idea ever. Guys, I'm gonna put wings... Guys, listen. I'm gonna put wings on my back legs. Also not a dinosaur, just one of those weird Triassic goobers. He's just a fucking goofball and I love him. But not a dinosaur.
Existed during the middle to late Triassic period and is so weird looking that it almost seems like an evolutionary mistake. It's the only glider that evolved a membrane on its pelvis instead of its pectoral girdle, which is just a fancy way of saying it grew wings on its legs instead of its arms. It's a lizard-like reptile that fed on insects as it glided from tree to tree. It sped up or slowed down depending on how it positioned its tail, which is cool, but I'm more interested in how it walked. My bet is that considering how long its legs are, it was probably the hunchback of the dinosaurs.
Sanctuary!
And finally, number
Okay. What?
10, the Helicoprion, also known as whorl sharks.
That's not a dinosaur even remotely a little bit.
The Helicoprion were a shark-like fish that existed during the Permian period. Unlike modern sharks that have serrated teeth that fall out and are replaced by new ones, the Helicoprion's new teeth simply pushed old teeth forward, which continuously extended its jaw.
Oh my god, so it's the fucking black hole world, because of course it is. Yeah, not even a reptile, not even a tetrapod. You can't make any excuses for this shit.
Interestingly, they actually survived the Permian-Triassic extinction event.
Oh my god, is this where they all fucking got it from? No fucking way! It was you all along, because you weren't fucking corrupted by AI. You weren't. You just got that wrong, and now, years later, we are still fucking getting AI videos that are saying that Helicoprion survived the Permian-Triassic mass extinction event. Motherfucker! Oh, it was you all along! You are the sludge arch enemy! It was you! I don't even know who you are, but it was you all along! It's another fucking Elasmosaurus! Christ on a stick!
And however, they eventually died off with the rest of the dinosaurs. Well, I'm just...
They didn't die off with the...
glad this evolutionary trait didn't pass on to modern day sharks, because trips to the aquarium as a kid would be a lot less fun and a...
There's this cool ass artwork of Charovipteryx as an anime girl.
I hate that I know what you're talking about. I think someone quote tweeted that at Rick Raptor.
A lot more scary. And there's the beach. And the movie Jaws. It would just screw up a lot of stuff. And that's it for this video, guys. If you enjoyed it, you should definitely check out my friend's
Hold on. Inside of a saurus is inside of a source. I think we found our inside of our own source. Also, this outro is very long. Yeah, anyway, Lord Almighty. Just... Hold on. Okay, so... 1, not a dinosaur. 2, not a dinosaur. 3, not a dinosaur. 4, not a dinosaur. 4 out of 10 are not dinosaurs. Helicoprion's not even fucking close. Not even a little bit. Dear God. That was just bad. Like the 10 weirdest dinosaurs that you never knew existed. Maybe people didn't know about these dinosaurs because they're not fucking dinosaurs. Just... fuck off. Highly outdated and incorrect. I mean, he made plenty of meaningless statements. Yeah, that was rough. That was really, 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 really rough. Lord Almighty. Yeah, fucking... sheesh. The weirdest dinosaur is the Matthew Santosaurus with the whitest teeth in the known universe. Even these guys are commenting on it. Also, can the sun not be in my fucking eyes? Please? Yeah, okay, so we've gone through all the suggestions that we've had. Like, look at this. That is right in my fucking eyes. Ow. I gotta like slouch here just to keep the sun out of my eyes. Or I should get some curtains. Can I like, seriously, can I do something about this? Because it's so annoying. That's not it. Did that work? Okay, that worked. Cool. Cool. That worked. Do we do an animal ranking hub? Oh. Alright, what do these fuckers have? What do they got? It was Lance's birthday yesterday. Okay, this guy really fucking loves making Titanoboa fight stuff. It fights the Kraken, it fights prehistoric humans, the mammoths, the only 3 animals that could fight Titanoboa. Versus Spinosaurus, versus Sarcosuchus, versus Purosaurus. Why nothing could survive the Titanoboa, not even an anaconda. Nothing could survive Titanoboa, not even a smaller version of Titanoboa. This guy is hyping the fuck out of Titanoboa. Like, good God. 10 animals that could kill Megalodon. Is that all prehistoric, or is he's gonna say that like orcas could do it? Largest herbivores of all time. Axolotl, the adorable animal that refuses to die. That's why they're critically endangered. Okay, that's everything. Strongest animals that ruled prehistoric Earth. I don't think we've seen this one. Titanoboa handing you an anaconda. That's a little version of me, Alan. I want you to have it. I don't really want this. It's not the one with the shock. I don't know. I'm kind of vibing with this one. But let's double check and make sure I'm not missing anything good. We had the biggest. No, we didn't do this one. We did like the most recent one. And there is also the top 10 monsters that could kill Titanoboa. What are we thinking? Like strongest animals in general, or top 10 things that could kill Titanoboa? Yeah, Lance, you subjected us to this garbage. It was your birthday. You pick one. They all sound so awful. Like, we really just want to get it over with. All right, top 10 strongest.
Forget lions and tigers. Those predators
Oh yeah, by the way, there we go. Easy.
are nothing compared to the monsters that once ruled our planet. Millions of years ago, Earth was a battlefield, a savage arena where survival meant crushing, tearing, and dominating in ways we can barely imagine today. Titans, the size of skyscrapers, thundered across vast plains.
No, okay, whatever. Nothing's the size of a skyscraper.
Oceans were stalked by predators longer than buses, and jungles hid serpents so massive they could squeeze the life out of crocodiles with ease.
Wow, I wonder if he's talking about Titanoboa.
Welcome to Animal Ranking Hub, where we uncover the most powerful creatures nature has ever created.
I love these guys just glitching out over here. They're fucking glitches in the Matrix.
Today, we journey back in time to meet the prehistoric titans, beasts so fearsome and so unstoppable that even the great predators of today look like toys beside them.
God.
In this video,
how many times
you'll
have we heard that
discover
one
the
before?
true power of these ancient monsters, how they lived, how they hunted, and how they ruled entire ecosystems as if they were kings of their own worlds.
Wow.
By the end, you'll see just how terrifyingly strong nature can be when survival is the only law.
Uh-huh.
So if you think a lion is powerful or a great white shark is deadly,
Okay, repeating yourself.
prepare to have your imagination shattered. This is
If you think these things that are deadly, then you're about to be proven wrong because things can be more deadly.
Do you think Fish is behind one of the channels he revies?
No, I don't have nearly enough time to actually bother with all this crap on top of everything else that I do.
This is the story of the Earth's original warlords.
Of course.
The titans of prehistory.
Of course.
And before we begin, don't forget to subscribe to Animal
I thought he was gonna like advertise an AI generated game right here. Like, don't forget to check out today's sponsor, the battlefield of Prehistoric Earth.
Ranking Hub, so you never miss another epic journey into the most powerful animals ever to walk, fly, or swim on our planet. Millions of years ago, Earth was nothing like the safe, familiar home we know today. It was a planet in chaos, untamed, raw, and violent.
Get on with it.
Volcanoes erupted without mercy, spewing fire and ash that blackened the skies.
Get on with
Earthquakes
it.
shattered the land.
Also, we have volcanoes today and earthquakes today. Those things happen today. Go to Indonesia.
Reshaping continents in a single day. Dense jungles
Reshaping continents in a single day. Was fucking Groudon out there?
covered vast stretches of the globe, their shadows hiding predators unlike anything modern eyes have ever seen.
Yes, because the jungle is so safe today.
The oceans, deep and uncharted, were alive with monsters.
Oh my God, we
Imagine
get it.
waters where shadows the size of buses moved silently
You said that already.
beneath the surface, ready to strike at anything that dared to swim. Imagine
You said
skies filled
that.
with reptilian wingspans wider than airplanes,
Oh my
casting
God.
shadows over terrified prey below.
Get
This was not a
on
world
with
of balance
it.
or harmony. This was a world of war. Every corner of Earth was a battlefield.
Yes, because things were big and ate stuff back then. This wasn't like nature. This was wrong. It was like war. It was
Survival wasn't about being fast, smart, or cunning. It was about being powerful. The strongest
I
jaws,
get it.
the thickest armor,
I get
the
it.
deadliest ambush tactics. These were the weapons
Dragons.
of survival. And
Dragons.
unlike today, where lions, tigers, and sharks dominate relative
Oh my fucking God, we're 2.5 minutes in and you've said nothing. You've said fucking nothing.
That's the Animal Ranking Hub I remember.
Oh God, haven't we all missed it? Haven't we all missed these fuckers? I'm so glad that you've subjected us to this, Lance.
peaceful ecosystems. Prehistoric Earth was an arms race without end.
Yeah, fucking today's relatively peaceful ecosystems. Don't look up footage of an orca hunt, by the way.
The predators grew bigger, the prey grew stronger.
Oh my
Every
God, we get
adaptation
it.
Pushed nature toward greater extremes of size, power, and brutality. In this
Animal
brutal
Yapping
arena,
Hub.
only
God.
the most powerful reigned supreme.
We get it.
Towering giants that shook the ground with every step.
We get
Predators so
it.
terrifying they could paralyze prey with a single glance. The ancient world
We
was ruled
get
not
it.
by mercy, but by raw force.
Shut up.
This is where our story begins. On
Our story begins 3 fucking minutes into the video.
Earth's greatest battlefield, where titans clashed and legends were born. And now we're about to meet them, face to face.
Now we're about to meet them. Great. That's fucking spectacular.
Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Tyrant King. When you picture the ultimate predator, there
When you picture the ultimate predator, you picture a herd of peaceful herbivores in a scene from Disney's Dinosaur.
There's one name that dominates: Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Uh-huh.
The tyrant lizard king wasn't just a
You already
dinosaur.
said this. You already said this. You already said all of this. I hate you so fucking much.
It was a force of nature, a living embodiment of power and fear. At nearly
It wasn't just a dinosaur. It was a really fucking scary dinosaur.
40 feet long and weighing more than 9 tons, T-Rex towered over its prey. But
Blah.
it wasn't size alone that made it terrifying.
It was also how big it was and how big its teeth were and how big its jaws were and how scary its bite force was and all that shit.
It was its unmatched bite. Scientists estimate its bite force at over 12,800 pounds per square inch, the strongest of any land animal.
Why is he looking at like fucking analog horror entities reflected in his eye there? What the fuck's going on?
In history. Imagine jaws powerful enough to crush.
Also, what?
The strongest of any land animal in history.
Okay, land animal.
Imagine jaws powerful enough to crush solid bone as if it were dry twigs.
Oh, like hyenas, which we have today?
Its teeth were equally horrifying.
Uh-huh.
Each tooth was as long as a banana, serrated like a steak knife, and designed not just to tear flesh, but to pulverize.
But also to eat plants, as they were sauropods. A gentle giant, the T-Rex.
Bone. Unlike today's predators, which often kill with precision.
The way they their necks just went whoop in order to like match with their bodies turning around. Can we see that again, please?
But to pulverize bone. Unlike today's predators,
Whoop.
which often kill with precision, T-Rex was brutal. It tore, shattered, and consumed every part of its prey.
Good.
But brute force wasn't its only weapon.
Was it also how big it was? And how scary it was, and how much its bite force was, and its teeth, and how big it was?
Fossil evidence reveals an extraordinary sense of smell, one of
Whoa.
the sharpest of any dinosaur. This allowed T-Rex to track prey across miles, hunting both the living and scavenging the dead. Earth's
Oh, we got scavenging mentioned because of fucking course.
prehistoric battlefield, there was no hiding from the Tyrant King. For millions of years, T-Rex ruled North America with absolute dominance. Other predators may have existed, but in the presence
he
of
just
this
lightly
giant,
shoved him.
they were nothing more than shadows.
Why are its teeth peeing? Did you just... Your teeth are either peeing or you're like drooling orange juice. What the fuck happened there? Yeah, is this espresso? Do you have some coffee? What happened?
The Tyrant King didn't just hunt, he reigned. Spinosaurus, the river monster.
Yippee.
If Tyrannosaurus
Oh my
Rex
god. What the hell, man? Why did the bites just explode everything?
was the king of the land,
Rah!
then Spinosaurus was the nightmare of the rivers.
The
At an
Spinosaurus.
astonishing 60 feet long, it was even larger than T-Rex, making
Can we see anything T-Rex? Also T-Rex comparison. Also, you say 60 feet long because that's ridiculous. Why is your head on fire? He's got like the burning flames unusual effect.
it the biggest known carnivorous dinosaur to ever walk the earth.
Biggest ever.
Its long, crocodile-like snout was armed with conical teeth.
This is just T-Rex. This is still just like shitty AI goopified T-Rex. This is awful.
For gripping slippery prey. Unlike the bone-crushing jaws of T-Rex, Spinosaurus's bite was designed for fish. But don't be
Then stop showing T-Rex. Show me Spinosaurus. What does Spinosaurus even fucking look like? If I was a fucking idiot watching this, I would not be able to tell. I would think that Spinosaurus is the T-Rex reskin.
deceived. This predator wasn't limited to the water. Fossil evidence suggests that Spinosaurus was semi-aquatic, spending much of its life swimming through rivers and hunting in wetlands.
Studies suggest that Spinosaurus was using its acid spit in order to dissolve the flesh of its prey.
With powerful limbs and a tail adapted for propulsion, it could chase prey both in water and on land. And then there was its sail, a towering ridge of spines
God, this is
rising
such
from
ass.
its back, each nearly 7 feet tall. The purpose of this
Oh my
massive
God.
structure is still debated.
That looked like edited Jurassic World evolution footage. Like the camera angle was almost exactly the same. Like the speed of the walk cycle, like the gait, that looked like Jurassic World evolution footage. Just like ran through a fucking AI generated goop machine.
May have helped regulate body temperature, attract mates, or intimidate rivals. But one thing is clear. When Spinosaurus emerged from the water, its
all
silhouette
just
alone
T-Rex.
would have struck fear into anything in sight.
Yeah, this is like unrelated animal. That counts. That fucking counts.
Would this count as unrelated B-roll?
100%. Like it's all just T-Rex. Like this was 5 months ago. Some of the more recent Animal Ranking Hub videos, like, they actually try to make them look like other dinosaurs. This is just T-Rex.
On the prehistoric battlefield,
that counts. No narration.
Spinosaurus was an amphibious tank.
I keep forgetting he's even talking about Spinosaurus because it's all just T-Rex footage.
A predator with no borders. It ruled the rivers, but
We
its
get
power
it.
didn't stop at the shoreline.
We get it! It's semi-aquatic, so we can hunt in water and on land at the same time. That's so crazy. What a fucking concept. I can't wait for us to get to Tier Zoo.
For creatures living in its domain, nowhere was safe. Not the forest, not
Oh
the river.
my god. Fucking finally. We have something that's trying to resemble a Spinosaurus. It's more like an Arizonasaurus with that fucking head. But you know what? You're trying.
Not even the open floodplains. Where the tyrant king ruled the land, the river monster ruled the waters.
We get it.
Mosasaurus, lord of the oceans.
Okay, that's a crocodile, but whatever. You're almost trying.
While the land shook under the footsteps of giants, the oceans had their own ruler, Mosasaurus.
Well, now that's a Spinosaurus! God damn it, dude! Ugh. Are you just like one behind on all of these? Really?
Disputed lord of the seas during the late Cretaceous. Growing up to 50 feet long, this marine
The fucking ichthyosaur just like kicked you in the face and you're just gonna take that? Some lord of the rivers you are, Spinosaurus.
reptile was a predator so powerful that
It's
even
all
the largest
Spinosaurus
sharks
now.
of its era avoided direct confrontation.
It's all Spinosaurus
Picture
now.
a creature with the body of a streamlined crocodile, the flippers of a whale.
It's all Spinosaurus now that we're talking about Mosasaurus. And when we get to the next thing, it's gonna be Mosasaurus footage over whatever the fuck it's talking about. Oh my god, this is fucking awful. Please explode this thing with your bite.
And the ferocity of a shark.
Explode that
was
fish.
Mosasaurus, with jaws capable of opening
You dropped it, you fucking idiot!
incredibly wide. Thanks to a double-hinged skull, it could swallow prey whole, whether fish, turtles, or even other marine reptiles. It's
Turtles are marine reptiles.
Watching ARH is like listening to an old man who has dementia.
You know who else has dementia?
conical teeth.
You
acting
know
like
who
swords,
else has
gripping slippery
dementia?
victims and ensuring nothing escaped once caught. But what truly made Mosasaurus terrifying
Was the fact that it was
was its
Spinosaurus.
speed. Unlike many modern reptiles, it had a massive tail fin that propelled it forward with explosive bursts of power.
Unlike modern reptiles who are mostly terrestrial, this thing was fully aquatic and had a swimmy tail. Therefore, it could swim.
This allowed it to ambush prey with
Roar!
devastating efficiency. The oceans were
They're
its
about to
kingdom,
kiss.
and Mosasaurus patrolled them with absolute authority.
Roar!
To grasp its dominance, imagine swimming in prehistoric seas. and
You
seeing
dropped
the
it
sunlight
again!
Vanish as a shadow
You
larger than a
suck!
bus passed overhead.
Why are
That
you
was
glowing?
Mosasaurus, an ocean overlord, striking terror into every corner of its watery battlefield.
Uh-huh.
In a world where survival belonged to the strongest, Mosasaurus wasn't just a predator.
Oh, it's
It was
eating
the
us.
embodiment of oceanic
No, you
supremacy.
dropped us too.
Megalodon, the apex shark.
Oh my god.
After the reign of
I mean, we got Megalodon at least.
Mosasaurus ended, the oceans crowned a new overlord.
Stop stepping in
Megalodon,
poop.
the largest shark to ever exist.
No, we're not even getting fucking Mosasaurus. It's still Spinosaurus.
Stretching up to 60 feet in length and weighing as much as 60 tons, this apex predator was a living nightmare, patrolling the
God.
seas for nearly 20 million years.
It's all
Its
Spinosaurus.
jaws were unmatched in power, with a bite force estimated at over 40,000 pounds per square inch. Megalodon could crush whale bones as if they were driftwood. Each tooth, as large as a human hand, was a razor-edged blade designed for slicing through flesh, muscle, and bone alike. Megalodon's diet was as colossal as its size. Fossil evidence shows it preyed on early whales, dolphins, and seals. Its hunting technique was ruthless, attacking from below. It often ripped off a whale's fins to immobilize it before delivering a fatal bite. In the Miocene
Dr. Ben
seas, no
donated
creature,
$1.
no matter how
Anyone else
large,
pick up on the
was
fact
safe.
the eye narrator keeps repeating the phrase, but it wasn't just so and so that made it terrifying, but this obvious fact.
Yeah, it loves to do that. It loves to do that. It just loves to say the same worthless fucking garbage over and over again. All to say nothing. It is a 17.5-minute long video that has not said a goddamn fucking thing. Once. It hasn't said anything. I want to say the most factual this has gotten. is like, oh hey, T-Rex had a good sense of smell. Spinosaurus ate fish. That's it. That's it. That's as far as we're getting for facts, for anything even remotely fucking factual. It's just, yeah, it'd be like 2 minutes long without all the padding. And like all this fucking word salad garbage about how like, oh man, Earth was like a battlefield back then, and it wasn't just this, but it was also this. It's just like, just blow your fucking brains out, okay? Just do the world a favor. Just end your fucking existence. See, personally, I believe, right, that you could improve the world overnight by just killing a small select group of people. I don't know exactly who all of those people are, but I know who some of those people are. There's people who post interpolated 60 FPS clips of anime on Twitter and YouTube, and also there's the people who made this.
For perspective, the largest living shark today, the great white, maxes out at around 20 feet. Compared to Megalodon, it's
oh my god, is this Mosasaurus now?
In the prehistoric battlefield of the oceans, Megalodon wasn't just an apex predator.
It's
it was
Mosasaurus
the apex
now!
of apex predators, a killing machine that ruled with absolute dominance. For millions of years, the seas were his kingdom.
Wow, what a great Mosasaurus this looks like. We have to watch this like 3 minutes in the past in order to get any fucking idea of what we're actually supposed to be looking at here.
Challenger ever came close. Titanoboa, the giant serpent.
Oh good, now we're
on land.
We are 2 animals behind, and now we're on Titanoboa. This is fucking fantastic.
Not all monsters had claws or fangs. Some hunted with silence, patience, and crushing force.
Oh, he's gonna get Bentley again.
Enter Titanoboa, the largest
Why?
snake ever
Every
discovered.
time the
A serpent that
turtles!
slithered through the swamps of prehistoric South America more than
Every
60 million
fucking
years
time!
ago. Stretching over 40 feet long and weighing more than a ton, Titanoboa was longer than a school bus.
Why the turtles?
And as heavy as a small
Why
car.
Bentley?
Unlike venomous snakes of today, Titanoboa relied on raw strength. It struck
So similar to constrictors of today, you fucking idiot.
Swiftly, coiling around its prey and squeezing with such force that bones snapped and lungs collapsed. A single constriction meant certain
get in
death.
there. Yeah, fuck them up.
What did it eat?
Those look more like Dinosaurus than Mosasaurus, but whatever.
Giant turtles, crocodiles, even
Rah.
other massive reptiles. Nothing in its
Oh.
swampy domain was safe.
More exploding bites. Hell yeah, just keep going for it.
After suffocating its victim, Titanoboa swallowed it whole, its enormous body expanding to take in prey larger than most modern snakes could ever attempt. The warm climate
Jesus
of its
Christ,
time
this thing's
allowed
a
reptiles to grow
kaiju.
to monstrous sizes,
What
and
the
Titanoboa
fuck?
was the ultimate proof. It was not a creature you would see coming. Hidden in the murky waters, waiting, watching, then striking with
That shot looked very similar to one in Walking with Dinosaurs, and I would not be surprised at all if, like, again, that's just like data that's being fed into this goop machine.
unstoppable power. In its world, Titanoboa was not just a snake.
It was also a Mosasaurus.
Was a living nightmare.
Of course it was.
Argentinosaurus, the towering titan.
God.
Not every titan.
We're like 3 animals behind at this point.
The prehistoric battlefield was a predator. Some ruled by size.
Even though it was big, it was an herbivore. That's really great. It's all thumbnail bait. Fuck. I haven't even been paying attention to the facts. Because obviously, Jesus fucking Christ. It's all so awful. It's all so awful. We're overhyping everything. We just are. Yeah, because there are no facts. It's all just a bunch of garbage. Yeah, list order doesn't matter. He's probably mispronounced something. Probably. I don't care.
Eyes alone. Among them, Argentinosaurus stood as a
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm kind of mixing up different animals because we're like, dude, this is ridiculous. This is getting fucking ridiculous at this point. Oh yeah, Spinosaurus. We definitely did that. Okay, we have 1 bingo. That's good enough for me.
true colossus, the largest land animal ever known to walk the earth. This giant stretched over 100 feet long and weighed up to 100 tons. To put that
wow,
into perspective,
that's so cool of
Argentinosaurus
Mosasaurus.
was heavier than a modern Boeing 737 airplane.
No, it's heavier than a 131 apparently. I'm not aware of that model.
Every step it took shook the ground like thunder.
Those are just whales.
And entire forests bent to its appetite. A single day of feeding.
Those are. Oh wait, is this supposed to be Megalodon? Because that kind of looked like a shark face.
Could strip acres of vegetation,
Nope.
reshaping the landscape wherever it roamed.
Nope, this is still
Despite being a
Mosasaurus.
herbivore, Argentinosaurus
Nope.
was untouchable. Even the fiercest
There
predators,
it
like
is.
Giganotosaurus, would have
There
thought
it
twice before
is.
challenging such a mountain of flesh and muscle. Hunting
Oh,
one
someone
would have
grabbed his
required
tail
an
before he could bite
entire
us.
pack, and even
Of
then,
course.
the risk was enormous.
Of course.
It didn't need claws, venom, or sharp teeth. Its size was its weapon, its defense, and its crown.
Drop
In
it.
the hierarchy of
Nope.
prehistoric Earth,
He held it in his mouth.
Argentinosaurus was less a target and more a moving fortress. If Tyrannosaurus was
Dude, we have done this same shot of like the eye looking at something and then it's like reflected back at us. We have seen this shot like 4 fucking times in this same video.
a king and Spinosaurus a monster, then Argentinosaurus was the titan of titans. A reminder that
Yeah, you know what? I'll say that we focus on one clade too much. This is all reptiles. That's another bingo.
sometimes power isn't about killing, but about being simply too big to be challenged.
What happened to those dolphins on the left? They got like shot or something.
Liopleurodon, the speed demon. While giants like Mosasaurus and Megalodon ruled with
Megalodon.
size, another predator relied on something deadlier, speed. Meet Liopleurodon, the swift assassin of the
Oh my
Jurassic
God.
Seas.
Dude, you like broke your own teeth doing that. Are you okay? You good, bro?
At up to 30 feet long, Liopleurodon wasn't the largest marine reptile.
Wait, like you broke your jaw on that. Like your jaw exploded. That wasn't him biting into something. Let's look at that again.
Meet Liopleurodon, the swift
You
assassin.
just broke your own jaw biting nothing. You fucking idiot. You stupid fish. You stupid fucker. You didn't do anything.
of the Jurassic Seas. At up to 30 feet long,
Oh my
Liopleurodon wasn't
God.
the largest marine reptile, but it was one of the most efficient hunters ever to exist.
Oh, they're synchronized
With 4
swimming.
massive flippers powered by muscle and bone.
Underwater. They're underwater. What?
It could launch itself through the water like a torpedo.
AI is the
Its
future.
speed allowed it to ambush prey before they even realized they were being hunted. Its jaws stretched over 10 feet, lined with teeth shaped like blades. When Liopleurodon struck, it didn't just bite.
It ripped apart. It ripped things apart because it was so fucking badass.
Clamped down with crushing force and refused to let go. Fish,
Okay, well, this
squid,
fish-
and even other marine reptiles all fell victim to this ruthless predator.
Genuinely, fish. What were you thinking?
Unlike the brute power of Mosasaurus or the overwhelming size of Megalodon, Liopleurodon embodied
It glows in
precision.
the dark.
It didn't need to be the biggest. It only needed to be faster, smarter, and
Oh
more
my
efficient.
God.
In the silent depths of the Jurassic Seas,
Which is worse? The video where he kept changing models. Or this one?
This one, because I can barely even pay attention to what he's saying because none of the footage matches up to what he says.
that made it unstoppable. If the ocean was a battlefield, Liopleurodon was the dagger in the
Oh
dark.
my God, is this
Swift,
Titanoboa?
silent, and merciless.
Finally?
One strike, and it was over. Comparing to modern animals.
Oh my God, we're finally at
it's easy to marvel.
Titanoboa. Yippee, we made it. He's gonna have to yap about literally nothing for the last like 5 minutes of this video, so that we like the footage can get caught up to what like Liopleurodon now.
These prehistoric titans. But to truly understand their power, let's compare them with the animals alive today. Start with Tyrannosaurus rex. Its bite force measured
What's with all the being eaten povs in this video?
Because all this data or all this AI is fed off of data that's just like shoved into its tiny little AI brain.
This video is going to end before we get to the next animal.
I firmly believe that. And some of the data that's being fed into this is like it's pornography. So it's going to be vor. There's going to be vor pornography that gets fed into this because it's just taking everything it can possibly get. Except you can't actually make any porn out of it because, you know, then people could have fun with it and not just make sludge with it.
measured at nearly 12,800 pounds per square inch.
They all have the same
dwarfs
teeth,
the
you're right about
strongest
that.
modern biter, the saltwater crocodile, which maxes out around 3,700 psi. The difference is staggering. What a crocodile could crush with effort, T-Rex could obliterate effortlessly.
Why are you talking about T-Rex now?
Consider Spinosaurus.
What?
Modern crocodiles are apex predators in rivers, growing up.
Oh, this is I was right. He's yapping about nothing. So that way we can finally catch up. He's just talking about like, oh, let's compare these animals to animals that exist today. And let's go one by one through each and every single one of them. Here's T-Rex and Spinosaurus and Titanoboa and Mosasaurus and Megalodon and Liopleurodon.
Up to 20 feet long. Spinosaurus was nearly 3 times that size, with jaws and claws powerful enough to dominate on both land and water. If today's Nile crocodile is a king, Spinosaurus was an emperor. And then there's Megalodon. Today's great white sharks inspire fear at 20 feet in length. Megalodon stretched to 60 feet with a bite nearly 10 times stronger.
It's like the gastric brooding frog of crocodiles. What the hell's going on here?
While a great white can kill a seal in one bite.
Yeah, he's not even trying to eat it. He's just like giving birth out of his mouth. He's like a Darwin's frog.
Megalodon could shatter the ribs of a whale. Titanoboa, compared to today's anaconda, no contest. At over 40 feet long.
Well, obviously, you fucking love Titanoboa if any of your other videos are anything to go by.
Titanoboa made the 20-foot green anaconda look like a garden snake.
It looked like it looked like spaghetti. Spaghetti. This video is making me feel regretty spaghetti.
Crush prey that no modern snake could even.
Oh, is this supposed to be Argentinosaurus?
Finally, Argentinosaurus.
Have we made
Modern giants like elephants and blue whales still inspire awe. But on land, nothing alive.
Everything has a T-Rex head, because of course it fucking does.
Today comes close to its sheer size. Standing beneath an Argentinosaurus.
God, we get this fucking shot all the time too, where it's just like, it's a foot shot. Did you get all these from fucking Speckles? The Tarbosaurus movie, where we have to have all the weird close-up shots of the feet and the dinosaur toes curling inwards.
Would be like standing next to a living skyscraper. These comparisons reveal a simple truth. The prehistoric world wasn't just different, it was extreme. The animals of today...
That is 100% like video footage from some video game that has just been fed into the goop machine.
May be fierce, but compared to the monsters of the past, they are survivors of a gentler age. The fall of...
They're survivors of a Fuck off.
The Titans. Every empire eventually collapses, and the reign of the prehistoric Titans was no exception. For millions of years, these giants dominated Earth's land, seas, and skies. But nature had its own plans. Around 66 million years ago, a massive asteroid slammed into the Yucatan Peninsula.
Okay, that doesn't apply for Titanoboa or Megalodon, so I don't know why you brought that up.
The impact unleashed unimaginable destruction. Wildfires raged across continents, tsunamis swallowed coastlines, and a cloud of dust and ash blocked sunlight for months. Plants withered, food chains collapsed.
God, this is the worst Argentinosaurus, quote-unquote, I've seen in my life.
And the mighty dinosaurs, including the great Tyrannosaurus and Spinosaurus, fell
No, Spinosaurus had already been extinct for like 30 million years.
Into extinction. But not all titans vanished in a single instant. Others, like Megalodon, thrived long after the dinosaurs.
Well, that's because it evolved long after the dinosaurs, you fucking idiot.
But eventually succumbed to a changing world. As Ice Age...
Oh, is this Liopleurodon? Have we finally made it there? I was right. We just have to yap about literally nothing for 5 minutes straight so that all the footage can finally get caught up. This is supposed to be Liopleurodon.
Ages cooled the oceans and new predators emerged. Megalodon lost its grip on the seas. Titanoboa, too, was a victim of climate, unable to survive once the swamps of its warm world...
We've seen this shot like 5 different fucking times.
Cooled. In the end, it wasn't just predators that disappeared.
Oh my
Giants
God.
like Argentinosaurus fell as well, victims of an environment too hostile to sustain such massive...
The fish like kicked you in the face!
...creatures.
You didn't do anything.
What remains today are fossils. Fragments of bone, teeth, and skulls that whisper of a time when Earth was ruled by monsters.
Like it stops before it even eats you. Like vor fetishists are getting nothing out of this, dude.
Their extinction was the end of one age and the beginning of ours.
Oh, you got
Earth
me.
was once a battlefield unlike anything we can imagine today. It was not
Dear
ruled by
God.
humans, lions, or even sharks. It was dominated by titans. From the bone-crushing bite of Tyrannosaurus rex to the river-stalking terror
Christ.
of Spinosaurus.
And also all the other ones that we talked about. Please explode.
The ocean-shaking jaws of Mosasaurus and Megalodon to the silent coils of Titanoboa and the sheer immensity of Argentinosaurus. These creatures were the ultimate...
You forgot Liopleurodon.
...expressions of raw natural power. Yet even the strongest could not withstand time itself.
Here's the eye reflecting shot again.
It's just repeating the intro.
It is, because again, there's nothing. Imagine if the intro didn't go on for like 3 minutes straight, and this outro didn't go on for 5 minutes straight. and he actually just like didn't repeat himself once at any point throughout this entire video, this video would be like 2 minutes long. It's all garbage.
Asteroids, climate shifts, and evolution swept them away, leaving behind.
The reflection doesn't even look good. It looks like a complete ass. It looks like the shark is behind his fucking pupil.
Only fossils as echoes of their glory. Their disappearance reminds us of two truths.
Oh my
that
God.
No dominance lasts forever, and that survival is as much about adaptation as it is about strength. But their stories continue to captivate us because they reveal just how extraordinary life on Earth.
Oh, see, because now he's talking about the bite force of T-Rex compared to that of a crocodile.
Can be. These titans were not myths. They were real, living monsters that shaped the very landscapes they ruled. And in studying them, we come face to face with...
Why the capybara? Why do this?
The awesome, terrifying...
I mean, he doesn't seem especially bothered by it.
So, what do you think? If these monsters were still alive today, could humanity survive in their world? Or would we be nothing more than prey? Share your thoughts in the comments.
There's the asteroid
and
hitting.
If you loved this journey into Earth's prehistoric battlefield, don't forget...
It got like... Hold on. Not your time yet.
To like, share, and subscribe to Animal Ranking Hub. Because the story of animals, past and present, is far from over. The next great battle of nature is just one video away.
Jesus Christ. We're so punching down with this channel. I don't care. They fucking deserve it. They so deserve it. This is the worst. This is the worst ever. I'm downright looking forward to watching Tirzu now. Because, like, dude, this is... Ugh. God. It's just the worst. I hate all of this so much. Yes, thank you, Lance, for subjecting us to this fucking swill, this garbage, this stinky, stinky poo! Alright. Fuck it.
Even worse, the Feathered Fiend and 4 Evergreen?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Animal Ranking Hub is worse than either of those, by a long shot. Okay, so we're doing something very different today and responding to an actual person who is currently very popular. Now, this list is decently old. This is 6 years old at this point. And as far as I'm aware, Tirzu is not, like... He doesn't, like, stand behind this video, as far as I'm aware. He's just like, nah, that's not one of my better works. And we're going to prove that today with facts and logic. Because, like, again, I ordinarily don't enjoy responding to things that aren't made by AI, but I know that this is going to be, like, highly requested. It's been highly requested. So, yeah, let's watch some Tirzu. Yippee! We're going to have to do a lot of fact-checking here, so buckle up, kids.
The dinosaur clips in this video are from documentaries you can find on CuriosityStream. More on them at the end of the video.
Okay, so that is the thing with Tirzu, is that he gets, like, the vast majority of both his footage and also his information from dinosaur documentaries, and we can talk about that as we go through the video. Because there are some particular examples in here that make that fact very obvious. A little bit long for my taste. Good. I guess that counts as footage with no commentary.
Dinosaurs were some of the most powerful builds to ever be introduced to the game. While other
Gaming.
factions like the Mammal Guild and Arthropod Guild have come up with some pretty impressive ones, on land, nothing has yet topped the sheer power of the Reptile Guild's greatest achievements. Even though their massive size is perhaps their most notable trait, there was also a ton of variety in the abilities and combat strategies that these builds employed. And so today I think it's finally
And he's not gonna value all of them equally, as we're about to see.
time to release my dinosaur tier list. Obviously there's a ton of dinosaur builds, so there's no way I can cover all of them, but I definitely will try to hit the important ones. It's worth noting that the reign of the dinosaur...
Yeah, he, like... The thing with this tier list in particular is that he covers specific genre, but, except for, like, one instance with the dromaeosaurs, like, he kind of lumps them all together, and also the hadrosaurs. Like, those are two big groups that he kind of lumps together, but, like, most of them are specific genre. So it's kind of difficult to gauge, like, whether or not he's talking about, like, a generalized body plan or, like, one specific genus. When he's talking about certain dinosaurs, which is... It would be really helpful if he was just like, oh, you know, like the Spinosaurs in general, or the Tyrannosaurs in general, as opposed to, like, Spinosaurus itself and T-Rex itself. But, well, again, this is something we could talk about as we go on.
faction lasted more than twice as long as the reign of the mammal faction that supplanted them. And so during this huge stretch of time, dinosaurs...
Like, the whole video game jargon is part of his whole shtick. Like, that is basically his whole shtick is, you know, animal facts with video game jargon in there. Which is, like, that's his style. I don't personally care much for it, but whatever. That is what he is allowed to do as a YouTuber. That's fine. He is more than welcome to do that. It's just, like... My issue is far less with that, and more with, like, the completely... just... non-existent standards. But let's continue.
Dinosaur maids basically tried out every conceivable strategy, and that's why there are so many builds to talk about. But as always, we'll start from the bottom of the tier list and move up from there. At the bottom, we've got Dryosaurus and Camptosaurus.
Okay, I take extreme issue with this already. Because, like, again, we're talking about basic, like, basic body plans here, right? Like, maybe not necessarily Dryosaurus or Camptosaurus in their own environment, right? Like, you know, Morrison Formation, late Jurassic. But, like, in general, the small, fast ornithopods, those guys lasted from the late Triassic, like the beginning of the dinosaurs, all the way to the very end. Camptosaurus is a weird one, because I think where it places taxonomically is still a bit contentious. Just because, like, I don't know if it's quite an iguanodontian. It's definitely an ornithopod. But, like, if we're talking about, like, purely how successful the small ornithopod body plan is, then, like, personally, like, I would put these guys in, like, A or S tier, because they lasted longer than any other dinosaur body plan, I want to say. Maybe you could make a case for Coelophysis, like, just sort of small-ish carnivores, but if you want to say, like, Coelophysis itself, like, the Coelophysis themselves only lasted until, like, the end of the early Jurassic, I want to say. So, if you want to count them as, like, a clade, then that's totally fine. But, Camptosaurus, you could kind of lump sort of more generic mid-sized ornithopods into. And if you are judging it as a whole over, like, all the other dinosaurs, then, like, I could kind of see where you're going with that. But in the Morrison Formation specifically, I would say that Camptosaurus does just fine, because, like, it's very likely faster than, you know, everything that's trying to kill it. And then, like, unlike Dryosaurus, it's large enough that it can, like, still kind of beat off all the smaller guys that would still try to kill it, like, you know, the Tanicolagrius, the Stoxosaurus, all those guys that are running around late Jurassic North America. It can still fight off all those guys. So putting both of these guys into the same tier is kind of weird to me, because they're very different. Number one, just because, again, Dryosaurus, that sort of body plan is very pervasive throughout the entire Mesozoic. And then Camptosaurus is sort of a weird ornithopod offshoot, even though it looks fairly generic by ornithopod standards. So, I don't know if he's like lumping in, like, would he lump that in with like iguanodon, maybe? But let's just see what he has to say about it.
Two very similar herbivore builds with an interesting stat spread.
Like, they're sort of similar in that, like, yeah, they're both ornithopods. I think they're mostly bipedal. I think Camptosaurus is mostly bipedal anyway. Dryosaurus is an obligate biped. So, yeah, that's pretty much all they have in common outside of, like... Like, Camptosaurus is way bigger. I want to say Dryosaurus is, like, 10-ish feet long, maybe, like, 12 feet long. Camptosaurus is in, like, the 20s, I want to say. We can look it up. Let's look it up. So, Can we get, like, feet? Okay, so about 22 feet long, typically reach like 16 to 20 feet. That's quite a bit bigger than Dryosaurus. So yeah, like, you can see a size comparison here. Like, Camptosaurus is right here in the blue. By the way, keep in mind that this big-ass Edmontosaurus regalis in the background, I wonder where that's going to place on this list. Yeah. It's like, this is still a decently large animal, but like, hey, it's in, you know, the Morrison Formation. But if you go down to paleoecology here, we see that scientists believe they may have been able to achieve running speeds of up to 15 miles an hour. So that's pretty damn fast by like big dinosaur standards. That would probably be fast enough to outpace like an Allosaurus or Torvosaurus or anything like that. And then against maybe a Ceratosaurus, I think that it would probably at least like put up a decent fight, even if Ceratosaurus might have been a bit faster. So yeah, again, it's just very strange to put these like lump these together into the same tier as though they're like the same kind of entry, right? It's very strange. I would personally not do that myself.
Dinosaurs are known for their immense strength, but neither of these builds boast any sort of offensive capabilities. Instead, they have a modest but below average defensive spread, decent mobility, and above average intelligence for a dinosaur.
Yeah, that's pretty much like... I would say that's about correct, which is like, yeah, these guys are mostly focused on their speed, which there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Like, a Dryosaurus and, you know, all of the other small, fast ornithopods would have been basically like the gazelles of the Mesozoic. And gazelles... and like other types of antelopes and shit like that, they do just fine. There's nothing wrong with their whole lifestyle, right? There's nothing wrong with that lifestyle choice of being a fast herbivore. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But like Tier Zoo definitely values like an animal's combat capabilities, and that's where the thing with the standards is. Or like that's where my issues with his standards come in, because if it's just like, oh hey, which of these dinosaurs could win in a fight, then sure, that is a fine standard to base this off of. And if that was the case, like, hey, you lock two of these guys in a cage, who comes out winning, then I would not at all blame you for putting like Dryosaurus in the bottom tier, or like all the small fast ornithopods, because they don't really have any defensive measures. They're not really good at that. That's just not what they specialized in. But, you know, animals, unless you're a pit bull, haven't really evolved with the idea that they're going to be constantly put into cage matches, right? Like, Dryosaurus being small and fast means that, one, in like open areas, it can outpace pretty much everything that's trying to kill it, and then because it's small, it can get into tighter areas that its predators can't reach. And that's like, those are very useful adaptations. And with that being said, it's no wonder why this body plan was able to last throughout the entire Mesozoic.
These builds took advantage of how powerful the other herbivore builds were by sticking by the bulkier ones and relying on them to defend the herd. They also took advantage...
this is a pretty popular theory that like these guys basically would have acted as lookouts for things like Stegosaurus and whatnot. Just kind of mooching off of the bigger, cooler herbivores as they like sort of browse through higher vegetation and like eating off of that, and sort of having a mutualistic relationship where the larger herbivores provide protection while these guys not only snack on the leftovers but also act as lookouts, just because like they kind of have to be a bit more perceptive than the bigger herbivores because that's their only means of defense.
Advantage of the fact that they were faster than other herbivores, even though their mobility was lower than most predator builds.
I completely disagree with that notion. I think that Dryosaurus would have been much faster than a lot of predators. Like, yeah, I can't really think of things that like would outpace Dryosaurus. Like, obviously, they still would have been killed every now and again, but that's more likely due to things like ambushes and predators going after, you know, just easier targets like old, sick, weak ones and stuff like that.
Their higher intelligence granted...
Like, that's what was happening in that When Dinosaurs Roamed America footage. Is like, hey, it killed one of the juveniles.
I feel like TZ is trying to make a cat do the SAT.
It can kind of feel like that. Where it's just like, again, I think that the Dryosaurus body plan works out really well for just like surviving in the Mesozoic, obviously. But if you're judging it by how it'll do in a fight, then it's just kind of like the thing where if you tell a fish that's designed to climb a tree, it's going to spend its whole life thinking it's fucking stupid. Again, this isn't a dinosaur designed for a cage match.
Granted them more advanced perception, letting them function as the herd lookouts. But nonetheless, these builds were helpless on their own, and were easy targets for predator mains if they were ever caught undefended. Their lack of self-sufficiency puts them in F tier, in my opinion.
Lack of self-sufficiency? That's just a very strange way to put that.
I think they realized this though, because later on, this faction started speccing into either extra armor on their heads.
Okay, first of all, I did recently rewatch this video before this stream just to get an idea of what we're talking about here. First of all, let's go forward a little bit here.
Or spikes on their thumbs.
Okay, so he does not mention pachycephalosaurs or iguanodon for the rest of this tier list, so we have no idea where those guys rank, which is weird that you brought them up as being superior, but like not meaningfully enough to get their own spot on the list. I don't get that at all. Second of all, Dryosaurus and Camptosaurus are not especially closely related to marginocephalians, which is where Pachycephalosaurs come from. Those, like, they diverged from the group that would have eventually become the Pachycephalosaurs way before then. Way before then. Like, back in the, I want to say middle Jurassic at like the latest, right? Because that's when you have like marginocephalians showing up in China, like Yinlong and stuff like that. Which is very... that is millions of years before Dryosaurus showed up, right? So, Pachycephalosaurs were already on the way to evolving before like Dryosaurus showed up. Now, Dryosaurus in particular is an iguanodontid. It's a relatively early one. But again, like, he's saying that, like, oh, Dryosaurus, like, this body plan was a complete evolutionary dead end, when I want to say it outlasted the iguanodon body plan. Like, I know that there's, like, iguanodon itself, and I want to say Mantellosaurus and Iguanocolossus. I don't know if those guys made it past, like, Middle Cretaceous? Maybe it's, like, the early Late Cretaceous. But in the fucking Late Cretaceous, in the Maastrichtian, you had Thescelosaurus, who was doing just fine in the Hell Creek Formation when fucking T-Rex was there. So clearly, the small guy body plan works just fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, but he's putting so much value on combat efficacy that just kind of goes right over his head, or it doesn't matter at all. And taxonomy also doesn't matter at all, but I think we already knew that.
giving them much better options for dealing with aggressive players. In D tier, we've got 2 carnivore builds, the first being Coelophysis. Coelophysis was one of the first dinosaur builds that the devs introduced.
Like, this one, I think, kind of makes sense. Like, I could at least see where he's coming from, that this is the most, like, primitive dinosaur build. And again, like, the Coelophysis didn't last all that long. Pretty much just showing up in the late Triassic and dying out in the early Jurassic. So, like, I can see where you're coming from with that. They just kind of, like, were the first stepping stone. But, there's more that he has to say about Coelophysis that can really just give you a good idea of his writing process.
And like all of the early dinosaurs, it really was nowhere near the power level of the ones that would be added to the game later in the Jurassic and Cretaceous expansions. The only reason it became such a popular and dominant build was because it starved and dehydrated more slowly than its non-dinosaur rivals.
Okay, so because the footage that he has access to here is Walking with Dinosaurs, which, in general, I want to say Walking with Dinosaurs has this, it's got this sort of theme throughout a lot of its episodes of, like, older lineages kind of dying off and, like, being replaced. Like, that's especially true here, just because, like, this episode is all about the rise of the dinosaurs over the more primitive kind of holdovers from the Permian mass extinction, right? But the thing is, this Postosuchus that they're scavenging off of, it wasn't even, like, starved or dehydrated. I mean, I guess it was, but that was because it got gored by a Placerius tusk, and it's dying of infection right now. So it's not even like, oh, these guys are just, like they starve or dehydrate slower. If anything, I would think that it would be the opposite case, because they're more energetic animals. So that means they burn calories a lot faster, which means they have to eat a lot more often. And, like, the episode ends up kind of reinforcing that idea by the fact that they're eating their own young, which, like, that's just something that was misinterpreted from fossil findings, is that they thought that some bone material found inside of the gut contents of a Coelophysis was cannibalized juveniles. When in reality, it was just like a smaller, different kind of reptile. I don't even think it was a dinosaur, if I'm not mistaken. So they just wanted to put that in the documentary, which is like, that's totally fine. But that is the thing, right? Is like, a lot of these documentaries, like, you gotta understand that Walking with Dinosaurs are from 1999. They're still showing Postosuchus as being mostly an obligate quadruped, when we now know it was an obligate biped. A lot of these documentaries, number one, will become outdated, which you have to be ready for. You have to be ready to, like, fact check that sort of thing. Number two, they can just extrapolate on things. They can embellish things. And, like, again, you have to be ready to watch out for that sort of thing. I don't think it's a bad thing that these documentaries will, like, embellish things or speculate on certain behaviors. That's what a lot of what makes them pretty interesting. Like, hell, the most recent episode of Dinosauria was a really good example of that, with the 2 Chronosaurus having the courtship display. That was a really good example of that. Completely speculative, but it made the story interesting. Little short on breath, I apologize. I've been short on breath all day. Where was I? Right. So again, like, you have to make sure that what you're talking about when you're getting all of your all of your information from documentaries, especially dinosaur documentaries, you got to make sure that's accurate. If you're going to present this in any kind of, like, educational lens, which, as far as I'm aware, Tierzoo has actually gotten awards for being, like, an educational YouTuber, if I'm not mistaken. So you can't just, like, make an excuse that, like, Tierzoo, it's not really educational, it's all for fun. Like, I think the award he got for that disagrees with you. He is absolutely presenting his stuff as educational. It's just, like, when you get all of your footage, or, like, all of your information from documentaries, which can embellish, which can just, like, dramatize things, and in the case of dinosaur documentaries especially, speculate on things, then you really have to be careful about that. But let's continue.
And this isn't to say that it didn't struggle to succeed too. It absolutely did, and often had to resort to team killing just to get by.
Again, like, because the only footage he has is from Walking with Dinosaurs. I'm pretty sure Coelophysis showed up for like a little bit in When Dinosaurs Roamed America, but it didn't really get to do much. Like, he has to just present this as fact. Like, yeah, Coelophysis would cannibalize, which, like, don't get me wrong. We've talked plenty of times about how cannibalism is not a, like, unique trait among, like, certain dinosaurs or whatever, just because there's fossilized evidence of that. Like, Coelophysis, like so many other carnivores, absolutely would have engaged in cannibalism. Like, 100% it would have done that, especially during times of hardship. But, like, sort of advertising this as, like, this, like, defining feature of Coelophysis, like, they would often do it, right? And not just, like, hey, when the opportunity presented itself, is, it's, again, it's just, like, an example of how getting this sort of information this way can prove to be very unreliable.
Betrayal.
It sort of dominated the early dino meta by default, so I'm not going to rate it any higher than D tier. Also in D tier we have Spinosaurus. Spinosaurus...
Okay, this one's gonna piss off a lot of people, because Spinosaurus in D tier is bold. That is very bold, to say the least.
Is a unique build that spec'd heavily into fishing abilities and aquatic adaptations, including the rare ability of electroreception, which helped it catch fish players even when they were in stealth mode. This is great for that specific application, but Spinosaurus mains weren't actually fully aquatic. They couldn't breathe underwater and still had to spend plenty of their gameplay dealing with the challenges of being a terrestrial build.
Okay, that is a really weird complaint to make, right? Like, complaining that Spinosaurus isn't restricted to being fully aquatic is so bizarre. Because that just means, like, hey, in times of, like, you know, hardship, like droughts and stuff like that, a fully aquatic Spinosaurus would just be screwed. Meanwhile, a semi-aquatic Spinosaurus can go onto land and, like, scavenge for food.
This reminds me when I was young and I just copied and pasted a PBS Ian's episode about temnospondylus. But I was like 15, so...
Fair enough, right? But yeah, like, Spinosaurus can scavenge for, like, you know, carcasses on land. It can also, like, it can also still hunt on land. There's nothing stopping it from doing that. It's just more specialized towards hunting in the water. It's like the same thing with polar bears, right? Like, polar bears, like, the main way they hunt is, like, on sea ice. But if you take a polar bear off of sea ice, then they can still hunt just fine. It's just, like, not their area of expertise. And, again, like, the fact that this is Spinosaurus itself rather than Spinosaurus as a whole means that you don't really get an opportunity to talk about, like, how the other Spinosaurus that aren't, like, as ridiculously specialized as Spinosaurus, which, this is 6 years ago, I think that was after the Paddle
Good
Tail.
thing this isn't Spinoferus.
Yeah, no fucking kidding. I wouldn't put it past them. Okay, on this day 3 years ago. Okay, so that was like May 1st of 2020? This came out August 31st. Okay, he should have known about the swimmy tail. He should have known about that. So, but again, like, you have other examples of Spinosaurs that, like, for one thing, have evidence of non-fish material in their gut content. Like, Irritator is one such example. That was found with pterosaur material in its stomach contents. So, either it was scavenging off of a pterosaur, or it, like, killed one. And if the latter is the case, then the fact that it was able to, like, sneak up on and grab a pterosaur, I think that's impressive in its own right. Baryonyx, of course, was found with iguanodontid remains in its stomach contents. And I think Suchomimus has been sort of categorized as more of a generalist like a sort of semi-aquatic generalist. Like it can still hunt on land just fine, but like it also does fish. I'm pretty sure that's the case anyway. Don't quote me on that. That's just what I'm pretty sure I've heard lately. But again, like you go for the most hyper specialized of all the Spinosaurs and sort of paints a very broad brush with that. When like some other dinosaurs that we'll see coming up very soon, the next entry, as a matter of fact, those get painted with like a very broad brush overall, even though I think that it's a lot more of a case-by-case basis for certain groups of dinosaurs, depending on what time period and location they're in. Another family member on a different continent that basically shared Spinosaurus' body plan entirely. You're probably thinking of Oxalia, which is very often reconstructed as very similar looking to Spinosaurus. Here, let me... Yeah, like you can see that the reconstructions here are very similar to Spinosaurus. That's it. That's Oxalia. So, yeah. That's all we know about it. It's like a bone. Yep, there it is. That's Oxalia. So, reconstructions of Oxalia that show it to be like similar in build to Spinosaurus are speculative, to say the least. Some people even think that Oxalia is synonymous with Spinosaurus, which, like, I don't know about that. I don't know if South America and Africa were still connected at that time. I don't think they were. But anyway. So yeah, I just find this very strange. Like this, the placement of Spinosaurus I find very strange. Especially considering there's, I think, a moment very soon, actually.
And unfortunately, their stats and abilities leave a lot to be desired in terms of contending with the terrestrial meta at that time. Because they'd spent so many evolution points adapting their build to be able to fish, they'd secured themselves a unique niche at the cost of being able to hold their own in general combat. They'd get bodied by most other carnivore mains, and outsped by most herbivore mains.
By the way, in this documentary footage, the Spinosaurus, like, it's able to come out on top in this fight. It just dies later because, like, the drought goes on for too long and it's not able to adapt.
Leaving them in an awkward position. If they'd had more time, they might have been able to gain enough experience to spec into a fully aquatic build. But unfortunately, the devs decided to up the overworld temperature.
Like, it's so weird that he's saying, like, oh, specializing into being semi-aquatic was bad, but specializing into being fully aquatic would have been good? I don't really believe that, because...
Raising the sea levels, but drying up the rivers, leaving the Spinosaurus player base without a niche. The lesson here is that...
Okay, so we have, like, a sort of general animal tier list here, right? And at the very top, you can see crocodiles. You can see crocodiles up here in S tier, and that is what I would describe as being, like, most comparable to Spinosaurus, right? Like, there's so much shit that just annoys me in this tier list. You got fucking rhinos in D tier, cheetahs in F tier. Was that, like, all snakes in D tier? Whales are in C tier, but dolphins are in S tier? What the fuck's going on with that? Yeah, bees in S tier? Is that just because, like, I don't understand that at all. Oh, I don't understand even a little bit. But anyway, crocodiles are what I would describe as, like, being closest to Spinosaur. Like, hell, fucking Suchomimus, a Spinosaur, its name just means crocodile mimic. But instead of focusing on their similarity to crocodilians, which he ranks in S tier, what he does instead...
If you ever find yourself speccing into the playstyle of an amphibian, you may want to reconsider how you're spending your evolution points.
He compares them more to frogs, and I find that fucking bizarre. That's just insane to me. Right? Like... First of all, there's plenty of frogs that can adapt to, you know, dry climates just fine. Even deserts. And again, like you can see just how inconsistent the standards are in this tier list alone. Like, we got rats up here in like B tier, right? And I'm going to assume that's just because, like, okay, rats up here in B tier, cats and dogs up in S tier. I assume just because of, like, their adaptability and their ability to, like, you know, basically mooch off of humans, right? So that's how successful they are rather than how good they'd be in a fight, right? So that's fine. And then you got fucking snails and, like, clams down here. Snails and clams are everywhere. Starfish are everywhere. Snakes are everywhere. Frogs are everywhere. Regular fish, like bass, everywhere. Hell, I would say that, like, bass, if you're gonna put, like, you know, cats and dogs up in S tier, you should absolutely be putting bass up in S tier. Bass get to be big fish in small ponds specifically because humans introduced them into man-made ponds just so that they can fish for them. It's such a strange list. I don't get it at all. Yeah, it's all vibe-based. Fuck it, right? Fuck it. Like, house cats are above big cats, so this isn't just about who would win in a fight, and he seems to be ranking Spinosaurus' effectiveness based on how well it does in comparison to, like, its contemporaries, like Carcharodontosaurus and such, and its ability to hunt things on land, and but also how adaptable it is. But adaptability seems to be, like, only sometimes mattering. But also not... It's just a super inconsistent standard, even in one given list. And again, like, the main thing that I would say is I would absolutely compare the Spinosaurs more to crocodilians than I would to frogs. So... I don't even necessarily think that Spinosaurs would completely be an S tier, just because, like, hey, they are specialized to their niche. But I just don't think I'd be able to do a dinosaur tier list unless I really, really nailed in the standards that I'm judging them by. Like, if it's just by fighting, Spinosaurus would probably be in B or C tier. Because, like, they are super big, but, like, I don't think they're exactly designed for... Then again, I don't think any carnivore is really designed for fighting other large carnivores, because that's fucking stupid. That's just stupid and needlessly, like, putting themselves at risk for no benefit or gain. Except, like, food, which you could way more easily get from herbivores. Don't quote me on this, but I think he said he based some tier list decisions on video and documentary of animals losing fights that they normally win against, but I feel that just doesn't work. Yeah, that's stupid. The whole point of a tier list... At least in regards to, like, you know, who would win in a fight, right? Like, you know, back in the Melee days when tier lists first got invented. It's like, it's not the fact that, you know, at some local tournament...
Bro made the worst tier list I have ever seen, ever.
It's pretty bad. It's not the fact that at some local tournament, like, some starry-eyed Bowser can actually beat, like, the local Fox main. It's the fact that 9 times out of 11, Fox wins against Bowser. Bowser loses to most matchups in the game, which is why he's in F tier. So, like, if that's the criteria that you're judging it on, like, you know, what tools does this character have in order to win a fight? How often do they win those fights? Like, what's holding them back? If it's just about fighting, then I get it. I totally get it. I think that's still a little bit sloppy, a little goopy, but whatever, right? I'm totally down with that, if that's just how you're judging it. And I think that, like, viewing it through a video game angle could totally work in that aspect. But, like, then you just have the weird shit. Like, the elephant down here is saying, address this guy. Humans. Humans, right? Up at the very tippy top. Why? Brain. Brain. That's it. That's it. We invented guns, and that means we can beat all the other animals in a fight. I guess we're also decently adaptable. Yeah, it's just like bees are up in S tier too. When it's all just so confused. Like, why dolphins? Is that also just because of brain power? They haven't invented guns. What do they do with all their brain power? Dolphins should invent guns. And then, like, you have the crocodilians up in S tier, right? But I feel like he'll judge whether or not some animals are good based on their crocodile matchup.
Humans need prep time.
Yeah, they really do. They needed about like 200,000 years of prep time before they finally invented guns. Like, he'll be talking about things like cheetahs and like, oh, the fact that the cheetah lost to this crocodile in a fucking clip at the beginning of the video is like, oh, well, I guess fucking, you know, cheetahs must be garbage if they can get beaten by fucking crocodiles. But crocodiles are an S tier anyway, so what the... It's just... What do you mean? Also, where are jaguars? He said that humans without intelligence are still B tier. That's stupid. That's just stupid. Like, it's way too weighted in favor of humans, I think. Just with, like, kind of minimizing our impact on how certain animal groups do. I see you there, rhinos and cheetahs. Like, how these guys would be doing totally fucking fine if it weren't for human intervention. And then just gassing us up as being the fucking best, because fuck you, we invented guns.
Consider how you're spending your evolution points.
Let's
Last
continue.
in D tier, we have the hadrosaurs.
Okay, God, we're only in D tier. I need a drink. I need a drink. Fucking D tier for hadrosaurs. Good gravy. My oh my. I'm not even one of those people who's just like, oh man, T-Rex would have never even tried to take on like a fully grown Edmontosaurus because it's just like that weighted of a matchup, right? Like, I'm not even one of those overcorrectors that's saying that like most of the time an Edmontosaurus would win in a fight with a T-Rex. I'm not even like that, right? I just think that you're really underestimating and undervaluing how much weight these fuckers are throwing around. Like, can we... Hold up. Let's go back to the Camptosaurus page. That's the smaller of the two Edmontosaurus species. That's Regalis. That is fucking enormous. Now, these guys, Regalis, I want to say, was around during the, that was like 75-ish million years ago. That was around during the time of, like, Albertosaurus and, Gorgosaurus, Daspletosaurus. Can we get, like, a... I want to see if we can get, like, a size comparison for Albertosaurus. Still a decently big animal, right? Not like Edmontosaurus big. Here, I want to, like, have these guys side by side. Can we... Yeah, let's... Oh my god, that is a 12-meter long animal. Almost 13. That's the smaller of the two. So, let's see. That is like a 12-meter long animal. And Albertosaurus is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Almost 9. I'm sorry, Regalis fucking bodies Albertosaurus. And that is the smaller of the two. Like, this was the guy that was running around when Regalis was alive. A fully grown Regalis would have to be, like, taken out by a pack of Albertosaurus. And Anectons is the bigger of the two. And that was around when T-Rex was around. These were enormous animals. Like, their size alone would have been a deterrent for, like, most of their existence until T-Rex came along. Oh yeah, and of course, that's not even the biggest that Hadrosaurus got. Shantungosaurus is fucking... It's ridiculous. This thing... Oh my god. Oh, it's so fucking huge. But even then, that is not to discredit how big some of the rest of these guys were. Parasaurolophus is still a big animal. These are huge. Now, Shantungosaurus is like the size of some sauropods. And some of the rest of these guys were, like, real heavy hitters, too. These are huge animals, and you can't understate that, especially when they are moving in groups. Like, that's something I really fail to understand with, you know, okay, I'm going to spoil it. He puts sauropods in S tier, and part of that is because they do move in herds and can defend each other from predators. But that doesn't seem to be the case for hadrosaurs, which is fucking bizarre. Okay, yeah. Let's also, while we're here, compare Shantungosaurus with its ridiculous size. Let's see. Maximum estimate of 56 feet long. Let's compare it to its contemporary Tyrannosaur. Zhucheng Tyrannus. Still a pretty big animal. Pretty big. Similar in size and gross morphology to Tarbosaurus, about 33 feet. Shantungosaurus is enormous. It is gigantic. It's just fucking huge. You gotta understand that being made of that much fucking flesh and muscle is enough of a deterrent to stop you from getting eaten all the time. So, like, devaluing that, especially when they're moving as a group, especially when they're moving in herds, is really fucking bizarre. Because, like, one Shantungosaurus on its own is gonna be a fucking bitch to take down. Imagine a whole herd of them that are all, like, watching each other's backs and, like, potentially charging at you, trying to trample you to death. Like, I'll be as critical of Walking with Dinosaurs 2025 as anyone else, but the scene where the one Albertosaurus gets absolutely trampled, stampeded by a whole herd of Edmontosaurus, yeah, that's what would happen. He would just fucking die. And again, not to say that they're completely unstoppable or anything, right? Like, these guys are just out here killing carnivores for fun. Like, outside of their size, they really don't have much in the ways of defense. But you can't discount the size. Like, especially when, for most of the Cretaceous, the Tyrannosaurs that they were contemporary with weren't all that big. Not comparatively, anyway. Like, it's only when T-Rex came along that the matchup really started going way more in the Tyrannosaur's favor. That's my take on this whole thing. So just because they don't have any obvious weaponry on them, like no big spikes or horns or tail clubs or armor or anything like that, you really can't discount how fucking huge these were. It's something that it's really hard to get a grasp on until you do see like an actual hadrosaur like mount or skeleton, or even just a size comparison like this where you see like you're the size of this thing's head and there's a whole rest of it there. So you gotta understand just how huge these are.
Now, I don't have a ton to say about these builds. Generally, their main game plan is pretty simple. See a predator coming and run away.
I like how he shows like footage of a little baby there.
This is pretty similar to the Dryosaurus and Camptosaurus playstyle I mentioned in F tier, but instead of relying on the more powerful herbivores to defend them, they had the HP required to shrug off a hit or two, and actually had the mobility required to escape, assuming they...
He's saying that hadrosaurs are faster than Dryosaurus, which is really fucking weird. And again, like, he's judging this as like a one-on-one thing, which I don't really get at all. He makes an excuse for that in Triceratops by saying that Triceratops was primarily solitary, which is fine. And like later on he goes on to say that like, oh dude, T-Rex could fucking kill anything in basically one bite. But like, again, you gotta understand that like the HP that lets the Hadrosaurus shrug off an attack or two, those attacks can be T-Rex bites, right? And if they can outpace the T-Rex in the first place without even needing to take a bite in the first place, then yeah, that's just a solid, that's just solid, you know? What is wrong with this? Why is this D tier?
They saw the attack coming. Overall, this build was pretty easy to play, but had a low skill ceiling as well, since they had no actual combat abilities. All in all, there's a reason players consider Hadrosaurs more forgettable among dinosaur builds. In C tier, we've got two of the most famous Jurassic builds. The first is Stegosaurus.
Okay. I personally wouldn't have Stegosaurus down this low, but again, I think he's really valuing the intelligence.
Taking a quick look at the Stegosaurus' stats, it's clear that this build was extreme on many fronts. It had one of the lowest intelligence levels of any dinosaur, and also didn't exactly have much in terms of mobility either. However, it had pretty incredible combat stats and powerful abilities to back it up. Most notably, its backplates and Thagomizer. Their backplates significantly reduce the chance of an attacker scoring a critical hit against them.
As far as I'm aware, there is evidence to suggest that, like there was an Allosaurus fossil that was, I think, found in association with like a broken Stegosaurus backplate or something like that. Just fossilized evidence that shows that Allosaurus did indeed attack the backplates of Stegosaurus. So they probably did serve some kind of defensive function. Even if they're not like as obvious as something like the Ankylosaur armor, right? He doesn't end up talking about like the quote unquote second Stegosaurus brain, thank fucking God. But like there's some stuff that he doesn't mention, like just how ridiculously mobile and accurate the Stegosaur tail was, which I think would be greatly appreciated. But let's just hear what he has to say.
Since it's much harder to bite down on a Stegosaurus' weak point when there are plates in the way.
Well, that the Allosaurus there in the clip just kind of seemed to completely contradict what you were saying.
Their back plates can also be flushed with blood to grant a...
Okay, once again, because he's just getting the information from the documentary and presenting it as fact, then he's getting something completely wrong here. Stegosaurus's back plates would have been covered in a keratinous sheath, so the blood vessels wouldn't be like directly on the skin. Like they wouldn't be directly pressed up against the skin like that. So the ability to like flush blood into the plates in order to create this sort of defensive display, pure speculation from Walking with Dinosaurs that is now outdated. So I'm as disappointed by that as anyone because I think it looks fucking sick, but that's just not accurate at all. So yeah.
Large intimidation buff, which works great against predator and herbivore mains alike. The Thagomizer is one of the most unique weapons of any dinosaur build. The Thagomizer has one of the highest critical hit chances of any weapon in the game, often dealing enough damage to one-shot most players. Because it's a tail spike, this attack has a lot of reach, making approaching a defending Stegosaurus player extremely difficult. However, the strategy...
I mean, like, yeah, pretty much, is that, like, the Stegosaurus, as long as it's aware of you, then it could just, like, turn towards you and whack you with its tail. But that did not stop Allosauruses from, you know, trying anyway, and often suffering the consequences for it. But it's great that we have fossil evidence of them trying to do that, because we can see just how effective the Stegosaurs were at defending themselves.
The strategy was by no means perfect. Their low mobility made fleeing from battle impossible, so if an enemy did know how to subvert its defenses, Stegosaurus mains would be out of options.
That was a really weird clip to demonstrate that, because that Stegosaur looked like it was kind of stuck in the mud there. So, really weird example. All the other Stegosaurs seem to get away just fine, except this one that was very clearly stuck. I'm gonna guess this is like China. These were probably like either Sinraptor or Yangchuanosaurus.
And since their tails weren't long enough to cover an attack from the front, that was often their downfall. Thankfully, their base game plan was relatively simple, so their low intelligence didn't hinder them too much. Also in C tier, we have every Stegosaurus main's arch-enemy, Allosaurus.
Listen, resident Allosaurus fanboy here. Hi. That's my boy. C tier is so fucking weird for this. Because this was like even my fanboyism aside, this is like one of the most prolific dinosaurs in the entire late Jurassic. So again, if you're like mentioning its adaptability, then this thing was surviving in, like, you know, Europe. There were multiple different species in North America, potentially up to 3 species, depending on how you view Anax or Saurophaganax or whatever the fuck. These guys were everywhere. They are one of the most commonly found late Jurassic North America fossils in the Morrison Formation. And so, having them as C tier is really weird, because they were clearly very successful, highly adaptable, and they made their presence everyone else's problem. And they were really fucking good at it. Like, granted, they got into a lot of trouble themselves, but hey, they were still good. And the standards are really fucking weird again, because, personally speaking, like, if we're talking like Spinosaurus here, just because of its ability to, like, win in a fight, its size alone, I think, puts it, like, above Allosaurus. Again, this is me talking about, you know, resident Allosaurus fanboy. If you put an Allosaurus up against a Spinosaurus in a fight, Spinosaurus wins. Like, vast majority of the time, I want to say. You would need, like, multiple Allosaurus to take down one Spinosaurus, just because, like, again, you can't underestimate throwing around that much fucking meat. Allosaurus is big, it ain't Spinosaurus big. It's not even really Stegosaurus big. It still goes after them, though.
The Allosaurus build was unique in that it actually invested very little into the bite attack,
oh,
only
boy.
having the bite strength of a lion.
Okay, so that's just straight up wrong. That is just completely fucking wrong. Yeah, Allosaurus had a way stronger bite force than that of a lion, but we have to do the thing where, because T-Rex's bite force was so fucking ridiculous that, but also the fact that T-Rex is like kind of the baseline dinosaur that everybody, you know, compares other dinosaurs to. It's just like, T-Rex is way the fuck up here, Allosaurus is like, you know, down here-ish. So it's like, why is it so much worse than T-Rex? It must have been doing something completely different. No, T-Rex is just fucking insane. That's the thing, right? T-Rex is monstrous. Its bite force is stupid. It's ridiculous. Allosaurus got by just fine. Primarily because of weirdly enough, a reason that he gives credit to Carcharodontosaurs for later on in the list. He puts Carcharodontosaurs above T-Rex, right? T-Rex is in B tier, and Carcharodontosaurs are in A tier, and the reason for that is that Carcharodontosaurs, they didn't, like, you know, spec all into bite force, and they still had usable arms, and they just used their more serrated teeth in order to slash at their prey and cause it to bleed to death. Allosaurus was doing the same thing. It's just a progenitor of the Carcharodontosaur, like, you know, lineage, basically. Allosaurus was just like the... If you want to use video game jargon, it was the beta test. You had like the alpha test with the Metriacanthosaurids, then you got the beta test with the Allosaurids, and then you had launch with the Carcharodontosaurs. Like, yeah, dinosaurs like Allosaurus are the norm, while T-Rex is absolutely the exception. T-Rex is fucking weird. Like, if you look at other dinosaurs and compare them to T-Rex, then you understand that T-Rex is the outlier, and not the other way around.
Instead, Allosaurus dealt damage by using its head like a battle axe,
Oh, God.
swinging its open jaw down onto an enemy player.
Okay. So, I think this is actually our first time talking about the hatchet jaw theory. And it's not even from AI Goop, it's from fucking Tierzoo. That is kind of insane. So, this was a theory that was posited for a little while, not even all that long. Because, again, when you're comparing bite forces to T-Rex, then you have to figure, well, this is a large carnivore, so in order to be as effective as T-Rex, without the proper bite force, it has to be doing some other thing. And that's correct, but they got the other thing wrong. Now, originally they saw like the super strong neck muscles that Allosaurus had, and they were like, maybe these are designed for like withstanding a lot of impact force. And if that's the case, maybe instead of like, you know, strengthening its jaw muscles, what it was doing instead was, kind of using its head like a battle axe in order to just like chop at prey, right? And using its serrated teeth to like create these big open wounds, and using the force of its head impacting them in order to, you know, deal a lot of, I'm trying to think of the word here, like physical damage. There's a better term for that. I'm completely spacing on it right now. Mechanical damage, I think. Yeah. Yeah, they thought it was like Haxorus. This was also hypothesized due to the gape that Allosaurus is capable of. It can open its jaws weirdly wide. Like, it can open its jaws to a pretty ridiculous degree. I think there's actually an illustration of this on Wikipedia, if I'm not mistaken. Because I know the fucking Wikipedia page for Allosaurus so well. There we go. Yeah. So you can see just how wide Allosaurus can open its jaws, and that was another reason that people hypothesized this, is like, oh, it can open its jaws super wide, so that means it can be able to, like, you know, just use its top jaw as a hatchet and just like boom, 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 boom. And that was hypothesized for a little while, but it was eventually discredited, and it's now thought that what Allosaurus was actually doing was, instead of using those neck muscles in order to like chop at its prey, it's using them to kind of like sort of wrench flesh off of it, which I think is also badass. Like, it's not putting all of its strength into its jaw, it's putting all of its strength into its neck. So that way it can, like, you know, just sort of power through ripping the flesh off. And even then, it's still got like the super serrated teeth, like its later Carcharodontosaurid relatives, that make it able to, like, you know, make some serious open gashes in its prey that lead to blood loss and shock and eventual death. The gape is still like what was it doing with all that? What it doing with that mouth? I think some people, the gape may have also led to the flesh grazing theory that is popular for Allosaurus and other the later Carcharodontosaurids, where rather than trying to outright kill sauropods, what they do is just sort of walk on up to one, grab a chunk of flesh off of it, eat that, and then they're good to go. So basically being like the dinosaur equivalents of cookie cutter sharks. I don't buy that. I think it's possible that they would have, done that, opportunistically, sort of. More like accidents, right? Like they're absolutely trying to kill a sauropod, but if all they get is a big chunk of meat, then it's like, hey, I'll take it. Like, I'll take whatever I can fucking get at this point. If that guy's not gonna die, then hey, meat's meat. But yeah, I don't think that's something they were intentionally doing. I think it's more like, hey, if I kill this sauropod, I won't have to hunt again for like a month. And in an environment as hostile and, prone to very dramatic seasonal changes as the Morrison Formation was, that could be a lifesaver. So, yeah, they very likely would have been just straight up trying to kill whatever it is they saw, because Allosaurus is just built different. So, the gape is possibly just used for, biting onto very large-bodied prey like the many sauropods that lived in the Morrison Formation. It's not especially clear yet. We'll figure that out one of these days, I hope.
This dealt heavy damage but was nowhere near the devastating power of some of the top-tier dinosaur combat moves. It had the highest top speed of any build during its time, but had relatively low stamina, meaning it could only sprint for a short time, also similar to lions today.
I don't know where the hell he got that from, but whatever.
While one-on-one, Allosaurus tended to get bodied by the stronger herbivore players of its time. In packs, they could take down just about anything.
Okay, so the ability to pack hunt here is just kind of glossed over. Again, he's getting all of his footage from documentaries. He's getting all of his information from documentaries, which shows Allosaurus hunting in packs. That's just one of those many contentious things about Allosaurus lifestyles that we don't know about, because there's huge bone beds that are just like filled to bursting with loads of Allosaurus all on top of each other. So it's like, were these congregating around here for social reasons? Was this due to a drought or anything like that? We don't really know. It's possible that they may have hunted together in groups, but whether or not it would have been like a coordinated pack structure is, I would say like almost as far as unknowable until we find like basically what we found in regards to Deinonychus and Tenontosaurus, except with like sauropod material. If we find something like that, then that's like pay dirt for Allosaurus pack hunting theories. But we don't know about that. But again, like, he's saying that they could hunt in packs, and as a result of being able to hunt in packs, they could take down almost anything, including sauropods, which he ranks in S tier. But he kind of glazes over that, like just sort of glosses over that rather. And it's like, well, we'll see how high he ranks dromaeosaurs, primarily due to the fact that they can pack hunt.
Overall, a solid mid-tier, whose strategies got expanded upon and refined by the later dinosaur builds. In B tier, we have a few builds which did the exact opposite of what Allosaurus did, in that they put a ton of evolution points into a single combat tactic.
Ugh.
First, the build which spec'd into the claw skill tree, granting it the longest claws to ever exist in the...
Okay, Therizinosaurus. This is a weird one. Because, like, its claws are long, don't get me wrong, and they definitely would have been useful for defending itself in a pinch, but they're not designed for that. He's acting like they are designed for that. They're designed for browsing leaves. Like, modern-day sloths have really long claws, but, like, that's not really what you wouldn't exactly be worried about them, like, clawing you up if they got a hold on you. Yeah, fuck it. I can bring out the tax write-off. Why not? you know what? Since we just talked about Allosaurus, I'll dual wield. All right. Doo-doo-doo. So, this is my main sword, and this is my parrying dagger. Really though, this is my Therizinosaurus claw. This is my Allosaurus claw. I believe this would have been the largest claw on the hand of Allosaurus. But the Therizinosaurus claw it's pretty fucking huge, right? I even think this was the longest claw on their hand, right? And you can see how comparatively thin it is, right? It's weird. I'm pretty sure. Let me get another tax write-off for you here. Yeah, the T-Rex tooth is thicker than this thing at its thickest. So, one T-Rex tooth is thicker than one of these claws. So, I don't think these would have necessarily been amazing as defensive weapons, right? Like, I think they would have done the job in a pinch, and they certainly would have been very intimidating. I would not want to approach an herbivore with weaponry like this, but I don't think they'd be necessarily great at it. Again, like, if you're judging by the put these animals in a cage and have them fight to the death sort of strategy of how are these guys, like, how are you ranking these guys? I do have a Megaraptor and Claw, actually. That's a better comparison. Okay, now you can see the thickness of a claw that is designed to kill shit. This is a Megaraptor claw. This is like their main weaponry, right? Still huge, but also way thicker than something that is used for browsing, despite the fact that it's maybe like half the length of the Therizinosaurus claw. Same goes for the Allosaurus claw. Still way thicker. So, like, using these for, you know, sort of gently browsing, grabbing some leaves and branches and stuff, and just, like, bringing them down to your face so you can nom, 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 right? Totally great for that. They do a really good job at that. But, like, for actually fighting, I imagine these would be relatively fragile. Because it's not like these guys are like, hacking through tree branches like they're big machetes, right? It's more like they're... what's like a good... Is it like a good modern day analog for this sort of thing? I don't know. But the point is that it's not like a machete. These aren't designed... Yeah, maybe a boat hook. Yeah, they're handling branches, not slicing them. So... No, not a weed whacker either. That requires too much force. But, like, the point is they're not using a lot of force. That's the thing. Like, smacking something requires a lot of force. That's why, like, the T-Rex teeth and, like, the Megaraptor claw, they're so much thicker because they need to be able to withstand all that force of, you know, gripping into something or biting into something, like, potentially into bone, right? So, I don't think that a Therizinosaurus would be amazing in a fight, right? I just don't think it's, like, designed for it. I think when it comes to something like fighting, then the claws would mostly be used for intimidation. Because, like, even if they're not great, and, like, they could be potentially fragile and maybe even break during a fight with a big carnivore like a Tarbosaurus, right? That's a huge risk for the predator. Like, the Therizinosaurus is going to be pissed that one of its claws is broken, but you could be the Tarbosaurus that lost an eye because of that. And you don't want to be the guy who lost an eye because of that. I'm not saying they're absolutely useless, right? I'm not saying that at all. Okay, you're saying that it's useless from the latest study. I personally don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. Sorry. I just don't. Like, a lot of paleontologists do this sort of thing where they'll take a look at a big structure like this. They do the same thing for like saber-toothed cat teeth, and they'll say like, oh no, this couldn't be used for fucking anything. Like, not even for foraging purposes, anything like that. Even though it's like, well, they put the effort into, you know, evolving this sort of structure where it would be very useful to have for foraging purposes. Like why would Smilodons evolve their big ass teeth at, like, if the Smilodons are really having display structures, right? You make them your teeth, you make them the shit that you eat stuff with. I just don't particularly understand that. I think that they absolutely could have been used in sexual display. I think that they could have been used for sexual display. I think they could have been used to intimidate predators. I think they could have even been used to fight predators. But I think that their main purpose was browsing. Like, can we look at a sloth claw? Oh. See again. You look, oh wait, hold on. There we go. You look at the sloth claw here. You got a similar sort of thing going on. It's just like very long, very thin, and it's used for like on these long arms to grab at branches and haul them back down. Even the curve seems pretty similar. Brandy, you have food in your bowl. You have food in your bowl, little lady. Do you not want to eat it? Do you not like that flavor? Well, anteater claws are completely different, right? Because those are designed for busting into termite mounds, which may as well be made of fucking rock for all the difference it makes. Those are a completely different foraging story. Meow meow. You want to say hi? You want to say hi? Brandy, I think you're S tier. Oh, okay. She disagrees. Could have been on the slower side like sloths, maybe having a slow metabolism due to their diet. They certainly wouldn't have been very fast animals just because like they got a weird sort of body structure for well, for dinosaurs in general, really. Like, they wouldn't have been built for speed, but that's fine, because trees are generally slower than animals that try to eat them. But, yeah. That is my thesis on why I believe that I really don't think that Therizinosaur claws are useless. I think they do the job just fine, if I had to guess. I just don't think that they'd be amazing for combat, and certainly not better than, like, say, Stegosaur Thagomisers, or, hell, even, like, again, Spinosaurus claws. That's something he glossed over with Spinosaurus, too, is, like, they also had really huge claws. That's what Baryonyx is named after. So this is a trait they had across the board. Like, granted, they were mainly used as big fish hooks, but still, in a pinch, I trust a Spinosaur claw to do a lot of heavy damage more than a Therizinosaur claw.
In the game, Therizinosaurs. Therizinosaurs were excellent in 1v1 combat because their claws gave them incredible reach and damage, perfect for slicing at the heads of carnivore manes that were trying to bite them.
Oh yeah, the weird unnamed Dromaeosaur from when dinosaurs roamed America that ended up being like Suski Tyrannus or something. But yeah, the main thing he's talking about here is their worth in combat, which I think they would have done the job in a pinch. I just don't think that they would have been like super great at it.
Their slash attack was the strongest the game had ever seen. In fact, they put so many points into the claw skill tree that they had none left over for teeth or mobility, and were actually forced to change teams from the carnivore side to the herbivore side.
I mean, they did still have teeth. They were just like, you know, designed for eating plant matter. And again, like, this is such a weird way to look at this. Like, aha, I like, you know, put too many points into claw, so now I, like, have to become an herbivore, when it pretty much would have been the other way around. Like the earliest Therizinosaur ancestors. Hold on, which was these guys? The name is like fucking escaping me. Therizinosauridae. What's like the super earliest one? It's like, no. Oh, the name is fucking escaping me. Falcarius. Thank you. Christ alive. So yeah, way back when, can I like zoom out on this a little bit? There we go. So way back when, this is like one of the earliest known Therizinosaurs, if not the earliest. This is Falcarius. Like, it doesn't have super long claws, as you can see. Like, its arms are decently long. You can tell it's still like a theropod, but like you look at its head. Let me see if I could just can I really not just like, well, whatever. You can look at its head and you can see that this is still totally an herbivore. But it's a little guy. So what would have happened as these guys are evolving is they got these long necks, little heads, they're still plant eaters. So, like as they're getting bigger and their arms are getting longer, then they're just like, oh, hey, mutations occur over millions of years of evolution that cause their arms and claws to go longer, that allows them to forage for higher foods, and eventually they specialize in that, right? There we go. Nope, that is too zoomed out. Too zoomed out. So yeah, it was completely the other way around. It's not like, oh man, I made my claws so long for slashing that now all I can do is eat plants. It's I've evolved to eat plants, and as a result of that, I will now grow longer arms and longer claws to browse for plants more effectively. Like to reach higher plant matter that other dinosaurs can't. Certainly not in the environments that a lot of Therizinosaurs lived in. I don't think, anyway. Regardless.
Making them the only build from the theropod faction to opt not to be a predator.
That's just wrong. You will notice that ornithomimosaurs go completely unmentioned in this video. There are some ornithomimosaurs like Gallimimus that are pretty much obligate herbivores. Or even if they are herbivores, then like they'll pretty much just do what normal herbivores do and snack on like the occasional small animal or egg or something. Oh yeah, and also birds. Lest we forget birds. That other group of theropods that, you know, a lot of them became herbivores. So yeah, that's just wrong on multiple levels.
This actually worked out really well for them, because they no longer had to compete with the other predator mains for XP, and were also taller than most herbivore players typically seen in the forest biomes.
Hi, Brandy.
Sure, they were lacking in intelligence and mobility, and also couldn't actually gain any experience from the enemies that they defeated with their claws.
I mean, they could still like eat a little bit of meat. That they were fine with that. Again, obligate herbivory is essentially a myth, so they would have gotten some they would have gotten some nutrients out of meat. And they probably would have been like, I could totally see like Therizinosaur scavenging. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah.
But all in all, they had a surprisingly effective strategy. Not a perfect defense, as they were definitely still vulnerable to coordinated assaults, but definitely an above average build. On the opposite end of the spectrum from Allosaurus and Therizinosaurs, both of which had either weak or non-existent bite damage,
Ow, don't
we
bite
had the
me.
carnivore build that put all of its evolution points into maxing out the bite attack, the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
The real one that put all of its points into its bite attack was Brandy. She just bit me on the toe because she doesn't like the food that's currently in her bowl right now. And yeah, T-Rex is in B tier. Right next to Therizinosaurs, which I just don't agree with even a little. Again. One tooth. One. Brandy, do you want me to get you another can of food? Do you really just not like that one at all? All right, give me a second here. I gotta feed my damn cat. Because this food isn't good enough for her. I see like a whole shrimp in there. And it's just like, no, I don't want it. all fish. No shrimp, okay? Okay. Please eat this and like it. I've spent too much damn money on cat food that you just don't eat. Okay. Yeah, T-Rex and B tier is fucking insanity. It's... I just can't even remotely agree with this.
T-Rex had the most powerful bite attack in the history of the game. Able
No, it didn't, because Megalodon's was stronger.
to take out any player it was able to bite in a single hit.
Except when it couldn't. Which, you know... If only there was fossilized evidence of an Edmontosaurus surviving a T-Rex bite and living to tell the tale, and having evidence of healing to suggest that it lived well after the bite, but what the fuck ever at this point. This isn't the worst he says about T-Rex.
This also gave it the ability to crush bone, letting it access the XP-rich marrow inside, similar to what hyenas do in today's meta. T-Rex was a hybrid between a predator and scavenger build.
At a certain point, why even say anything? Why even say... Let's just keep going. He says it gets worse.
It didn't have the greatest luck taking down the heavily armored herbivores of the Cretaceous expansion.
It was literally designed specifically to attack these things.
But it could certainly defeat them if the T-Rex players worked in a group. And as a scavenger, its massive size gave it the ability to steal kills from other carnivore players who had no hope of surviving its devastating bite if they got in its way.
Okay, Valley of the T-Rex is one of the documentaries that he watched. Yep. He's saying that it basically sucked when it came to actually fighting things, that it had the ridiculous bite force that it evolved specifically to kill, unless it was working as a group. And then most of the time it could just like scavenge. Like saying hybrid predator scavenger, but like fuck off. The only fucking... Actually, I can't even say that the only predator here is Jack Horner because T-Rex is also a predator. Just a different kind. Most carnivores will scavenge. It's free food. A carnivore would be stupid to pass up free food. Okay? You gotta understand that. If there's a whole ass Triceratops carcass there, the T-Rex isn't gonna think, you know what? It's not honorable. It's not honorable because I didn't kill it myself. What he's gonna think is, holy shit, a free Triceratops, hell yeah. Like, the only real exceptions to this are things where their hunting response is based on movement. My sort of go-tos for that would be like web spinning spiders, right? Basically blind, can't really see their prey, can't really pursue their prey. So what they're waiting for is for something to go into their web and start moving around so they can determine, oh shit, this thing's alive, and then they wrap it up and then they eat it. Something else would be things like, I want to say most frogs. A lot of frogs, their hunting response, this actually goes for some lizards too, their hunting response is based on movement. So like, they'll see something moving that's smaller than them, and then they're just like, eat. Frogs are a very one-track mind with that. And some lizards are also the same way. I think I've seen Dimitri scavenge a couple of times. Same goes for Zuko. But, like, some lizards will pretty much only eat, like, moving food. Which is, like, pretty much why I feed them live food. Some people have said that, like, oh, hey, in Jurassic Park, The fact that they can't see you if you don't move, that's like a frog DNA thing. Depends, because like in the book, Dr. Grant, like he's as surprised as the reader is to find out that the T-Rex is basically incapable of seeing him if he doesn't move. But in the movie, he says at the very beginning that T-Rex's vision is based on movement. And then he tells like Malcolm when they're in the car together, like, don't move, its vision is based on movement. But like he seems to know this intrinsically. Probably just because like that's easier to get across in a movie, and also it makes Grant seem more knowledgeable about this sort of thing. But in the book, you could totally make the thing that like, hey, it's a frog DNA thing. And in real life, T-Rex's eyesight was fucking amazing. It had ridiculously great eyesight. It had binocular vision. It could see like as far as a hawk. It's just like, it was great. It had great eyesight. So again, this is just like, this is an awful misrepresentation of T-Rex. Like, just terrible. But it gets dumber, would you believe?
T-Rex did, however, have to sacrifice all of its other offensive strengths in order to maximize its bite damage. Its arms were so short that its claw attack had pathetic range, making them useless both for holding prey and fighting rivals for territory.
You're saying that it could kill things in a single bite, and it's just like, you know, why isn't it clawing things too? Why isn't it clawing things? Like, because it doesn't fucking need to. Like, we've seen so many AI sludge channels that are just like, hey, T-Rex's arms may have been small, but like that really didn't matter because it's like, it, you know, put all of its effort into biting stuff. And then Tirzu is just like, you know what? You min-maxed too hard. That's basically what he's saying here.
And it also wasn't particularly fast outside of short bursts of speed. So if players saw it coming, which wasn't that hard because of its massive size, they wouldn't have too tough a time avoiding it.
As this Triceratops has a very difficult time avoiding it. And again, he's just saying that like, oh, you expect too much into the bite force, when the bite force is very, very important, when like all of the large prey animals in the Hell Creek Formation are armored, very defensive, or fucking huge. Like, yeah, he made the right choice. Not that it's a choice because evolution doesn't work that way. But if you're presenting it in like a sort of video game jargon way, then then yeah, he would make the right choice there. That is the perfect build for the environment that he's in.
Still, with Team Strats, it was near unstoppable, and it always had the option to fall back on scavenging, so it was definitely a solid high tier.
So did every carnivore.
The last B tier build I want to talk about is Triceratops. In terms of defense in a single direction, no build has ever come close to Triceratops.
Also, we're doing just Triceratops here and not like ceratopsians in general. So again, that just really cancels out a lot of the other ceratopsian interactions that you'd be seeing throughout the rest of the Cretaceous, which is frustrating. Because again, you had like decently large ceratopsians going against tyrannosaurs that weren't especially huge, or were more lightly built, that were just like, yeah, no, fuck you, get out of my face. And that gets especially frustrating when we get to talk about what he ends up talking about in regards to group structure.
Their horns can deal massive damage in a single swing, even to giant carnivore builds like T-Rex. Looking at its stats, it's pretty clear that going head-to-head with this thing would end badly. However, one thing I've noticed is that players nowadays fail to remember its main drawback, low intelligence. This thing was pretty close to a—
Oh my god, it's fucking Enchanted Learning again, I forgot about this. Enchanted Learning is back, baby! It's like me in elementary school, I'm using Enchanted Learning as a source for all the little stuff I'm writing about dinosaurs. Why?
modern-day opossum in terms of brain power.
Right.
And as many of you should know from my Australia video, marsupials are some of the least intelligent mammals. People assume Triceratops behaved similar to a modern-day elephant, since both are about the same size and sport powerful front-facing weaponry. However, the herd behavior that makes elephants so untouchable by predators was absent in the Triceratops build, as they were mostly solitary. And this was
okay, this is largely true as far as we know for Triceratops. Triceratops itself. There is not a whole lot of evidence to suggest that Triceratops was frequently moving around in big groups. That is not the case for other ceratopsians. There are, like, flood beds that show that, you know, a bunch of Pachyrhinosaurus were moving together as a herd and ended up dying in a flood. So that may apply to Triceratops itself, but that doesn't apply to other ceratopsians, certainly as far as we know, who would have been way stronger against the tyrannosaurs and other predators that they were living with, because they had the advantage of living in a group. So again, like, this is just one of the disadvantages of tackling one specific genre at a time, except for when you don't, and you can paint things like hadrosaurs or sauropods, or I think he does the same thing with dromaeosaurs and carcharodontosaurs, all in this big, wide brush. But then some genre just get, like, kind of screwed over due to inherent weaknesses to that specific genus, rather than to the group as a whole, which is frustrating. It's frustrating.
Wee woo, wee woo.
I agree. Wee woo indeed.
Due to their low intelligence stat. Because of that, they were highly vulnerable from being attacked from behind, or from multiple angles at once.
Arg!
Triceratops' low intelligence also meant that it was easily tricked into walking into ambushes set by carnivore mains, which pretty much always meant a game over for the Triceratops. As powerful as this build is, and it is powerful, don't get me wrong.
Like, he's showing footage of Zuniceratops here, which is a much smaller ceratopsian. So that kind of leads me to believe that he's, you know, again, painting all ceratopsians with the same Triceratops brush when these same weaknesses don't apply. Which is... I
think it's definitely not a top tier dinosaur and caps out at B tier. Okay, so in A tier we've got the dinosaurs which were a bit smarter about how they invested their evolution points. First we have the Dromaeosaurs, the faction of dinosaurs that include...
Like, okay, this is so frustrating because you're saying that, like, T-Rex and Allosaurus when working in a group are basically unstoppable. And I assume that the same would be true of Triceratops if it were actually a more, I don't know, a social creature, right? And then with Dromaeosaurs, I want to say that's, like, the only advantage they have is that we know of one genus of Dromaeosaurs that works as a group, sometimes. Yeah. No, if this was a Jack Horner list, then Hadrosaurs would be way higher. And T-Rex would be way lower. T-Rex would be down in, like, Spinosaurus tier, and Hadrosaurus would be where T-Rex is now. But, like, there were plenty of solitary Dromaeosaurs, like Velociraptor, and, oh god, there were Dromaeosaurs that had a lifestyle very similar to Spinosaurus, like Austroraptor. Like, hey, Austroraptor was fucking huge, especially for a raptor, but it was mostly a fish eater. Just like Spinosaurus, but again, because we're painting Dromaeosaurs with this big-ass brush, that means Austroraptor automatically gets lumped into A tier, when, like, by this list's own standards, it should be down here with Spinosaurus for the exact same reasons.
Includes builds like Velociraptor, Deinonychus, and Utahraptor. These players made an interesting choice to forego the gigantism ability that made dinosaurs so dominant in the first place, and try their hand at more of an evasive rushdown playstyle, sacrificing both their HP and defense stats to buff their mobility and DPS as best they could.
Yeah, he's got, like, the speed of the raptors super high. We've talked about this a lot. Dromaeosaurs weren't especially, like, fast, in spite of the name of Velociraptor. They were more agile, they were more, like, suited for jumping than they were for, like, long-distance running. Also, I don't like this Dromaeosaur. Its smug aura mocks me. It's got this little tiny head, almost Therizinosaur. Of course, the incorrectly pronated hands. Are these supposed to be feathers? Also, those... them feet, goddamn. You got the... He got the elephantiasis.
Most notably, they spec'd into buffing a single claw on each foot, which had two important functions. The first being that it could deal massive slash and stab type damage, and the
Stab yes, slash no.
second being that it gave them the ability to hook onto players that they were targeting using the pounce attack.
That's the main thing, is being able to grapple onto stuff. Not so much slashing, just grabbing on, because they got the mouthful of teeth that do most of the slashing damage, because much like some of the other dinosaurs that we talked about, like Allosaurus and Carcharodontosaurus, they have more serrated teeth that are much better for slashing into prey and creating open wounds that lead to blood loss.
Overall, this build had much higher damage than normal for a build that size, and could easily take down players in a much higher weight class, especially if they attacked in a group.
It's so funny when the footage he's saying doesn't match up to what's happening on screen at all.
Often did. They had the ability to weave in and out of their opponent's attack range easily, letting them bait out and dodge attacks. The one main...
In order to do what? Like, okay, that little Dromaeosaur just dodged that Albertosaur's attack. What was he going to do after that? Except just run away. Which, like you've said, is just like, fuck it. Fucking running away? That's for chumps. Dryosaurus can run away, Hadrosaurus can run away, but they're all in, like, F and D tier.
The drawback to this build was that if it never got careless, they could easily take lethal damage in a single hit. But overall, this faction was one of the most successful at the time and easily A tier. Also,
so were the Tyrannosaurs. If you're judging success, motherfucker, if you're just judging how successful they were, then you have to put T-Rex in, like, the same tier for basically the same reasons. They basically showed up around the same time and were exactly as prolific as one another throughout the entire late Cretaceous period. Fucking hell, dude.
In A tier we have Carcharodontosaurus, a build very similar to T-Rex in terms of appearance, but with a slightly different plan of attack. Instead of investing purely into bite force, maxing out base damage, Carcharodontosaurus spent its evolution points speccing into advanced, serrated teeth. This gave their bite...
saying that the teeth are advanced because they're serrated is really fucking weird, because that's sort of the default condition. Like, again, that's the same is true of Allosaurus, the same is true of the Dromaeosaurs. I'm pretty sure the same is true of Coelophysis. Like, T-Rex's teeth are weird because they're still serrated, they're just fucking thick and ridiculous. Spinosaur teeth are not serrated, like, at all in any capacity, which also makes them weird. Because their teeth are more designed for gripping onto fish, which serrations don't really help with. Yeah, like, if you want to talk about innovations or anything like that, then absolutely, T-Rex has the more quote-unquote advanced teeth because they're good for being serrated, but also good for crushing bones and just, like, breaking through armor and shit like that. Like, if you're comparing all of these dinosaurs against one another, then I would say that Carcharodontosaurus has less of a chance against something like a Triceratops as opposed to a T-Rex. So, and not to mention ankylosaurs, like, Carcharodontosaurs are really good at what they're designed for, which is primarily hunting sauropods. And yet, despite that, sauropods still get higher than Carcharodontosaurs, so I don't fucking get it.
Attack, an increased chance to cause the heavy bleed status effect, which would drain the target's HP and stamina over time. This was more cost-effective than pure bite force, and let them retain enough evolution points to spec into claws too, giving them a more well-rounded combat style that could still cause lethal damage from a single bite.
Okay, so Carcharodontosaurs did have more developed arms than Tyrannosaurs. Like, they were probably still using them a bit, but again, the weaponry is all in the head. It's just that they're doing a completely different strategy to T-Rex. Like, if you actually look at like a reconstruction of Carcharodontosaurus, can we get a reconstruction here? There we go. You can see that the arms aren't all that long, right? Like, they do have 3 claws as opposed to 2, and they do seem a bit more robust, but they're still not that long. Like, they're not going to be that much help in a hunt. Because, like, you see where the head is, and you see where the arms are, and it's like, how are the arms being that much help here? like these are still very reduced arms, right? Even if they're not as reduced as T-Rex or the Abelisaurs, which also go completely unmentioned in this list. Speaking of unmentioned in this list, you also have Megaraptorans. Can we get a Megaraptor? Can we get a reconstruction of one? Sort of, whatever. Maybe Joaquin Raptor would be easier, just because like there's more of that. Okay, and then you compare that to a Megaraptor and like Joaquin Raptor, and those arms seem like they're a lot more built for actually being used during hunting. Like you could totally see that, like, hey, the claws can match up with where the head is going to be when the animal is attacking something, right? As opposed to Carcharodontosaurus, whose arms just like, again, they're not useless, I don't think, and they're functional, but it's like, I don't think the fact that Carcharodontosaurus has more functional arms than T-Rex is a reason to put it like a whole tier higher. I really think it's just another one of those examples of people just overstating how fucking useless T-Rex's arms are and what kind of an impact that has on them.
This strategy is similar to the one seen employed by the Komodo dragon player base of today's meta.
You got eye boogies.
Carcharodontosaurus was also one of the tankier carnivore builds and could shrug off a hit or two even from the builds that would normally devastate anything that they landed a hit on.
Carcharodontosaurus and its relatives were much more thinly built than T-Rex, who was incredibly robust and weighed a lot more. So...
This made them extremely good at PvP against the other carnivore builds at the time, making them an easy high tier candidate. The next build I have in A tier is Ankylosaurus, perhaps the best tank build ever to exist in the game.
This one's fair. That's a completely fair ranking. Like, yeah, Ankylosaurs are ridiculous.
This build essentially took the Stegosaurus strategy and cranked it up to the most extreme it could. Instead of backplates for intimidation, the Ankylosaur players spec'd into armor, and instead of tail spikes they opted for a club.
Yeah, Spinosaurs have long functional arms too. That also would have been helpful for, like, you know, hunting not only their main food source of fish, but also fighting other dinosaurs. And yet, again, they're just down in D tier. Like, yeah, Ankylosaurus A tier, that's fair. I would probably put them somewhere similar, maybe even, like, potentially up in S tier with sauropods.
Their armor was so impenetrable that it made attacks from even the strongest carnivore mains pretty laughable.
T-Rex could still do something against it. Especially because Ankylosaurus is quite a bit smaller than T-Rex. They're not invincible, right? But, like, they definitely would have been, I think, probably one of the hardest things for a T-Rex to take down.
While their club didn't have a high crit chance like the tail spikes did, it did do massive damage that could shatter bone, capable of crippling any player unfortunate to take a direct hit from it. Ankylosaurus was near invincible, except that it had one glaring flaw. Despite all of its defense and power, it was completely helpless if a player managed to flip it over. For that reason, I can't place it in top tier, because a good top tier will have no surefire counterplay.
I feel like most predators probably wouldn't be able to flip over an Ankylosaur, just because, like, they are extremely dense and heavy, and hey, you try, you're probably gonna get a tail club right in the face.
Last in A tier we have Troodon.
Oh boy.
The Troodon build was the only dinosaur build whose core strategy was based around the intelligence stat. Sure, other dinosaurs used team strategies or had advanced perception skills, both of which require some usage of intelligence.
Except you don't value that on Dryosaurus and Camptosaurus at all.
But Troodon was the only one to specifically tailor their build around having its brain be its best weapon.
Brain.
Troodon had to sacrifice a lot to get this. High intelligence requires a lot of calories to maintain, so getting the kills required to sustain both a large size and a large brain was impossible, meaning that they had to give up gigantism as a trait. So instead of powerful dagger-like claws, Troodon opted for smaller but opposable claws that could be used to pick up objects. This severely...
I really don't know. I don't think that was what Troodon was using its claws for. Troodontids are very similar to dromaeosaurs in a lot of ways. They do have like a higher brain capacity, as far as I'm aware, which isn't saying a whole hell of a lot. And they had like very large eyes, which likely meant that they were nocturnal. And they did have a sort of killing claw, kind of like dromaeosaurs did. They're very closely related. But on troodontids, they were very reduced. So they were probably specializing in hunting smaller prey, as opposed to dromaeosaurs, who, like, even the ones that weren't hunting in packs, like Velociraptor, they were like still trying to take down prey that was larger than themselves, as you can see with Velociraptor and Protoceratops. So that would be my guess, is like troodontids were mostly nocturnal, hunting for smaller animals and stuff like that. And I don't think that their claws were really used, were really opposable, really. I think that they were just like, probably designed for pinning down smaller prey, the way that you see on the killing claw of today's Seriemas.
They cut its potential in combat, but gave it a lot of options in terms of manipulating its environment to, for example, set up traps to catch players that would otherwise be able to evade them.
Again, this is like super speculative behavior on a very outdated troodontid model, because troodontids are some of the absolute closest dinosaurs, non-avian dinosaurs I should say, to being birds. Troodon is smart, equivalent to an emu. Yeah, like, this is smart by dinosaur standards. When people say like, oh man, Troodon was like the smartest dinosaur there was, that's not saying a whole lot, right? Like, they weren't super intelligent. They were just, like, intelligent enough.
It's very possible that if non-avian dinosaurs weren't banned in the Meteor Strike balance patch, Troodon players would have eventually leveled up their intelligence enough to become...
The Troodon man. Good to see you, old friend. Troodon men can't be friends. This is like a super old paleo meme. I remember reading about Troodon man in books when I was a little kid. Yeah, this is old news. Troodon man, I think, was made more as like a thought experiment than any kind of actual scientific theory or anything like that, right? It's just like, you know, what if dinosaurs didn't go extinct and evolved in a more humanoid direction? And then that just kind of got corrupted, as far as I'm aware, into if dinosaurs didn't go extinct, then Troodon, because it was the smartest, would have gone in a more humanoid direction, because being more smart means you can only become more human-like, right? Because dolphins don't exist.
Top tiers, similar to humans. But even though it was starting to gain the power to dominate its environment, it still had no way to combat the other top tiers, aside from just running away. So it definitely wasn't S tier.
And again, like, it had no way of combating anything that was larger than itself, much like, you know, Dryosaurus and Camptosaurus down here, and yet Troodon gets put up into A tier just because it's slightly smarter than something like Dryosaurus. It's so fucking bizarre. The standards are all over the place.
In S tier, we have the most overpowered dinosaur faction of all, the sauropods.
Okay.
Sauropods had every tool they needed to counter all other dinosaur builds.
When they were fully
grown. They had
grown.
the maximum HP stat possible for a terrestrial build, and because they used the herd strategy, oftentimes this meant that if a sauropod player was caught off guard and was under attack by several carnivore players, it could usually tank enough hits that its teammates would have time to rescue it. And of all the...
Okay, so the thing with this is that I want to say that in some of his other lists, Tier Zoo kind of devalues a lot of animals that will kind of go for like an offspring spam strategy for reproduction, right? Things like the Mola Mola get a lot of flack, even outside of like Tirzu's channel. Like, there's that one super popular post that circulated around about how mola molas suck because they need to have like 1 billion eggs just to have like some of them survive. Sauropods are very similar. They will just lay a shitload of eggs because their babies are damn near defenseless. Their babies kind of suck, right? All they can, like, they can't even run, really. All they can do is just hide and hope that they can hide for long enough that they can eventually become fucking huge. Or at least, like, you know, hide long enough until they can find other sauropods that they can just sort of hang around near. Because there is evidence to suggest that sauropods of all growth stages would move together as a group, which is, like, obviously very helpful for the babies because that means that they can hide among the adults and be less at risk of being attacked, right? I'm pretty sure that's the case for... Actually, I don't know what species exactly. That might be a Patasaurus, but I think this is... I think we know this due to trackways, which are difficult to attribute to one species. That's why we have ichnotaxon. Yeah, they're completely different just population strategies, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But again, like, just people in general prefer the strategy where you really take care of, like, a small group of young or one young, because that's just what humans do. That's what we're most useful. That's what we're most used to, and that's what we can most empathize with. I even think that extends to humans who have, like, you know, a shitload of kids. You're just like, you're having that many kids, really? Are you expecting some of them to, like, die or something? Like, goddamn, bro.
The dinosaurs,
Hi, Brandy.
sauropods also had the largest attack range. Their whip-like tails may have not had the same damage per hit that Stegosaurus or Ankylosaurus did, but they were still plenty powerful, able to knock down enemies well out of reach of a counterattack. And if they did get too close, a sauropod stomp attack was literally the most devastating move in the game, knocking the target down and dealing lethal damage.
I'm pretty sure that sauropods rearing up on their hind legs is... I know for a fact it's contentious. I think it might be discredited, as far as I'm aware. Like, even back during Jurassic Park, right? When the Brachiosaurus, like, goes up on its hind legs and, like, grabs the leaf from the very top of the tree, people were still just like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that one, Chief. It's still one of those paleo memes that's stuck around. Hi, Brandy. Yeah, it's a lot of weight to support on just your back legs. You really don't like that food, do you? I'm gonna have to go and get some food from, like, the fucking gas station or something. Because that food that I spent all that money on, you just don't care about it. Yeah, I could maybe see a smaller sauropod doing that, but not like one of the super big ones. Especially not like the Titanosaurs or something like that.
Lastly, their extreme height gave them a massive advantage for avoiding stealth attacks, as they could see much further than other players. In terms of land superiority, sauropods truly were the most overpowered dinosaurs of all time. It's unfortunate that the devs chose to ban the dinosaurs during the KT balance patch, but alas, the meta was getting stale, so I understand why. Hopefully...
Well, I mean, like, really, if you want another S tier to go alongside sauropods, just do birds. Because they're the only ones that survived the mass extinction event. But that went completely unmentioned, because of course it did. Like, why would it not? Okay, I will get you food. I will end the stream soon and get you food. I promise, little lady. So yeah, that was... I mean, he's probably just going to do an ad now, right?
You enjoyed this look back at the Mesozoic meta.
Okay, cool. Lots of different dinosaur groups went completely unmentioned, like Ornithomimosaurs, Abelisaurs, Megaraptorans, obviously. No one knows about Megaraptorans. Alvarezsaurs. But, like, excluding birds is a weird one. Because, like, that's one of the main things that you gotta get across, because people still really don't get that birds are dinosaurs. People have a really hard time with that, and, like, I don't want to play, like, armchair psychologist with this guy, right? but I honestly feel like between not mentioning birds and like the barely feathered dromaeosaur for like the example gift that he used, I honestly think that like mentioning that dinosaurs or that birds are dinosaurs might not have been like awesome bro enough. If you'll forgive me for saying so. I don't know, man. Cause like, hey, what you think that dinosaurs are like chickens and stuff? That's gay as shit, bro. That's gay. You're gay if you think that T-Rex is like a chicken. Because it's always got to be a chicken, obviously. It can't be like, you know, any of the very cool birds that exist today. Chicken. Chimkin. Huh. But yeah, that was Tirzu's dinosaur list, and it's worse than I remember when I first saw it. Cool birds that are dinos. I mean, like, literally all birds are dinos. But, like, you know, all birds of prey, cassowaries. Hell, penguins. Penguins are cool. Penguins are hardcore. And they're also dinosaurs, and that's wonderful. Peacocks are dinosaurs. Like, just any bird that you can think of, that's a dinosaur. And just, like, just take a moment to think about how wonderful that is. It doesn't have to be badass. It doesn't have to be, like, a cool fighter or anything like that. Like, it's a bird, and that's a dinosaur, and that's wonderful. Yeah, hummingbirds are really weird. They're dinosaurs that are trying to be insects. They're crazy. They're crazy little guys. Anyway, I guess that's our sludge it up. We definitely had some sludge today. This shit. This is more our sludge. But yeah. Tirzu. Hard feelings. Hard feelings unless you make a better one of these. A better one of these that's better research, because this was bad. This was not good. But yeah. I'm gonna go because I gotta go and get some fucking cheapo cat food that my cat will actually like. I apologize that you joined late. It was a long stream though. So yeah, I'm gonna go. I'll be back tomorrow for more Black 2. And then Wednesday is Life is Strange again. Saturday is probably another Black 2. Or maybe the start of White 2. Who knows? We'll see. So yeah, I'm gonna go have a fun one.